Season 1, Phantom Blood. In England, 1868, George Joestar was in a carriage accident. This accident claimed the life of his wife, but miraculously, their child survived. At that time, George was saved by a wretched old man named Dio Brando, but George was unaware that the man was possessed by bottomless greed. 12 years after the tragic accident, George's son, Jonathan Joestar, had grown up. Dio's son, Dio Brando, was around the same age as JoJo. Born into two different circumstances, the fates of these two young men were complete opposites. JoJo was born into a wealthy family, but he was not arrogant. He possessed the qualities of a true gentleman. JoJo was ready to righteously intervene to save a girl he didn't even know, although he was beaten to a pulp by a group of thugs afterward. As for Dio, his father gave him a letter that George had given him to repay the life-saving debt from years ago. Dio believed that with this letter, he could reclaim everything that was rightfully his. This marks the beginning of the war between the Joestar family and the cruel villain, Dio. After his father's death, Dio took the letter to the Joestar mansion. Because Dio had saved George's life, he decided to adopt Dio as his second son. Though he had just arrived, the future villain did not hesitate to provoke JoJo. Dio's sudden appearance made JoJo's life more miserable than ever. From academics to polite table manners, the scoundrel completely outshone the Joestar family's precious son. Even Dio's physical strength far surpassed JoJo's, as he had to struggle through the dangerous slums since childhood just to find food. The first step of Dio's plan succeeded, gradually isolating the Joestar heir from everyone. When they grew up, the scoundrel planned to completely take over the life JoJo had. However, when almost everyone turned their backs on the Joestar heir, only a young lady named Erina Pendleton, whom JoJo had once helped, valued him. The appearance of love helped brighten Jonathan's dark times. Angered that his plan was disrupted, Dio secretly ambushed Erina with the intent of stealing her first kiss, something that should have been reserved for JoJo. To humiliate the scoundrel, the lovely girl did not hesitate to use muddy water to wash away his foul kiss. Learning of the entire incident, Jonathan immediately sought out Dio to challenge him and reclaim the honor of the girl he loved. Although JoJo's strength was far inferior to the scoundrel's, his willpower and determination helped him achieve victory. To retaliate for this humiliation, Dio mercilessly killed Jonathan's beloved dog, Danny, his closest friend. Furthermore, to cause JoJo more suffering, he plotted another scheme on a much larger scale. 7 years passed in a flash, and the two young men of the Joestar household had become incredibly strong gentlemen. Setting aside all the old grudges, the two were now close companions. However, this was only what everyone saw on the surface. In reality, both Dio and JoJo hid their hatred, waiting for the day they could take revenge on the other. The scoundrel's ambition grew with each passing year. What Dio now wanted was not Jonathan's life, but to seize the entire Joestar family fortune. As an archaeology student, JoJo was very curious about the stone mask his late mother had left behind. While searching for related documents, Jonathan unexpectedly discovered a shocking secret. The illness his father was suffering from was identical to the symptoms Dio's father once had. Because the scoundrel was responsible for bringing George his medicine, Jonathan suspected he was plotting to kill his father with poison. However, JoJo still lacked enough evidence to convict Dio. Therefore, to save his father, Jonathan set off for London, the scoundrel's birthplace, to find both the poison and its antidote to cure his father. The place JoJo went to was called Ogre Street. True to its name, this street was home to those at the bottom of society. It was home to terrifying thugs. 3 thugs appeared and attacked Jonathan without reason. With his powerful physique and a gentleman's will, JoJo quickly put the overconfident thugs in their place. Impressed by the style and kind heart of a gentleman like Jonathan, the gang leader decided not to bother him anymore. Instead, the man with the scar pointed JoJo to where he could find the apothecary who created the poison. Meanwhile, wanting to kill Jonathan with the stone mask, Dio tried to test it on someone else. Unfortunately, the mask transformed a man into an incredibly strong monster. The monster tortured Dio by draining his blood. Just when it seemed the scoundrel's life was over, The sun rose in the east, turning the monster to dust. As soon as he found evidence to convict Dio, Jonathan immediately returned home to catch the culprit who was harming his father. The scoundrel knew there was only one way to escape the charge: kill the witness. To do this, Dio pretended to be pitiful in front of Jonathan. Fearing JoJo would fall into the trap, Speedwagon followed him home. Furthermore, to prevent Dio from denying his crimes, the scarred man staged a play to show George his adopted son's true face. The entire plan was exposed, but the scoundrel had not given up his murderous intent. As JoJo approached to handcuff him, Dio grabbed a hidden weapon and the stone mask and charged. To protect his son's life, George used his own body to block the fatal blow. The crime Dio committed was so heinous that the police present decided not to arrest him alive but to execute him on the spot. No one knew that the scoundrel had achieved his true purpose. By putting on the stone mask, Dio evolved into an immortal entity with superhuman strength. With an indestructible body, the scoundrel feared nothing, not even guns. One by one, people were mercilessly killed by Dio. Those whose blood he drained turned into zombies shortly after. Though terrified of Dio, JoJo was still determined to fight him with all his pride. The power difference at this point was significant, so Jonathan's courage didn't help him much in the fight. In times like these, JoJo could only rely on the heat of the flames to burn Dio to ashes. With the power granted by the mask, the villain's recovery speed was even more terrifying than the speed of the fire's burn. For revenge, Dio continuously tortured Jonathan with incredibly powerful blows. If not for his superhuman body, JoJo would have died long ago. The mansion fire grew more intense, now resembling a crematorium. With all his strength, Jonathan decided to drag Dio down to where the flames burned hottest. Possessing a courageous spirit, a determination to avenge his father, and a bit of miraculous luck, JoJo spectacularly defeated Dio. It seemed the villain's life had ended, but perhaps his ambition to rule the world helped him escape the Grim Reaper's scythe. Speedwagon worried that JoJo would sink into despair after losing his only remaining relative, but perhaps he worried too much, because Jonathan was now being cared for by a fairy-like maiden. That maiden was none other than Erina. It had been 7 years since JoJo had a chance to meet the person he loved again. Speedwagon no longer needed to worry about Jonathan being consumed by despair, because his reunion with Erina was the reason for him to continue living. Meanwhile, in the alleys of London, Dio rose again to carry out his ambitions. The first step of his plot was to gather as many formidable subordinates as possible. One morning, while on a walk, Jonathan and Erina encountered a mysterious man. Without a word, he suddenly lunged forward and thrust his finger straight into JoJo's chest. Strangely, after being hit, Jonathan's broken arm healed as if it had never been injured. To further show off his power, the strange man jumped into the nearby water to demonstrate his martial arts. The man called this power Ripple, and this mysterious power would be the key to defeating Dio. Unconsciously, Jonathan caused a nearby branch to blossom just by touching it. Witnessing this further convinced the man that JoJo was the champion he was looking for. From that meeting, Jonathan followed Baron Zeppeli to learn the skill of Ripple. He explained that when he was a sailor on his father's archaeological team, they discovered the stone mask in an ancient Aztec ruin. Disaster struck immediately. A curious crew member put on the mask and became a monster. The entire crew was killed. Just as Zeppeli was about to die, the rising sun saved him. But the mask drifted away with the ship, traveling all over the world until it fell into Dio's hands. The Baron swore to destroy the mask, which was also the reason he discovered the power of Ripple. Upon meeting such a natural talent, Zeppeli wanted to pass on all his knowledge of Ripple to Jonathan. The training session was cut short when Speedwagon reported urgent news. Dio was suspected to be in a village called Winknight's Lot. The three of them, JoJo, Speedwagon, and Zeppeli, immediately set off. On the way, they were ambushed by Dio's henchmen. That zombie assassin was extremely brutal, but compared to the Baron's power, he was just a snot-nosed kid. To help Jonathan perfect his Ripple skills, Zeppeli challenged him to defeat Dio's henchmen without spilling a single drop of wine from his glass. Of course, with his manly spirit, JoJo did not refuse the challenge. Attacked unexpectedly by the assassin, Jonathan remained calm to avoid spilling the wine. By maintaining a steady breath, JoJo's Ripple power awakened. With a zoom punch attack, he successfully defeated one of Dio's formidable henchmen. After defeating the villain's henchmen, the three men of justice continued into the village of Wind Knight's Lot. There, they were robbed of their luggage by a young boy who then fled. However, with their ripple skills, catching the boy was not difficult for them. Baron Zeppeli quickly realized this was a trap set by Dio, as they were standing in a cemetery and the sun had begun to disappear. From beneath the tombstones, the villain's zombie henchmen rose in vast numbers. However, these zombies were all quantity over quality, like cheap knockoffs. So the Baron paid them no mind and only wanted to have a decisive battle with the leader, Dio. Zeppeli had greatly underestimated the villain. He was a wicked and cunning individual from birth. The Baron's ripple attack had no effect on Dio. On the contrary, Dio countered and Zeppeli lost an arm. Knowing that ripple works through the circulation of blood, Dio used his power to freeze all the blood in Zeppeli's arm and then vaporize it. Realizing the Baron was in danger, Jonathan quickly joined the fight. But even with the master and student joining forces, they could do nothing against Dio's overwhelming power. Not wanting to get his hands dirty with trivial matters, the villain ordered two of his zombie subordinates to engage them. The two zombies who appeared were said to be Knights of the United Kingdom, killed by the schemes of Queen Elizabeth in the 1,500 seconds. Now, with the power of zombie resurrection, Dio once again forced them to serve him in his conquest of the world. With only Jonathan, he could not fight against the two knights, and Zeppeli's arm was currently frozen, so he couldn't help. To help the Baron's blood circulate, Speedwagon did not hesitate to sacrifice his own body to warm the arm. Meanwhile, JoJo was having a difficult time being brutally tortured by Tarkus and Bruford. Because of their grudge against Queen Elizabeth, when resurrected by Dio, the two zombies became more terrifying than ever. To fully enjoy the battle, Bruford asked Dio to let him fight one-on-one with his opponent. As soon as he was granted permission, the zombie knight did not hesitate to rush in to take Jonathan's life. But thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge the blow in the nick of time and fell into the nearby river. At a disadvantage, unable to breathe underwater, JoJo was not discouraged. Knowing that Wind Knight's Lot was a coal-producing area, there had to be a tunnel containing air at the bottom of the river. Jonathan immediately swam down instead of up. Having a source of air allowed Jonathan to use his ripple energy to defeat Bruford. The champion unleashed a move called Turquoise Blue Overdrive towards his opponent. Jonathan's powerful blow couldn't finish Bruford, but it did injure him. This valuable information alone was enough for JoJo to find an opportunity to defeat the powerful knight. Bruford could attack from a distance with his powerful hair without needing to get close to his opponent. Once JoJo was hit, the locks of hair would immediately drain his blood. This was not enough to frighten Jonathan. On the contrary, it made his heart beat even stronger. By transmitting ripple through Bruford's sword, JoJo completely disabled one of the knight's arms. Finally, with a sunlight yellow overdrive attack, Jonathan took a step towards the glory of victory. But for some reason, JoJo stood motionless, even as his opponent's blade was pointed at him. Even more surprisingly, Bruford decided to stop before his blade took his opponent's life. Thanks to Jonathan's ripple energy, all the hatred Bruford felt from being resurrected by Dio as a zombie had vanished. Appreciating JoJo's courage, before disappearing with a smile on his face, the knight Bruford gifted his own sword to the young man before him. However, the battle was not over as long as Dio was not yet defeated. To defeat Dio, the wall JoJo needed to overcome was the giant knight, Tarkus. Knowing they couldn't currently fight against his power, Jonathan and Zeppeli used ripple energy to weave leaves into a temporary hang glider to escape the area and plan their next move. On the way, the Baron recounted that he had obtained this power at a temple in Tibet. At that time, the headmaster, named Tonpeti, said that if Zeppeli learned ripple, his fate would be sealed. Knowing this, the Baron still did not give up the path of discipleship in order to rid the world of the stone mask. While they were talking, Tarkus caught up with them. The group had no choice but to land at a nearby castle to shake him off. Unfamiliar with the castle, Jonathan fell into the giant knight's trap. Now, both JoJo and Tarkus were chained together in one place. To get out, they had to fight to the death until one of them fell. With the strength of a bull, the giant knight completely overwhelmed Jonathan from the start of the match. To help JoJo, the young boy Poco used all his courage to climb into the place where the fierce battle was taking place. Indeed, the boy's courage somewhat helped turn the tide. Zeppeli knew that perhaps this was the moment his destiny had been called, as foretold by Master Tonpeti. Inside an ancient room, a child opens the way. Zeppeli killed himself to free a young lion to meet his future destiny. Those were the prophecies that the Baron's master had foretold for him. Without a trace of fear, Zeppeli rushed to fight Tarkus. However, courage alone was not enough to defeat a raging bull. The Baron was quickly bound by a massive chain. The destructive pressure from Tarkus crushed Zeppeli's body in half, ending his life instantly. With all his remaining life force, the Baron transferred all his power to Jonathan and then took his last breath in contentment. With increased power, JoJo at this moment was like a mammoth in the form of a vibrant young man. He even pulled the giant knight as if pulling a bag of pickled turnips. To avenge the Baron and banish the evil soul of Tarkus to hell, Jonathan unleashed an incredibly wondrous ripple energy. An aura radiated from the young man's entire body. With just one ripple palm strike, JoJo made Tarkus's giant body dissolve into nothingness. After accepting the mission and will of his master, Jonathan buried Baron Zeppeli right after. To fulfill the wish of destroying the stone mask, JoJo would surely soon find Dio's whereabouts and make him pay for everything. Knowing that Dio would attack Poco's village, Jonathan's group immediately went there. Unfortunately, a villager had been turned into the villain's henchman. Witnessing this, the young boy Poco worried that his sister would also be turned into a monster by Dio. Another group of people suddenly appeared. Very fortunately, they were allies, not Dio's henchmen. Two of them were named Dyer and Strizo. They were old comrades of Zeppeli. Furthermore, accompanying them was the Baron's master, the great master Tonpetti. When Poco got home, he received bad news from his father. He was told that his sister had gone out to look for him. With the villagers gradually being turned into zombies, it was feared that it would be very dangerous for Poco's sister to be out at night. Indeed, the boy's sister had been captured by Dio. He was trying every way to turn her into a zombie to serve under him. But despite being terrified when facing the villain, Poco's sister resolutely refused his offer. To punish those who dared to defy his orders, Dio commanded his subordinate to torture and kill Poco's sister. To rescue the poor girl, Jonathan's group arrived. However, due to carelessness, JoJo was bitten by the snakes inside the monster's head covering. That was nothing to the champion. By skillfully using Ripple, Jonathan removed the snake's venom from his body and defeated the monster in a flash. The time for the showdown between the two irreconcilable rivals, JoJo and Dio, had come. After today's battle, one of them would surely meet their death. However, Dyer intervened. He wanted to fight the villain to avenge his dear friend. This master's way of using Ripple was very strange. He could float in the air as if flying. Dyer's Thunder Cross split attack could both attack and defend perfectly, but it seemed to have no effect against Dio's freezing power. The master had not shown much before he died tragically at the hands of absolute power. Before disappearing, Dyer managed to injure one of the villain's eyes. To help Jonathan get to Dio, the second master, Strizo, and the headmaster Tonpetti decided to clear the path of zombies for him. The only thing JoJo needed to do was to step forward and destroy evil. Knowing the villain had lost an eye, Jonathan quickly attacked him in his blind spot. With powerful slashes, JoJo successfully removed an arm and cut Dio in half. Even so, the villain was not defeated. He froze Jonathan's sword and began to suck his blood. Dio was arrogant, thinking that the glory of victory belonged to him, but it's not that easy to beat the main character. Because the flame transferred heat to the sword, Dio could not completely freeze JoJo. Seizing the opportunity, the champion unleashed a sunlight yellow overdrive at the villain. Unfortunately, the ripple energy did not completely reach Dio's brain. The fight returned to the starting point because the villain had recovered from the wounds Jonathan had inflicted. But as I said, since JoJo has main character powers, how could he lose? With the champion's flaming fists, Jonathan once again made Dio suffer a humiliating defeat. While falling into the abyss, Dio managed to use his hands to sever his own head, preventing the ripple energy from reaching his brain. He was also quickly rescued by his subordinate. The battle ended, although not very smoothly, because Dio could probably return at some point. But the wish of Baron Zeppeli to destroy the stone mask was fulfilled by Jonathan. Jonathan Joestar became the heir to his family's fortune. He married the girl he loved, Erina. Forgetting all the sad things, the couple decided to go to America to start a new life. The story should have ended there perfectly, but no. A terrible disaster was about to happen on the ship carrying the loving couple, Jonathan and Erina. The coffin containing Dio's body had been brought onto the ship by his subordinate. What Dio aimed for was a perfect body to match his head, and JoJo was the one who possessed it. Not letting the opportunity to rule the world slip away again, the villain did not hesitate to use a laser beam shot directly at the champion's body. With a wound that size, it was certain that Jonathan could not survive. To save his wife, JoJo used all his strength to perform one last ripple, but it was too weak to completely kill Dio's subordinate. The out-of-control body of the zombie was trying to hold on to the ship's engine. Sooner or later, the ship would explode. Before taking his last breath, Jonathan advised his wife to save the orphaned child on the ship and quickly leave. Dio's ambition was too great. He had not yet given up and began to use his power with the purpose of taking over JoJo's body. Even at death's door, the champion did not let the villain achieve his goal. He used a knife to stab Dio and held him, dying together inside the exploding ship. Jonathan Joestar passed away, but his wife, Erina, would continue to live. Many years later, JoJo's descendants would know about the great achievements of the first champion in the Joestar family. Of course, everything was just beginning at this point. Season 2, Battle Tendency. Half a century has passed since the death of Jonathan Joestar. Speedwagon has now become an oil tycoon, while Strizo has become the successor to Master Tonpetti. The two of them met to go to Mexico to investigate something that an archaeological team funded by Speedwagon had discovered. What they found was far more terrifying than Dio 50 years ago. Countless stone masks inside an ancient ruin. On a street in America, a young boy stole a wallet from an Englishman. The young black boy was quickly caught by the police and beaten. The policeman demanded the boy hand over the money and everything he had stolen, but the Englishman appeared and said the wallet was a gift, so the police had no right to confiscate it. The pig-like policeman, angry at not being able to extort money from the boy, insulted the Englishman. As a result, he got a punch that knocked his teeth out. To take down the other policeman, this man channeled a power from within him, causing the cap of a Coca-Cola bottle to shoot out like a bullet, shattering the officer's finger. It's revealed that the Englishman's name is Joseph Joestar, Erina's grandson, and the one who inherited the talent for using Ripple like his grandfather, Jonathan Joestar. He uses this power to protect Erina and Speedwagon, his only remaining relatives. At the archaeological site, Strizo suddenly killed all the guards present. He also plotted to kill Speedwagon to monopolize the power of the mask, aiming to become immortal. The only remaining members of the Joestar family are now Erina and Joseph. Jonathan died in an accident at sea. Later, the child in Erina's womb and the baby who survived that accident grew up, got married, and gave birth to the present-day JoJo. But Joseph's parents also passed away early due to war and illness. During a meal, a thug picked a fight with the young boy, Smokey Brown. To teach him a lesson, JoJo publicly predicted all his moves and then let him injure himself. A businessman in the restaurant informed Erina that Speedwagon had been murdered by a Tibetan monk in a recent business deal. Although he trusted the man's words, Joseph didn't hesitate to punch the businessman for delivering such terrible news in front of his grandmother. After hearing the news, JoJo knew he couldn't escape the fate his grandfather had faced. Indeed, Strizo came for Joseph with the intent to eliminate the threat. However, JoJo's talent was predicting the future, so he had a submachine gun ready and fired continuously at the corrupt master. After Joseph's volley of bullets, Strizo remained completely unharmed. This corrupt master was likely even harder to deal with than Dio because he possessed both the power of the stone mask and the knowledge of how to use Ripple. As a stylish and more modern young man than his grandfather, Joseph was not only unafraid of Strizo but also humiliated him by predicting his next moves. Using the reflection from a mirror, Joseph tricked his opponent into delivering a fatal blow to the wrong spot and then counterattacked with a powerful ripple wave. But even after these attacks, Strizo showed no signs of pain. The reason Strizo was unaffected by the ripple attack was the secret of his scarf, made from a special type of beetle. With that scarf, he could disperse the ripple waves that hit his body, weakening them. Even so, a master who trained in the mountains was no match for a cunning city boy. With his deceptive tricks, Joseph caused Strizo to set himself on fire with grenades. The only thing that can destroy the stone mask is Ripple, so even if burned to ashes, he would quickly recover to his original state. At times like these, Joseph unleashed his most mysterious technique, the secret Joestar technique of running away. To threaten Joseph, Strizo took a woman hostage. In such moments, the cunning young man had no choice but to obey the vile master. When JoJo entered a fight, he always prepared breakthrough plans in advance. As soon as Strizo shot a laser from his eyes, Joseph used Ripple to effect a small glass, bending the attack's path towards the Vile Master. Finally, to finish him off, he delivered a punch, carrying the flame of the Joestar family. Unfortunately, the corrupt master was not the final boss. He revealed that soon, the 2,000 pillar men in the Mexican ruins would awaken to rule the world. Speedwagon was still alive, saved by a German military organization, but the commander of that fleet, Stroheim, only wanted to extract information about his research. He even brought a pillar man back to his base. On his way to Mexico to investigate the pillar man, Joseph was ambushed by a German assassin. Initially, JoJo was completely overwhelmed by his power, but with his cunning tricks, Joseph turned the tables shortly after. After getting information from the assassin and learning that Speedwagon was still alive, JoJo immediately set off for the German military base. At the same time, Stroheim was conducting a blood transfusion experiment on the pillar man at the base. He didn't know that this would resurrect a terrifying monster. No sooner said than done, the blood supply helped the ancient pillar man awaken. To measure his strength, Stroheim had a prisoner wear the stone mask and fight the pillar man. Unlike the bloodthirsty mask wearers, the pillar man had far superior strength. In just a few seconds, he absorbed the entire mask-wearing prisoner into his body. Meanwhile, Joseph arrived at the German base, but the first obstacle he had to overcome was the checkpoint. Coming up with a good idea, JoJo disguised himself as a very charming girl and then unexpectedly beat the checkpoint guards to a pulp. Inside the base, a strange event occurred. The pillar man escaped from his cell by squeezing himself through a 5 centimeters ventilation hole. After escaping, the pillar man began to slaughter the soldiers. One by one, they fell without knowing what had happened. Fortunately, at that exact moment, the one capable of fighting the pillar man, Joseph Joestar, appeared to stop this chaos. Unlike everyone else present, Joseph showed no fear of the ultimate lifeform's power and even joked with him. JoJo also used the power of Ripple to launch a surprise attack, but his blow passed through the pillar man's body without leaving a single wound. Joseph should have escaped the ultimate lifeform's notice, but because he was too much of a show-off, the pillar man used an attack by creating blades from his own ribs and launching them at JoJo. The wounds from this attack temporarily knocked Joseph unconscious. To understand the cunning man's power, the pillar man used his hands to read Speedwagon's memories and learned that JoJo possessed a unique power. As soon as he woke up, Joseph continued to attack him with a powerful ripple wave, but it had no effect on the pillar man's body. Even with his life hanging by a thread, JoJo still had the time to perform magic tricks for his opponent. Normal attacks couldn't injure the pillar man, so Joseph risked letting himself be absorbed and then used Ripple. Indeed, this method was a great success, as the cunning young man tore the ultimate life form's body in half. Knowing this monster's weakness was sunlight, JoJo tried to drag him out of the laboratory. Just as the plan was about to fail, Stroheim decided to lend Joseph a hand, but the German commander was also caught by the pillar man. With all the pride of a soldier, Stroheim ordered JoJo to cut off his leg before it was too late. The door was opened, but things weren't over yet. To escape the sunlight, the monster crawled inside the German commander's wounded body. Wanting to destroy the pillar man, Stroheim did not hesitate to sacrifice himself with a bomb. Before doing so, the commander told Joseph that his experiments on this creature were to find the weaknesses of the other pillar men scattered across the world. But even Stroheim's sacrifice couldn't kill the monster. The pillar man tried to push JoJo into a nearby well to avoid the sunlight, but unfortunately, the water in the well reflected the sunlight, causing him to turn to stone instantly. Joseph Joestar arrived in Rome to find more information about the pillar men race. At a restaurant, annoyed by a couple being overly affectionate, JoJo plotted to disrupt their sweet moment. However, the ripple wave Joseph launched was deflected by the man at the next table with another, more powerful ripple wave. Surprisingly, the man at the opposite table was Caesar Zeppeli, the person JoJo was looking for in Rome. To eliminate the seeds of the pillar men, Speedwagon had established a complex dedicated to researching the ancient race. The pillar man previously defeated by Joseph wasn't completely dead, but as long as he was trapped in a chamber with UV light, he would remain petrified. However, the threat remained, as the imprisoned pillar man was just a low-ranking one. Speedwagon revealed that somewhere secret on the European continent, there were pillar men of a much higher rank. After the incident at the restaurant in Rome, Caesar and Joseph constantly bickered. Caesar claimed Joseph's ripple was weak, and his victories against Strizo and the previous Pillar Man were just lucky flukes. To prove it, Caesar gave a ripple kiss to a nearby girl, significantly increasing her power to subdue Joseph. Not stopping there, the flashy man launched a bubble launcher attack at JoJo. Being someone with a talent for predicting his opponent's future moves, Joseph had placed a pigeon in the girl's mouth with his ripple. When Caesar intended to release the ripple from the girl, he would be hit directly by JoJo's attack. Despite their many conflicts, because they shared the common goal of learning about the Pillar Men, they temporarily set aside all grievances. That night, a young man serving the German army came to the hotel to take them to a secret tomb where other Pillar Men existed. At that moment, inside an ancient cave, a Pillar Man awakened. His horn killed countless German soldiers in an instant and used their blood to block the UV lights. All the remaining soldiers could not escape his brutality. After eliminating all the guards, that Pillar Man immediately freed his comrades. JoJo's group was advancing deep into the cave, unaware that death was approaching with every step. Mark, the soldier assigned to guide JoJo's group, unfortunately, encountered the three newly awakened Pillar Men. One of them merely touched Mark, causing the poor soldier to lose half his body. Not wanting Mark to suffer any longer, Caesar used Ripple to help the young soldier pass away peacefully. Angered by Mark's unjust death, Caesar decided to teach the three superior Pillar Men a lesson. Not letting the three ancient beings gloat after killing his dear friend, Caesar immediately launched his bubble launcher attack. Indeed, this attack could injure them if they accidentally touched the bubbles the flashy man released. However, one of them used the strings on his headdress to create tornadoes that destroyed all the bubbles. Even after the tornado dissipated, its after effects left Caesar's face severely injured. It turned out that 2,000 years ago, the Pillar Men had fought against the Ripple tribe, so they knew very well how to defend against these attacks. Facing such overwhelming power, it seemed Caesar had no chance of winning, not even the slightest. Joseph also decided to join the fray when he saw the flashy man being overwhelmed. Knowing his own Ripple was still weak, JoJo came up with a solution to compensate for it. His secret weapon was called Clacker Volley. At first glance, it looked quite eye-catching and skillful, but when it came to attacking, it became a joke to the Pillar Men. They looked down on Joseph so much that they didn't even bother to fight him. Not giving up, JoJo devised another clever trick, but unfortunately, the attack couldn't overcome the superhuman speed of one of them. Finding Joseph interesting, the Pillar Man decided to give him a full minute to show off all his skills. Just as Wamuu accepted the challenge, JoJo's clackers suddenly bounced back like a boomerang, injuring his head. Seizing the opportunity, Joseph didn't hesitate to charge in, attacking like a storm. But that was all he could do. In retaliation, Wamuu unleashed a move called the Divine Sandstorm, which sent JoJo flying in an instant. His body was pushed to the brink of death. But to save Speedwagon and Caesar, Joseph pretended to flee to lure Wamuu to follow him and then die together. However, JoJo's entire perfect plan was seen through by the Pillar Man. Knowing that Wamuu was a warrior who valued honor, Joseph came up with the idea to provoke him. Before being killed, JoJo challenged the Pillar Man, claiming he could defeat him with just 1 month of Ripple training. These words truly hit a sore spot for a proud warrior like Wamuu. He accepted the challenge. However, to ensure Joseph wouldn't run away, the Pillar Man implanted a ring in his heart that could release a deadly poison. To crush any hope of escape, Esidisi implanted a second ring in his throat. With things having come to this, the grandson of the Joestar family had no choice but to train diligently in Ripple. Caesar said that Joseph's Ripple power was equal to his, but their methods of use were different. Because JoJo radiated Ripple from his palms, its energy was dispersed. But if he radiated Ripple from a single fingertip, its power would increase manifold. To do that, they needed to go to Venice to meet Caesar's master. As soon as they arrived in Venice, the two strong young men met Lisa, the flashy man's master. With just a few gentle gestures, the beautiful lady knocked Joseph to the ground in an instant. Knowing they didn't have much time, Lisa wanted to start the training immediately. For that month, Joseph had to wear a breathing mask to maintain a steady rhythm of breath in any situation. The location for the hellish training was Air Saplina Island. The first challenge both JoJo and Caesar had to overcome was called the Hellclimb Pillar. True to its name, it was rumored that many Ripple disciples had lost their lives there. Lisa suddenly pushed her 2 disciples down the Hellclimb Pillar. At the bottom was a pool of oil. To get out, Joseph had to climb the 2 4-meter-tall pillar with his bare hands before becoming exhausted and dying a miserable death. Being a cunning person, JoJo planned to cheat to complete the training, but Lisa knew his intentions. To overcome this challenge, the trainees had to use the power of Ripple. Time passed, 28 hours. Caesar was now at the 15-meter mark, while Joseph was still stuck at the starting point. The flashy man, although very worried about his companion, knew that if he lost focus, all his efforts would be in vain. Realizing the fingertip method, JoJo began to join the race. After more than a day, both were closer to the finish line than ever before. At the most crucial moment, Joseph accidentally triggered a trap, causing oil to spray everywhere at the 20-meter mark. The pressure of this trap was strong enough to cut anything that passed through it. Yet, Caesar did not give up. He performed a 2-pole ripple technique to both cling to the pillar and protect his head while passing through the water stream. Worse, only the flashy man could perform this technique, while JoJo was almost hopeless. But members of the Joestar family always surpass their own limits when faced with pressure. Joseph didn't use the same method as Caesar. He used Ripple to glide on the water's pressure, then somersaulted over the cutting machine where the water stream was thinnest. After just one day, both young men spectacularly overcame the challenge. To begin the next challenge, Lisa had prepared for her 2 students to train with her 2 best Ripple-using attendants. The Pillar Men were plotting to find a stone called the Red Stone of Aja. That stone could amplify sunlight by at least 1 billion times. If they found a large enough red stone and combined it with the mask, the Pillar Men would no longer fear sunlight. In this era, Lisa was the protector of the Red Stone of Aja that the Pillar Men craved. Furthermore, the upcoming encounter would be a fateful battle, as Kars, the leader of the Pillar Men, was the one who created the stone mask that caused the death of the 2 young men's grandfather. The final test for Caesar and Joseph was also given. To prove they could defeat the Pillar Men, the 2 had to win against Lisa's 2 best Ripple users. The battle between Caesar and Messina proceeded as planned. However, JoJo's match was different. Loggins, who was supposed to fight Joseph, was killed by Esidisi. The showdown between JoJo and the Pillar Man was supposed to be in 6 days, but with the current situation, he had no choice but to fight Esidisi to prevent him from getting close to his master, Lisa. Joseph's strength had indeed improved greatly compared to before his training, but these small steps were not yet enough to make the Pillar Man fearful. Understanding this, before the fight, JoJo prepared an invisible trap. With just a silk string soaked in oil and Ripple channeled through it, the Joestar heir cut off one of Esidisi's arms. It must be said, that was a commendable effort from JoJo. However, the Pillar Man regenerated his arm in an instant by taking the arm from Loggins's corpse. Esidisi also revealed the secret of his ability to JoJo. Unlike Wamuu, a warrior capable of controlling wind, Esidisi could heat the blood in his body up to 500 degrees Celsius, symbolizing the element of fire, surpassing the limits of a normal human. Esidisi could control the blood vessels in his body like venomous snakes, ready to kill their prey at any moment. In addition, he even figured out Joseph's trick of predicting the future and used it to tease him. The Pillar Man didn't know that he was the one truly being controlled by Joseph. With a simple string trick, JoJo made Esidisi think that the strings he had set up were cut by his blood vessels. By the time the magic trick was revealed, it was also the end of the Pillar Man's arrogance. His entire body was burned by Joseph's ripple energy and vanished into thin air. With this first victory, JoJo successfully obtained the antidote to destroy the ring implanted in his throat. Unfortunately, JoJo still didn't know that Esidisi's brain had attached itself to his back at some point. Defeating Esidisi was no small feat, so Joseph immediately brought the good news to Lisa. On the way, JoJo ran into the maid, Suzy Q. Although they hadn't met much before, the 2 seemed to get along very well. They might have become a couple in the future if JoJo hadn't lost his life fighting the Pillar Men. While trying to peek at Lisa bathing, Joseph discovered something shocking: the strange appearance of Suzy Q in 2 places at once. Indeed, earlier during their conversation, Esidisi's brain had managed to invade the maid's body and was secretly controlling her. The Pillar Man said he had sent the Red Stone of Aja on a boat that had just departed. Sooner or later, it would reach the train station. And by then, if JoJo's group wanted to find the Red Stone, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. To stop Joseph and Caesar from chasing the Red Stone, Esidisi attacked them using Suzy Q's body, as he knew full well that no one would have the courage to kill the beloved maid. Having bought enough time for the red stone to reach its destination, the Pillar Man began to play the despicable trick he had plotted from the start. Esidisi started to destroy Suzy Q's body and beauty using her own body, right in front of everyone. To save the maid, JoJo came up with the idea to perform the bipolar ripple technique that Caesar had used when climbing the Hellclimb pillar. Joseph was in charge of creating a positive ripple source, while Caesar would create a negative ripple source, concentrating it directly on her heart. This plan quickly proved effective, forcing Esidisi's brain to leave its host to avoid being disintegrated by the ripple. But he couldn't escape his fate of being burned to a crisp by the sunlight shortly after. Immediately after determining the package's route from Suzy Q's memories, JoJo's group set off to chase the train containing the red stone of Aja to prevent it from falling into the hands of the other two Pillar Men. After a night of driving at full speed, Joseph and the others caught up with the train. But unfortunately, another force, the German army, also wanted to find this red stone to serve their ambitions of world domination. That night, at the temporary base of the German soldiers, cars had tracked the power radiating from the red stone to find it. An inevitable scuffle broke out. What was even more surprising was that the German commander in this operation was none other than Stroheim. Stroheim had survived the explosion in Mexico earlier thanks to Germany's advanced medical science at the time. Now, the commander was no longer an ordinary person but a cyborg with destructive power. To demonstrate the proud strength of the German army, Stroheim attacked cars without a moment's hesitation. The commander's entire body was equipped with a machine gun that could fire 600 rounds in just 1 minute. The machine gun's firepower tore the Pillar Man's body to shreds. However, Cars was an entity far superior to humans, so a little damage from the gun didn't bother him much. With his light mode blade technique, Cars cut through Stroheim's steel body like a thin piece of paper. The situation worsened when the Pillar Man found the red stone of Aja inside the German commander's coat pocket. Not letting Cars get his way, Stroheim fired a UV beam from his eye. Although the damage from that blow didn't affect the Pillar Man much, it at least knocked the red stone out of his hand. Without hesitation, Joseph immediately chased after the red stone, which was sliding on the snow, to prevent it from falling into Cars' hands. He knew that if the Pillar Man got that stone, the world's destruction would be inevitable. JoJo had planned ahead to snatch the stone while simultaneously sending Cars down a deep ravine. However, as a warrior who had gone through countless battles over thousands of years, figuring out Joseph's plan was an incredibly simple matter for the Pillar Man. Cars and JoJo fell down the cliff, together with the blade from his leg extended. With an immortal body, even a collision with the ground couldn't kill him. On the other hand, Joseph was just an ordinary human. If the impact occurred, all that would be left of him would be a pile of mushy muscle. Falling into a life-or-death situation awakened JoJo's survival instincts. He used the red stone as a shield to block Cars' unexpected attack and coordinated with Caesar to use Ripple to form the ice floes into a rope. After the battle to reclaim the red stone of Aja, Joseph's group quickly headed to Switzerland. Based on the address information on the parcel that Esidisi had sent earlier, they found an abandoned hotel believed to be Cars' hideout. Caesar argued that they should attack the Pillar Men while the sun was still out, but JoJo immediately rejected this idea as too dangerous. A disagreement arose between the two, and a brawl broke out between the two friends. Because Lisa agreed with Joseph's plan to wait for Cars and his gang to make the first move, Caesar decided to settle all scores with the ancient beings by himself, for the honor of the Zeppeli family. When he was young, Caesar had an ideal father who always took care of the family, even though his mother had passed away. But then one day, he left without a word, leaving him and his siblings to fend for themselves. Growing up, Caesar became a notorious criminal, doing whatever it took to survive. One day, he saw his father again, wandering somewhere. Wanting revenge for being abandoned, Caesar secretly followed him to the Pillar Men's tomb. Unfamiliar with the place, the flashy young man accidentally triggered a trap inside the tomb. If not for his father saving his life, Caesar's life would have probably ended there. Back in the present, it's understandable why Caesar was so determined to fight the Pillar Men. Everything he did was for the honor of his family and to avenge his father. At this time, Caesar had gotten very close to the enemy's base, intending to launch a surprise attack, but this plan was quickly foiled. Wamuu completely predicted every move of the flashy young man. The Pillar Man had somehow managed to use an invisibility ability and took down the Ripple Master Caesar in the blink of an eye. What was more, Wamuu could now face the sun without fear of being burned. The secret of the Pillar Man's technique was revealed. by controlling the wind to circulate around his body. He could hide himself in the water vapor created from the air without fearing the sun's rays. In addition, the refraction of light also made Wamuu almost transparent. However, over time, Caesar had upgraded his ripple skills to a new level. The bubble cutter he created had a high speed, continuously turning into discs with incredibly destructive power. Because Wamuu's ability was to absorb air, he also inadvertently absorbed the bubbles towards himself. Being a pillar man with superior combat abilities, Wamuu, even at a disadvantage, managed to escape in time before being exposed to the sun by Caesar's bubble cutter. Knowing that this was the best time to destroy the pillar man, the flashy young man did not hesitate to chase after him. Caesar turned the bubble cutter into bubble lenses, flying up and filling the air. The sunlight, reflecting through the bubbles, all converged on a single target, Wamuu. To escape, the pillar man intended to use his secret invisibility technique. Predicting Wamuu's move, Caesar did not hesitate to rush in to deliver the final blow. Who would have guessed that it was just a trap the pillar man used to trick the flashy young man? When the sunlight hit his body, they were reflected into Wamuu's divine sandstorm. Caesar was certain to die. Even so, with his last breaths, he still controlled his pained body to steal the antidote from the pillar man to help his friend JoJo remove the ring implanted in his heart. Joseph and Lisa entered the abandoned hotel, but all that remained was a bloody mess and Caesar's final memento for JoJo. Unable to contain his anger, JoJo swore to make Wamuu and Cars pay for their crimes. Lisa, along with Joseph, quickly advanced deep into the pillar men's lair, but an obstacle appeared, preventing them from moving forward. A vampire created by Cars with the purpose of buying time for Wamuu to recover from the ripple wounds caused by Caesar earlier. Ignoring the vile words the vampire spat from his filthy mouth, Lisa channeled a gentle and smooth ripple power, like silk, into her opponent, causing him to evaporate in just a few short seconds. As soon as they overcame the first obstacle, the master and student continued straight towards Wamuu's resting place. Upon seeing the pillar man, JoJo immediately wanted to rush in and devour him with Ripple to avenge his best friend, but for some reason, Lisa stopped him. As one of the most talented Ripple warriors, Lisa could sense even the slightest breath. In an instant, she realized that inside the room where Wamuu was staying, there were many other dangers. Cars had also returned to the base with the intention of taking back the Red Stone of Aja. He intended to order the 100 vampire subordinates in the room to attack simultaneously. Knowing this, Lisa was not foolish enough to bring what they wanted right to their mouths. She said that the Red Stone was currently in an unknown location, and if they didn't get there in time to reset the device, the stone would be destroyed. Lisa proposed a condition to get the Red Stone of Aja. JoJo would fight Wamuu, while she would fight Cars. Of course, the winner would have full rights to use the power of the stone. The location of the match was also determined to be at an arena at the foot of a mountain, 15 kilometers to the southeast. Before the match began, Joseph had to go back to the room to get the red stone and accidentally discovered a photo of his grandmother Erina in his master's luggage. At this time, the time for the battle was about to begin. The priority for JoJo was to defeat Wamuu, not the mysterious identity of his master. Even so, Lisa still decided to reveal it to Joseph, letting him know that she was the baby his grandmother Erina had saved in the accident 50 years ago. The rules of the match were set. JoJo and Wamuu would fight each other on a vampire horse chariot, similar to an ancient Roman battle. The match would end when one of them was killed. The chariot battle between JoJo and Wamuu began shortly after. Along the racetrack, the warriors would encounter pillars containing weapons that could destroy their opponent. The one who obtained the weapon would have the right to attack in any way they wanted. Being a cunning person, Joseph had secretly placed a pile of rocks under the pillar man's chariot to cause him trouble at the start. With that trick, JoJo successfully obtained the first weapon, a sledgehammer. Unfortunately, that was Wamuu's trap. Instead of taking a small hammer from the pillar, he took the entire massive pillar as a weapon. With just one extremely powerful blow, the pillar man shattered Joseph's chariot. Although he dodged the fatal attack, Wamuu's vampire horse chariot was still rushing towards JoJo at a terrifying speed. If the cunning young man tried to dodge, the pillar man would immediately use his divine sandstorm to destroy him. Surprisingly, Joseph chose not to dodge but used the weapon he had obtained to charge straight into Wamuu's chariot. Ironically, that was all JoJo could do. From the beginning of the match, the pillar man had always been one step ahead of the cunning young man. He was hit by a powerful divine sandstorm, causing Joseph's body to be torn to pieces. It seemed JoJo had lost, but somehow, he had made Wamuu's 2 arms as pliable as a candy cane. Earlier, suspecting that the Pillar Man would use the divine sandstorm, Joseph had prepared by channeling ripple energy into the horse reins. He successfully reduced the impact of the divine sandstorm, and also caused damage to Wamuu. The match didn't stop there. In the second lap, new weapons were brought out. This time, it wasn't a hammer or a pillar, but 2 crossbows of different sizes. To revive his warrior spirit after the previous defeat, Wamuu blinded himself. Instead, he would use his horn to sense everything depicted in the wind instead of light. JoJo didn't care whether the Pillar Man used his eyes or his horn. His only concern was defeating him. Therefore, the cunning young man chose the large crossbow for himself to deliver the most powerful blow possible. Being too hasty in choosing the right weapon put Joseph in a difficult situation. The crossbow was too big, so it required great strength to use. Meanwhile, with the smaller crossbow, Wamuu used it very effectively. With just 2 bolts, the Pillar Man once again knocked JoJo off his chariot and to the ground. Luckily, that jolt accidentally helped Joseph cock his massive crossbow. Somehow, the cunning young man's wound suddenly flared up, causing his shot to miss its target. Fearing he would be killed by Wamuu, JoJo, despite his pride, begged him for his life. But he did this with the purpose of distracting the Pillar Man. The bolt Joseph had shot earlier suddenly returned, piercing a hole right through his opponent's chest. Losing the composure of a warrior, Wamuu rushed to attack JoJo thoughtlessly. This was what the cunning young man had been waiting for since the beginning of the match. With a super ripple from his elbow, Joseph successfully pushed his opponent to the limit. Although he knew he would die, Wamuu still wanted to drag his opponent down with him. The technique the Pillar Man used to finish JoJo was called Atmospheric Rift. Atmospheric Rift was Wamuu's ultimate weapon. By absorbing a large amount of air from the tubes in his body and compressing it, he only needed to blow the air out from a slit thinner than a piece of paper. The power was like an incredibly sharp knife that could cut through steel. Even so, JoJo still had a final plan ready for himself, called Oil Conducting Ripple. Joseph just needed to throw the oil bottle at Wamuu, and his air ducts would automatically suck all the burning oil into his body, creating an explosion from within. But thanks to his senses through the horn on his head, the Pillar Man managed to thwart Joseph's trump card. On the brink of death, JoJo's will to live flared up again. The cunning young man burned Caesar's headband and threw it at him. As expected, Wamuu would cut the headband into small pieces. The Pillar Man didn't know that the oil from the bottle earlier was being sucked into his body. The oil, combined with the dust ignited by the fire from the headband, indeed caused Wamuu's body to explode. The battle between JoJo and the Pillar Man was decided, with the victory belonging to the cunning young man. Normally, Joseph would have used all his strength to kill Wamuu, but he didn't. Instead, JoJo used his own blood as an offering to the Pillar Man to honor his mighty warrior spirit. In return for that respect, Wamuu used his last bit of life force to kill all the vampires who intended to ambush Joseph. After the battle between JoJo and Wamuu ended, it was time for the battle between Lisa and the last Pillar Man to begin. This time, the method of confrontation was no longer fighting on chariots. They would face each other directly with weapons. Cars would use the sharp blades that grew from his body, while Lisa would only use the woolen scarf around her neck. In a flash, the last Pillar Man suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Lisa. Cars didn't know that her scarf was made from a special type of beetle. It not only had a good ripple-conducting effect, but also had the ability to detect life. With a fatal kick, JoJo's master sent the Pillar Man to the ground. Unfortunately, the person Lisa defeated was just one of Cars' subordinates disguised as him. He was not a warrior, so there was no reason for him to fight fairly in this battle. With that dirty trick, Cars defeated Lisa and took the Red Stone of Aja. To help Joseph get to his master, Speedwagon and Stroheim arrived to destroy all of the Pillar Man's subordinates. Once again, Cars played a dirty trick by taking Lisa hostage with the purpose of weakening JoJo's strength and morale to a minimum. The secret of the relationship between the cunning young man and his master was also revealed by Speedwagon. They were not just master and student, but also mother and son. The disadvantage was increasingly clinging to JoJo like hungry leeches. Having just gone through a fierce battle with Wamuu had depleted the young man's stamina too much. For warriors who use Ripple, not being able to control their breath is a hopeless situation. In previous encounters with opponents, Joseph had always maintained a certain composure, But this time, Cars completely had JoJo figured out, from his thoughts to his actions, so he could do nothing more than try to act like he was okay. From the beginning until now, the Joestar family has always known how to turn things around in adversity. It was that very bloodline that helped JoJo always stand firm in the face of all difficulties. With his cunning plans, he had deceived the 10,000-year-old Pillar Men countless times. Similar to previous times, Cars was tricked by Joseph into a perfect trap of his own making, and then he unleashed a super ripple wave at his opponent. The Pillar Man had no way to escape death because the ripple was spreading through his cells. Very quickly, as the battle concluded, Smokey, a boy Joseph had once saved, asked Speedwagon why he and Erina hadn't revealed that Lisa was JoJo's biological mother. Of course, they chose to keep this secret because behind the truth was a very dark story. Joseph's father, George Joestar II, a brave soldier, did not die on the battlefield but was murdered by a vampire. That vampire had somehow infiltrated the human world under the guise of a high-ranking officer in the army. Because George II knew this secret, he was assassinated, and the truth was covered up as a plane crash. Unable to bear the grief of losing her beloved husband, Elizabeth, Joseph's mother at the time, went to the headquarters and killed the vampire to avenge George II. Unfortunately, a soldier accidentally witnessed the entire event. Immediately, a warrant was issued for Elizabeth's arrest for the crime of killing a high-ranking officer. Of course, at that time, outside the Joestar family, no one knew about the existence of vampires. To protect her son's safety, Elizabeth secretly left England for a distant country and changed her name to Lisa. Back in the present, Stroheim was directing his subordinates to use a large UV projector to erase Kars's existence. Not knowing that he was wearing the mask with the red stone of Aja, the UV rays acting on the red stone helped the mask activate its effects. Kars was now no longer called human. He had officially evolved into the strongest super being on Earth. The first thing the Pillar Man did after getting his new power was to create a very cute squirrel. But after only being cute for 2 or 3 minutes, it rushed to disembowel a large number of German soldiers present. What was more, when the sun rose, all the soldiers disemboweled by the squirrel suddenly burned to ashes. On the contrary, since Kars had become a super being, he no longer had to fear being exposed to the rising sun. This was the day people called the apocalypse. Although the chance was only 1%, Joseph still had a unique trump card hidden up his sleeve. That technique, of course, was to run away and preserve his life for as long as possible. Let's go, guys! JoJo did this with a purpose. In fact, he just wanted to keep the monster away from those who couldn't defend themselves and then find a way to confront him on his own. The thing the cunning young man was confident could defeat Kars was a fighter jet. Joseph planned to lure the monster to a volcano and fight a life-or-death battle right there. Although not certain, it was very likely that the volcano's magma could burn away Kars's immortal life. Hiding his courage, JoJo flew the fighter jet towards the monster with a plan to perish together with him inside the volcano. To add fuel to the fire for the young man, Stroheim also did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to create a heroic feat with Joseph. Lady Luck was on the side of humanity. The plane was dragged down into the blazing magma pit, while Joseph and the German commander miraculously survived in the nick of time. Still not dead, Kars created an armor for himself that could withstand the heat of the magma. Taking advantage of JoJo's lack of focus, he unleashed a unique move, cutting off one of the cunning young man's arms. To know more about the overwhelming origin of Kars, let's go back 10,000 years, before humans even knew how to record history. At that time, existing alongside humans was another race that could only live under the moonlight and in underground cities. Possessing great power, they only feared the sunlight. That race still decided to coexist peacefully with humans, but then, an ambitious and arrogant being was born to rule the world. He created what was called the Stone Mask. Not accepting such a brutal being, the members of this race united to destroy his existence. To fight against that rebellion, the monster killed his own kind without feeling any remorse. After 10,000 long years, Kars's ambition to rule the sun finally came true. To mock a warrior who used ripple like Joseph, the monster used that very power to attack, causing JoJo's body to be corroded bit by bit. In the moment of awaiting death, instinct told Joseph to use the red stone to block the monster's ultimate technique. Affected by that amplified energy source, the volcano erupted like a wrathful fury. The rocks erupted from the volcano at this time had an escape velocity so strong that they sent the monster's super body into outer space. The coldness of space froze Kars's entire body. Now, he would have to suffer the punishment of drifting throughout the universe in an immortal body that could not die. Some time passed. Everyone thought Joseph was dead and held a very sorrowful funeral. But no one knew that the cunning guy was still alive and kicking, and even married Susie Q. After that, Elizabeth Joestar revealed that she was JoJo's biological mother. Erina Joestar continued to work as a teacher and then passed away peacefully at the age of 81. Speedwagon also passed away not long after from a heart attack at the age of 89. Several decades later, the Joseph of old had become a middle-aged man, but his cunning personality had not been abandoned. Currently, he was on his way to the distant country of Japan, and that is also where the journey of the third JoJo begins. Season 3. Stardust Crusaders. Somewhere on the ocean, a ship accidentally fished up a coffin with Dio's name carved on it. A few days later, no one knew what happened to that ship. Those who found it only saw one thing, an iron coffin that had been forced open. Back to the main story of the film. Jotaro Kujo, 17 years old, is currently imprisoned for beating a group of armed thugs with his bare hands, to the point where they were hospitalized in critical condition. Because of this, Holy, Jotaro's mother, had to go to the police station to bail him out. However, Jotaro refused to be released and told his mother to go home. The reason was that he was trying his best to suppress an evil spirit awakening within his body. Of course, the two police officers didn't believe such a ridiculous, superstitious story. So, JoJo had no choice but to prove to them the power of the spirit possessing him. In a flash, Jotaro took the officer's gun without touching him. Not only that, he even shot himself in the head. But just as the bullet was about to pierce his skull, a mysterious spirit appeared and stopped it. To help her son escape the cursed spirit, Holy contacted her father, Joseph Joestar, to come to Japan for help. It seems Joseph also knew very well about his grandson's situation and had prepared a few plans. But even when Joseph came to the Cujoh house to persuade Jotaro to leave, he still stubbornly refused. With the gentle approach having failed, Joseph switched to his second plan, using force. The one to discipline Jotaro was not his grandfather but a fortune-teller named Avdol. Similar to Jotaro, Avdol also had an evil spirit following him. Its name was Magician's Red. Attacked unexpectedly, Jotaro's self-defense instincts kicked in. This time, the spirit following Jotaro revealed its true form as a mighty warrior. Realizing Jotaro's spirit was very strong, Avdol had no choice but to be more ruthless if he didn't want to be killed. Joseph explained that the spirit his grandson thought was evil was actually a manifestation of his own power. Those who control these spirits call them stands. Being attacked by Avdol made Jotaro furious. At this point, he decided to fight seriously. Surprisingly, facing Jotaro's deadly attack, the fortune-teller turned and no longer wanted to fight. The reason Avdol did this was that he had successfully lured Jotaro out of his cell. To help Jotaro understand what was happening, Joseph told his grandson everything he knew. Joseph said that Dio, the family's lifelong enemy, had risen once again. Similar to Jotaro, even Joseph possessed his own stand. His ability was to create thorny vines that could reveal distant images and print them on film. The image Joseph showed was Dio's body bearing a star-shaped birthmark, just like the ones on the members of the Joestar family. This proved that the body the villain was using was Jonathan Joestar's. To destroy Dio once and for all, Joseph and Jotaro must act immediately. An incident occurred while Jotaro was on his way to school. A strange man was watching him from a distance. It's unknown what ability he used, but by just affecting a portrait of JoJo, he caused Jotaro's leg to be cut. From what the strange man said, he was a stand user sent by Dio to eliminate Jotaro. Shamelessly, after attacking JoJo, the man approached him, feigning kindness before leaving. He also revealed his name was Kakyoin. Meanwhile, in a secret hideout, Dio, who had successfully taken over Jonathan Joestar's body, had survived for 100 years at the bottom of the ocean. The life force of that body had given Dio a new power called a stand. Because the members of the Joestar family have a very strong connection, when the villain awakened his stand power, the remaining family members also possessed that power. Fearing another bitter defeat, Dio was determined to destroy his lifelong rival once and for all. At the school's infirmary, trouble found Jotaro once again. Kakyoin's stand had somehow possessed a teacher at the school and driven her mad. Not wanting to harm an innocent person, JoJo did not hesitate to kiss his teacher to use his own stand to pull out the opponent's stand and suppress it. However, with just that simple move, Jotaro couldn't defeat Kakyoin. By creating water, Kakyoin's Hierophant Green escaped being suppressed by JoJo's stand. Not stopping there, he immediately used Hierophant Green's strongest technique, Emerald Splash, aiming it at Jotaro. When hit by that attack, a green fluid would spread through the body and destroy all internal organs. As a representative of justice, Jotaro declared that he would act to punish evil. The one to be judged in this battle was none other than Kakyoin. The Emerald Splash he fired no longer caused damage to Jotaro's stand. Instead, the powerful punches of his Aura barrage knocked Kakyoin out. To get more information about Dio, JoJo brought his opponent home for interrogation. As soon as he saw Kakyoin, Joseph concluded that the reason he swore loyalty to Dio was because of some kind of parasite controlling his brain. The thing implanted in Kakyoin's brain was called a flesh bud, a cell from Dio. Those controlled by a flesh bud will obey the villain, even at the cost of their own lives. Avdol mentioned that about 4 months ago, he also met Dio in Cairo. He also had a plot to implant a flesh bud in the fortune-teller's brain, but luck helped Avdol survive in the nick of time. If the flesh bud is not removed, the controlled person's brain will be destroyed, and they will die. Jotaro said that saving Kakyoin was not impossible. His stand has incredible speed and precision, enough to catch a flying bullet. Therefore, just by using that power, JoJo could save the poor young man without damaging his brain. Indeed, Jotaro's composure successfully helped him remove the flesh bud and save Kakyoin's life. Not only was Kakyoin saved by JoJo, but he was also cared for by Holy as if he were a family member. The kindness of Jotaro and his mother made the young man very grateful to the Joestar family for what they did for him. It seemed everything was fine, but the next morning, Holy came down with a high fever. This was not a normal human illness. She was like this because her stand was awakening and harming her body. As a member of the Joestar family, when Dio awakened, Holy was also affected by a stand. Normally, a stand is guided by the owner's fighting spirit, but JoJo's mother was a gentle and kind woman, so she didn't have enough strength to control her own stand. If this situation continued, Holy would soon be killed by her stand. To prevent this, they had to destroy Dio and break his curse. JoJo's group had only about 50 days before the thorny stand drained all of Holy's life force. The first clue obtained from Joseph's Hermit Purple was the image of a fly. According to the encyclopedia, this type of insect is only found in the area near the Nile River in Egypt. Feeling indebted to the Joestar family, Kakyoin decided to join JoJo's group on the journey to destroy the villain Dio. Before setting off, Avdol wanted to name Jotaro's stand. Through tarot cards, the card Jotaro drew was named Star Platinum. Knowing that the Joestar family would surely come for him, Dio ordered his subordinates to stop them. The journey from Japan to Egypt would be a difficult and arduous one for Jotaro's group, as they didn't know when the enemy might ambush them. Sure enough, as soon as JoJo's group boarded the plane, the first enemy appeared. To be precise, it was the enemy's stand, shaped like an insect. Avdol said it loved to rip out its victims' tongues. Despite its small size, this insect was extremely dangerous. It could even dodge an attack from Star Platinum, a stand with the speed to catch a bullet flying at top velocity. Taking advantage of Jotaro's moment of carelessness, the insect's stand immediately attacked, aiming for his tongue. Luckily, Star Platinum managed to block it with its teeth before its stinger could touch JoJo's tongue. The tarot card representing this dangerous insect was named Tower of Grey. This user had caused many massacres and made them look like accidents. Worse yet, the one with this power had now become a subordinate serving Dio. To win, JoJo's group needed to find the user of Tower of Grey, but finding the exact enemy on a plane full of passengers was no simple task. Without provoking JoJo's group, the opponent controlled Tower of Grey to rip out the tongues of several passengers, killing them mercilessly. Currently, Jotaro and the others were in the air. If they used Star Platinum or Magician's Red, they could cause the plane to explode. In other words, the most suitable stand for this situation was Kakyoin's Hierophant Green. Not just talking, the handsome young man immediately launched a continuous barrage of emerald splash towards Tower of Grey. However, the bug's speed was too fast. It dodged the rain of emeralds from Hierophant Green with ease, and launched an attack that injured Kakyoin's. But that was the trap the handsome young man wanted to lure Tower of Grey into. While the filthy bug was not paying attention, Kakyoin extended the limbs of Hierophant Green, covering the area. The moment it attacked was also the end of its wretched life. Even so, the danger was not over yet. The pilots had been killed by Tower of Grey from the beginning, and the control system was destroyed. As someone who had been in many plane crashes, Joseph was confident he could land the plane and ensure the safety of the passengers. A few hours later, the plane landed in the sea off Hong Kong. Choosing to travel by plane was too dangerous, so JoJo's group decided to change their plan and go by sea. With about 10,000 kilometers left before reaching Egypt, they needed to be on high alert for Dio's subordinates who could appear at any time. As expected, inside a shop in Hong Kong, JoJo's group encountered another stand user. He introduced himself, saying the card representing his stand was named Silver Chariot. The man with the distinctive hair said his name was Polnareff. His stand, Silver Chariot's power, was terrifying. Polnareff even demonstrated his ability to play with fire by using his sword to slice the air and cut Magician's Red's flames into small pieces. To fight fairly, Polnareff invited his opponent, Avdol, to an open space. The chosen location was a park, a perfect terrain for Magician's Red to unleash its full power. Not wanting to waste time, the man with the distinctive hair immediately had Silver Chariot attack Avdol relentlessly. He even taunted his opponent by using his sword slashes to carve a statue in the park into the shape of Magician's Red. Furious, the fortune teller used his special move, Crossfire Hurricane, against his opponent. But Polnareff, who possessed a stand that could cut flames, countered the attack without much difficulty. The man with the distinctive hair arrogantly thought he had the upper hand. Polnareff didn't know that from the beginning, he was being tricked by Avdol, who used fire to obstruct his vision. The opponent the man with the distinctive hair had attacked was actually the statue he had carved earlier. Seizing his opponent's opening, Avdol once again launched his Crossfire Hurricane, hitting Silver Chariot directly. The damage was severe, but the fortune teller's efforts only managed to break his opponent's armor, not truly defeat him. Also being a speed type, stand, when its armor was removed, Polnareff's Silver Chariot could display its full inherent power. Silver Chariot's godlike movement speed increased rapidly, creating an army of afterimages to deceive the opponent's vision. In this situation, Avdol could only attack blindly in desperation. This was exactly what the man with the distinctive hair was waiting for. Seeing the fortune teller's opening, Silver Chariot did not hesitate to charge forward, delivering powerful sword thrusts and severely injuring Avdol. The battle became increasingly tense, with both sides attacking each other frantically. But in the end, Avdol's intelligence helped him win against a formidable opponent. Taking pity on his opponent, the fortune teller gave Polnareff a knife and told him to commit suicide. As a warrior, the man with the distinctive hair chose a slow death, being burned by Magician's Red's fire. The reason behind Polnareff's actions was similar to Kakyoin's. He was also controlled by one of Dio's flesh buds. Not wanting an honorable warrior like him to die in vain, Jotaro used Star Platinum to free him from the villain's cells. When he came to his senses, Polnareff told everyone about the tragedy of his life. Many years ago, in a French village, his sister was brutally murdered by an assassin. The only information the man with the distinctive hair had about the killer was that he had 2 right hands and was also a stand user. Polnareff swore to avenge his poor sister at all costs. But in the process, he was implanted with a flesh bud by Dio. Now that he was freed, the man with the distinctive hair decided to join JoJo's group in their conquest against the villain. After recruiting a new member, JoJo's group continued their journey to Egypt. The next location they needed to dock at was Singapore. On the ship carrying JoJo's group, a noisy situation suddenly occurred, caused by a young boy. It would have been fine if the boy hadn't jumped into the sea and tried to swim to shore on his own. It was known that this sea area was a frequent hunting ground for sharks. Just as the words were spoken, a shark appeared. If Jotaro hadn't heroically intervened, the boy's life would have ended in his preschool years. Surprisingly, the person JoJo saved was a young girl disguised as a boy. The reason why was still unknown, But this was not the time to relax, because every square meter seemed to host a stand user. This time, Kakyoin had to be the hero. Otherwise, the two would have surely become shark food. What was noteworthy was that only the stand appeared, while its controller had not yet shown themselves. Through Joseph's inspection, the crew members were not stand users. Therefore, the most suspicious person at this time was the young girl Jotaro had just saved. At this moment, the ship's captain appeared. He did not hesitate to provoke JoJo with incredibly harsh words. In retaliation, Jotaro decided to expose the captain and accuse him of being the enemy. He claimed that when a stand user inhales smoke, a red blood vessel would appear on their nose. This was a deceptive trick JoJo had just come up with. Unexpectedly, it made those with something to hide flinch. Unable to hide any longer, the rotten old man had to admit it. His stand was named Dark Blue Moon, a spirit specializing in underwater combat. Knowing he couldn't fight JoJo's group, the rotten old man kidnapped the little girl as a hostage to lure them into the sea. Possessing one of the top-tier speed, stands just as the rotten old man was about to touch the water, Jotaro used his signature Aura barrage to give him a beating he'd remember until his next life. The moment JoJo pulled the stowaway girl onto the boat, something grabbed his arm and began to drain Star Platinum's strength bit by bit. An extremely strong pull caused Jotaro to fall into the sea. Underwater, the old man's dark blue moon stand was the master, falling into a disadvantageous position. But as usual, JoJo remained very calm. Being an ordinary human, he also needed air to breathe. Just as he was about to surface to catch his breath, the rotten old man used the power of Dark Blue Moon to create a whirlpool to block Jotaro's path. Inside this whirlpool were countless fish scales rotating at high speed. If anyone intended to jump into the sea to save JoJo, they would be immediately cut into minced meat. With no other option, Jotaro could only rely on himself. In the face of danger, the men of the Joestar family always awaken new abilities when confronting difficulties. This time, it was the third JoJo's turn. By accumulating energy at the fingertips of Star Platinum, Jotaro unleashed an extremely sharp slash called Starfinger. With that clean cut, JoJo turned the rotten old man into a piece of sashimi in the deep sea. Knowing there was a chance of failure, the despicable captain had placed several automatic bombs on the ship. If he were unfortunately killed, the ship would explode, taking everyone with it. Thanks to their quick actions, the whole group was saved by lifeboats. After drifting at sea for many hours, a cargo ship responded to Jotaro's group's distress signal and appeared shortly after. JoJo and the others were rescued while adrift in the middle of the sea. However, he still felt worried because there were no sailors on the ship. After checking, even the control room had no captain. But the ship's machinery was still operating very well. The only sign of life JoJo's group found on this ship was an orangutan with a perverted face, locked in a cage. Just then, something unfortunate happened on the ship. An unlucky sailor was killed by a crane, even though no one had touched its controls. To be sure that this ship had no stand users, Jotaro and the others decided to investigate every nook and cranny to not miss any clues. In order to protect the stowaway girl, Joseph advised the little girl to stay with the crew and avoid being alone in any situation. But children often don't listen to adults. The mischievous girl went to the orangutan's cage to talk to it. The wild animal began to exhibit strange behaviors in front of the girl, such as smoking and reading a magazine, just like a human. Jotaro had a bad feeling and went back to the orangutan's cage to check, only to find it had escaped at some point. The perverted animal intended to harm the stowaway girl, knowing she had no strength to protect herself. Fortunately, JoJo arrived in time to rescue the girl from a very dangerous situation. The perverted orangutan flew into a rage because Jotaro had prevented it from carrying out its wicked intentions. The strange thing was, although he couldn't see the animal's stand, objects on the ship kept flying towards JoJo as if controlled by some power. Before the secret could be discovered, everyone on the ship was controlled by the orangutan's strange power. The reason Jotaro couldn't see the perverted animal's stand was because he was standing on its body. This giant cargo ship was the orangutan's stand, so it could control the ship in any way it wanted. The tarot card representing the perverted animal's stand was named Strength. True to its name, the animal possessed so much power that it could make its stand visible to ordinary people. Even so, an animal is still just an animal. With just a few simple provocations, Jotaro made the perverted orangutan lose its composure. Once the opponent was no longer calm, JoJo could take advantage of that to turn the tables. Knowing it was animal abuse, but to save his comrades' lives, Jotaro used Star Platinum to attack the orangutan without mercy. The stand user was defeated, which also meant the ship would disappear. JoJo's group had to drift at sea again and pray that a lifeboat would drift to Singapore. As soon as he learned that the strength card had been defeated, Dio ordered his subordinate to set up an ambush in Singapore, where Jotaro's group would be arriving next. The group arrived in the clean city of Singapore shortly after. To continue their journey, they needed to rest and regain their strength. Since the stowaway girl's father wouldn't arrive for another 5 days, JoJo's group had no choice but to become reluctant babysitters. The group split up into 4 different rooms. Since Polnareff and the stowaway girl were alone, it was highly likely one of them would have to face the enemy. And so it was. As soon as he entered the room, the man with the distinctive hair could feel the opponent's presence. He said his name was Devo, and the tarot card representing his stand was Ebony Devil. To gain an advantage, Polnareff immediately used Silver Chariot to inflict severe wounds on the opponent, but this was also the condition for Devo to use his stand power. Immediately after the enemy mysteriously disappeared, Polnareff continuously received wounds on his body. What was noteworthy here was that the man with the distinctive hair couldn't see how he was being attacked. According to Avdol, Devo was a very fearsome assassin. The key to his power was revenge. To do that, Devo had to be attacked first, and then he would curse his opponent. While Polnareff was crawling under the bed to get the room key, he accidentally fell into a trap that Devo had prepared. The man with the silver hair couldn't use Silver Chariot optimally because his stand couldn't fight an opponent the user couldn't see. With all his effort, Polnareff managed to escape from being tied up, but Devo had also prepared for this. He had covered the bed with alcohol-based liquids. With just a small flame, the man with the distinctive hair would instantly become a charred corpse. But Polnareff was no amateur. He had intentionally used Silver Chariot to break the mirror in the room so he could see Devo's reflection through the broken pieces. Not retaliating for what the puppet had done, the man with the distinctive hair used Silver Chariot's sword to tear through the opponent's body and gave him a free ticket to tour hell. To find the next clue about Dio, Joseph once again used Hermit Purple on the hotel television. The information he heard through the stand was that a traitor had infiltrated their group. While Kakyoin and Jotaro were out for a walk with the little girl, a strange incident occurred. A thief snatched Kakyoin's wallet and was immediately caught. What's notable is that Kakyoin tortured the thief brutally. The act of torture is understandable, as everyone gets angry sometimes, but when Jotaro wasn't looking, Kakyoin continued to display his unusual personality. This time, he was devouring bugs on a tree as if he had been starved for years. For someone with keen senses like JoJo, it wasn't hard to realize his friend was possessed. Without holding back, Jotaro punched Kakyoin in the face, causing his mouth to split wide open like a zombie in a horror movie. To protect the girl, the third JoJo dragged Kakyoin onto a cable car for easier handling. When only the 2 of them were left, the enemy revealed his identity. The tarot card representing his stand was called Yellow Temperance. If hit by this stand's liquid, one's body would slowly be corroded. Additionally, the liquid could burn anything it touched. Knowing he was facing a tough opponent, Jotaro quickly escaped from the cable car. However, no matter where JoJo fled, Yellow Temperance would follow. In difficult times like these, only the secret technique of the Joestar family could save his life. That secret technique is called run away and figure it out later. Though he was running, this guy ran much more bravely than Joseph. He left the cable car with the intent of dragging the enemy into the sea with him. Knowing that his opponent couldn't breathe underwater, he would surely have to remove his liquid armor to breathe. That was the kind of retreat JoJo was waiting for. To teach the arrogant fool a lesson, Jotaro continuously punched and elbowed his opponent. Knowing he had the upper hand, JoJo used his intimidating presence to threaten Yellow Temperance into revealing all the information he knew. The man revealed that among the stand users hunting JoJo's group, there was one named J. Guile. The card he possessed was the Hanged Man, and he was also the one who killed Polnareff's sister. Yellow Temperance spewed out these secrets with the intention of distracting JoJo and waiting for a chance to counterattack. But he didn't know that Jotaro was the nemesis of those who play dirty. After Dark Blue Moon and Strength, Yellow Temperance became the next victim of Star Platinum. After their victory, the group decided to continue their journey to Egypt. This time, the place they would visit was the land of the Buddha. As soon as they arrived in India, JoJo's group suffered a severe culture shock. The people were so friendly that they even swiped Kakyoin's wallet in the chaos. Even going to the bathroom wasn't as normal as in other countries. Polnareff was scared out of his wits when he saw a pig's head emerge from inside the toilet bowl. Finding himself in an extremely awkward situation, he had no choice but to hold it in until he could find a toilet that was more suitable for normal people. Although he was a supporting character, Polnareff seemed to be a favorite of the author, as he continuously encountered enemy stands. From the clues Jotaro provided, he immediately recognized the stand of the man who had murdered his sister. Eager to avenge his sister, Polnareff decided to go and deal with the man with 2 right hands by himself. However, Avdol stopped him, thinking it could be a provocation from the opponent to isolate Polnareff. A small argument broke out between them. Nevertheless, the man with the distinctive hair held his ground. In a desert in India, the opponents of JoJo's group gradually revealed themselves, not only Guile with the Hanged Man stand, but also a cowboy possessing the Emperor stand. While searching for the whereabouts of the villain who killed his sister, Polnareff had to face Whole Horse, the wielder of the Emperor stand. The two faced each other like a gunfight in the Wild West. Whole Horse, with a stand in the form of a gun, fired first. If it were a normal bullet, Polnareff could have easily blocked it, but even the bullet fired from the gun was the cowboy's stand. If not for Avdol's timely arrival, Polnareff would have met a very tragic end. But the danger didn't stop there. Through a reflection in the water, the Hanged Man stabbed a knife straight into Avdol's back, leaving him unable to defend against Whole Horse's oncoming bullet. Polnareff's carelessness caused the fortune teller to lose his life in India. Witnessing his friend's death due to his own mistake, combined with the responsibility of avenging his sister, Polnareff nearly collapsed. He was furious, attacking blindly when provoked by the Hanged Man. Whole Horse and J. Guile intended to use the same old trick on him, but it failed due to Kakyoin's timely intervention. Right now, they didn't have time to grieve for Avdol's loss, but had to focus on preparing for battle at any moment. But defeating Guile was not a simple matter, because JoJo's group's stands could not affect the Hanged Man, as it was a stand that existed within the reflected world of a mirror. While trying to find a way to counter the opponent's ability, the Hanged Man caught up with Kakyoin and Polnareff through the reflection on the metal piece of the steering wheel. Being hit by the enemy caused the car to crash, injuring 2 members of JoJo's group. In a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune, this encounter allowed Polnareff to see through the enemy's true ability. The Hanged Man was a stand that operated based on light. As long as there was a place that could reflect, he could reside within it, waiting for the opportunity to attack the opponent. A young boy suddenly appeared at the scene of the accident. The situation became even worse when the Hanged Man managed to move into the boy's eye through its reflection. To protect himself from J. Guile's attack, the necessary thing Polnareff needed to do was to destroy the boy's eyeball. At the most critical moment, he came up with a perfect plan, to make the boy close his eyes with dust. With no place to hide, the Hanged Man had no choice but to move to another nearby environment, which was Polnareff's eyeball. Before the opponent could move, Polnareff successfully used Silver Chariot to hit him. The simplest thing now was to find J. Guile's hiding place. The scoundrel also knew very well that Polnareff and Kakyoin had never seen his face, so he attacked a nearby man to create a disguise. After achieving his goal, he continued to lure nearby beggars to cling to the 2 members of JoJo's group. By doing so, J. Guile could freely move back and forth between the beggars' eyeballs. Not letting Polnareff hog the spotlight, Kakyoin also decided to show his mettle. With a gold coin, he made everyone present look in one direction, and that would surely be the Hanged Man's next destination. Immediately, Polnareff forced J. Guile's stand to leave its hiding place, then took advantage of this rare opportunity to punish the one who had killed both his sister and his friend. After settling the score with the Hanged Man, Emperor would be the next to suffer the same fate. But just as JoJo's group was about to deliver judgment, an Indian girl appeared to save his life. They had no idea that the girl was also a subordinate of Dio. After the costly victory of JoJo's group, they continued on their journey to the sacred city of Varanasi. Earlier, Joseph had been bitten by an insect, leaving a bite mark on his hand. This bite gradually swelled into a very scary-looking tumor. The source of that bite came from the same girl who had saved Whole Horse earlier. An Indian doctor said that surgery was needed before the wound on Joseph's hand became infected. But when the surgery took place, the doctor was killed by the scary tumor on the second JoJo's hand. He knew very well that it was the enemy's stand, but Joseph couldn't do anything about it because Hermit Purple was not a combat-capable stand. The most thorough solution in this situation was to seek help from his comrades. but the tumor had no intention of letting the second JoJo get his wish. Because the tumor had become a part of Joseph's body, he couldn't use his ripple technique to harm it. The longer it dragged on, the faster the enemy's stand would grow. It even now had physical strength far superior to the second JoJo. But we may have forgotten that Joseph was talented in deceiving opponents with his facial expressions. At first glance, he seemed panicked, but during that time, he had figured out a way to defeat the opponent. By drawing a map of the entire city through hermit purple, the second JoJo knew where a barrel of tar was. Just by dipping the ugly tumor into that liquid, it would be solidified and unable to move. Defeating an immobilized opponent was easier than breathing for Joseph. With the binding of hermit purple, the second JoJo tore the ugly old woman into many pieces and won a convincing victory against the Empress stand. After all, he was the one who had saved the world from the conquest of the Pillar Men. After countless difficulties in India, Jotaro's group now continued their journey straight to the border of Pakistan. On the way, the group met the stowaway girl again, which meant they had to become reluctant babysitters once more. A beat-up car appeared out of nowhere, blocking the group's path. What's notable is that when the crazy driver gave way for Polnareff to pass, a large truck suddenly rushed towards them from the opposite direction. If not for Jotaro's quick thinking and using Star Platinum to stop it, their journey might have ended in a very anticlimactic way. Not wanting to encounter the crazy driver, Jotaro's group found a roadside stall to rest. Who would have thought they would see that beat-up car parked under a nearby tree? Knowing that the driver wouldn't be foolish enough to show himself, JoJo's group had no choice but to use violence to threaten all the customers inside the roadside stall. However, none of the customers they threatened was the owner of that beat-up car. Angry at being played for a fool, Polnareff was determined to make the driver pay in the most painful way possible. The group immediately chased after him, but surprisingly, when they reached a turn, the crazy driver's beat-up car disappeared without a trace. Then, just a few seconds later, it reappeared behind JoJo's group's car and used all its force to push them into a deep ravine. In this perilous situation, the two young men, Kakyoin and Jotaro, coordinated their stands perfectly, helping them turn the tables against the opponent. However, things didn't end that easily, because the crazy driver was also a stand user. The card representing his stand was called Wheel of Fortune. That was why his beat-up car had such incomprehensible powers. When its true power was revealed, Wheel of Fortune could shoot something invisible, injuring each member of JoJo's group one by one. In a moment, Jotaro and the others realized the opponent's ability. The beat-up car could shoot gasoline at a high speed, like a bullet. Furthermore, when the body was covered in gasoline, even a small spark would become a formidable threat. The third JoJo was unfortunately targeted by the driver. With just a spark, he set the boy's body ablaze. But that was only what the crazy driver saw. In reality, the thing that was burned was just Jotaro's coat. His body was still intact. By hiding underground and not giving the opponent a chance to repent, JoJo immediately unleashed his signature move, giving the opponent a lesson. Not only that, the group also tied him to a rock. With the situation in the middle of nowhere, it was very likely that nobody can rescue the crazy driver. After defeating Wheel of Fortune, the group continued to move into the territory of Pakistan. Before going deeper, JoJo's group said goodbye to the stowaway girl one last time, because on the next leg of the journey, it was feared that they would not be able to protect her from the more terrifying dangers that lay in wait. On the way, the group saw a large town covered in a thick fog. Worried that they wouldn't arrive at their destination before dark, Joseph proposed the idea of spending the night in this town. Although it wasn't a bad town, it seemed that the residents here did not like the presence of tourists. Everyone acted very strangely. While curious, Polnareff also discovered the corpse of a man on the side of the road that none of the residents paid any attention to. The strange thing was that the dead man had no injuries on his body, and his face looked as if he had encountered an extremely terrifying sight before he died. While waiting for the police to arrive, JoJo's group examined the corpse to find out the cause of death. When they took off his shirt, the group was stunned to find many large holes in the body. What was notable here was that these wounds did not show a single drop of blood. Knowing that only a stand user could cause these kinds of wounds, Joseph immediately changed his mind and wanted to get out of the town as quickly as possible. However, some kind of illusion caused the second JoJo to mistake a fence full of sharp spikes for his car. While things were in chaos, an old woman appeared and said that the group should stay the night in the town. She even offered a generous discount to welcome these new tourists. No one in JoJo's group knew that she was a subordinate of Dio and also the source of the strange things happening in the town. Everyone in the group was completely deceived by this old woman's appearance. Only Jotaro was still wary of her attitude. Whole Horse was also at Enya's hotel at this time and expressed his desire to help her defeat JoJo's group. But because Whole Horse had previously abandoned Enya's son, the man with 2 right hands, to die at the hands of Polnareff, she plotted to eliminate the despicable cowboy as well. Although they were allies on the same side, by using her stand to create a hole in Whole Horse's hand and blowing fog into it like an invisible string, Enya could easily control the cowboy like a puppet. The next person to become a victim of this scary old woman was none other than Polnareff, the one who had killed her son. Hearing a loud noise from downstairs, Polnareff went down to check. If he saw Whole Horse's corpse there, Enya's plan would be over. But since ancient times, nothing can stop human curiosity. Therefore, the old woman had no choice but to act friendly to distract Polnareff, then secretly used her stand to hide the cowboy's corpse. Polnareff blatantly asked about Enya's family and son. This made her very angry, because he was the one who had taken all of that away. Enya's plan was foiled when Whole Horse was still alive, and tried to signal to Polnareff about the danger he was about to face. But this warning came too late. Taking advantage of Polnareff's lack of focus, Enya did not miss this rare opportunity to attack him continuously. What was more frightening was that the townspeople suddenly appeared, but their faces were no different from corpses. The card representing Enya's stand was Justice. Its ability was to create fog and turn the dead into an army of zombies serving her exclusively. As long as Polnareff was injured, it was certain that he would suffer the same fate as Whole Horse. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Polnareff had no choice but to hide. But because of his curious nature, he was hit by one of Enya's zombies. That was also the condition for her to be able to control him like a puppet. First, to torture Polnareff, Enya forced him to lick the toilet bowl in a filthy bathroom. Fortunately, Jotaro arrived in time to save him from a disaster that would probably haunt him for the rest of his life. The zombies under Enya's command were no match for Star Platinum. But due to a mistake, JoJo was injured in the leg by a zombie boy. To prevent the old woman from using Justice to turn him into a puppet, Jotaro quickly used his stand to suck all the fog into his body. By doing this, JoJo would make it impossible for Enya to breathe. In just a few short minutes, he successfully defeated an extremely difficult stand to deal with. When he learned that Polnareff had been controlled to lick a toilet bowl, the mischievous old man Joseph did not hesitate to tease him, so much so that he didn't even notice that Whole Horse had secretly taken the group's car and escaped from the town. Right after capturing Enya in the border town, JoJo's group continued to go deeper into the financial and industrial center of Pakistan. While haggling with a vendor to buy some snacks, Joseph accidentally saw that the scary old woman had woken up in the carriage. What was more terrifying was that she kept staring at the vendor and muttering that she still hadn't revealed the secret of Dio's stand. But the vendor didn't seem to care about those words. At the same time, wriggling tentacles suddenly appeared from inside Enya's body and killed her mercilessly. The vendor introduced himself as Dan, whose name represented the lover's card, and he was the one who had caused Dio's flesh bud inside Enya's body to grow at an extreme speed with his stand power. Although no one in the group liked the evil old woman, as men, when they see injustice, they must step in to help. Without a moment's hesitation, Jotaro used Star Platinum to attack Dan, but somehow, the damage he inflicted was transferred to Joseph. When Enya took her last breath, Dan's stand had secretly crawled into the second JoJo's ear and infiltrated his brain. Because it had merged with the vendor, if he was hurt, the lover's stand would cause the person it had infiltrated to feel much more pain than the user. The situation became more difficult to handle as Dan's stand not only infiltrated Joseph's brain, but also brought with it Dio's flesh bud and implanted it in his brain. If they couldn't defeat the vendor and remove the flesh bud, a horrific death awaited the second JoJo. Jotaro, as Joseph's grandson, couldn't just stand by and watch helplessly. However, if he acted, it would mean causing his grandfather much more pain. To defeat this vile stand, Joseph, along with Kakyoin and Polnareff, temporarily moved away from Dan to find a way to deal with him, while Jotaro would be in charge of watching him. With the power of Hermit Purple, the second JoJo could project images from inside his brain directly onto a television. Through these live images, Kakyoin and Polnareff would shrink Silver Chariot and Hierophant Green and enter Joseph's brain to destroy the opponent. Knowing full well that Jotaro would not dare to act recklessly while his grandfather was still being controlled, Dan ordered him around like a slave to satisfy his pleasure of torturing others. Kakyoin and Polnareff had reached Joseph's brainstem, but Dio's flesh buds seemed to have invaded this area very quickly. To end this quickly, Polnareff immediately had Silver Chariot join the fight. However, because he underestimated his opponent, Polnareff had to pay the price for his overconfidence. The lover's stand not only had the power to infiltrate others' brains, but it could also disguise itself as any stand. Meanwhile, Jotaro was being humiliated by Dan. To get back at him after his comrades won, he did not forget to write down a list of the vile things his opponent had done, so that when the time came, JoJo would make the scoundrel pay back the debt with high interest. The situation was getting worse inside Joseph's brain. Every time Silver Chariot or Hierophant Green defeated the lovers, it would continue to split into more versions. To continue his despicable torture, Dan took Jotaro to a gold shop in Pakistan and forced him to steal gold from inside. Then, he reported it to the shop owner, causing JoJo to be beaten to a pulp by the gold shop's employees. The more he was humiliated by his opponent, the more his excitement for revenge grew. He knew for sure that his comrades would eventually win the final victory. Indeed, Kakyoin, with the trick of extending the limbs of Hierophant Green, found the true form of the lovers. He did not forget to give a few emerald splashes straight into the opponent's bullseye. Fearing he would be killed, the lovers tried to dig a hole inside Joseph's brain to escape. Immediately, the second JoJo used his family's ripple technique to destroy Dio's flesh bud inside his brain. This was the moment Jotaro had been patiently waiting for. Fearing punishment, Dan humbled himself to beg JoJo for his life. But in reality, his plan was to wait for the opportunity to have his stand infiltrate his opponent's brain. Dan didn't know that Star Platinum had a terrifying reflex. Catching a small creature like the lover's stand was easier than eating porridge. But killing him was not enough to entertain Jotaro. Therefore, he spared Dan's life to see how he would act. Unsurprisingly, the scoundrel still didn't learn his lesson. He intended to send the lovers into a nearby little girl's stand to take her hostage, not realizing that his stand was being bound by Hierophant Green. Finally, it was time to settle the debt. Normally, with other opponents, Aura would only be about 100 punches, but with Dan, he received around several tens of thousands of punches for daring to challenge the monster Jotaro. The closer JoJo's group got to Egypt, the more they won against their opponents. This time, the group had set foot in a country said to be so rich that gold was only sold for scrap, Dubai. To show off his wealth, as soon as he arrived in the United Arab Emirates, Joseph Joestar bought a luxury car to facilitate his travels. However, the problem they needed to solve first was to cross a vast, arid desert. Being a top-notch player, the second JoJo took the car he had just bought to trade for a few camels to cross the deadly desert. To prove his excellent skills, Joseph demonstrated his masterful camel riding technique to the whole group. After struggling for a few hours, the group successfully tamed the camels. Thus, their journey across the deadly land began. The Dubai sun at this time was very harsh, with temperatures reaching up to 50 degrees Celsius, causing everyone in the group to dehydrate quickly. But to meet his daughter's deadline, Joseph decided to keep moving until the sun set. Jotaro noticed something unusual in this desert when he looked at the time on his wristwatch. The watch showed it was past 8 p.m., but the sun was still present. The temperature was getting hotter and hotter, which made the whole group realize that the current sun was the stand of some user. Unable to fight the sun, stand directly, JoJo's group could only hide and find the hiding place of the enemy controlling it. Not only did it radiate heat, but the sun could also shoot fireballs with extremely high temperatures. To avoid becoming a dried-up corpse in this vast desert, Jotaro, along with Polnareff, used their stands to create a temporary shelter. Jotaro, Polnareff, and Kakyoin suddenly burst into laughter like madmen, making Joseph think they had gone crazy from the heat. But in fact, their strange emotions were not hard to understand, because all three young men had realized the enemy's hiding place was ridiculously easy to find. To prove it, Jotaro used Star Platinum to throw a rock towards the horizon, breaking something similar to a piece of mirror. The enemy hit by that blow was defeated instantly, and the sky of the vast desert returned to its original state. Another easy opponent became a victim of this cunning group. Kakyoin suddenly woke up in a mysterious park. Furthermore, a stand named Death 13 also appeared here and attacked him very violently. Fortunately, the images the handsome man saw were just a nightmare. The strange thing was that when he woke up, the wound that Death 13 had inflicted on him was still there. The only thing was that he couldn't remember anything about the dream. Another detail from the dream that Kakyoin still vaguely remembered was a poor dog being harmed and the sound of a crying baby. But perhaps that was all he could remember. A strange incident occurred. The owner of the rental plane went back on his word and refused to rent to Joseph, even though he had already paid a deposit, unless he accepted one condition: to take a seriously ill baby with them to the nearest clinic. Finding themselves in need of transportation, the group had no choice but to accept the ridiculously unreasonable condition. No one in JoJo's group knew that the baby was the source of the unforeseen disasters to come. This time, not only Kakyoin but also Polnareff were brought into the dream world. Kakyoin tried to convince his companion that this could be a barrier created by a stand, but Polnareff didn't pay any attention and thought it was just a dream. The consequences came immediately. Death 13 crawled out of the dog's corpse and began to threaten Kakyoin and Polnareff with words. The two of them had no way to fight back because Hierophant Green and Silver Chariot could not enter this dream world. In the moment of near death, Polnareff escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe thanks to Joseph waking him up in the real world. Even so, Polnareff would not be able to warn the other two about this danger, because his memory was erased when he escaped from the world of Death 13. In a panic, Kakyoin accidentally kicked Joseph, causing the plane to crash. Thanks to that, he once again luckily escaped death from this terrifying power. The battle was not over as long as the baby was still alive. Fearing he would forget the memories from inside the dream, Kakyoin quickly carved some characters into his arm. If they could successfully decipher those characters, JoJo's group would know how to stop the dangerous power of Death 13. Through the baby's strange gestures and the characters on his hand, Kakyoin's suspicion of the kid was completely justified. But because Polnareff's memory had been erased, and Jotaro and Joseph had not yet been targeted by Death 13, they thought Kakyoin was suffering from a mental illness. Being suspected by his companions also made Kakyoin gradually lose faith in his own instincts. The kid, witnessing this, was very pleased, thinking that victory was his. A desert scorpion suddenly appeared and crawled into the cradle where the kid was lying. It was smart enough to understand that if it was stung by the scorpion, it would be a goner. Therefore, the kid used a bobby pin to kill the dangerous animal. By some coincidence, Kakyoin witnessed the whole process. Fearing he would be exposed, the kid swallowed the scorpion. Its quick thinking pushed Kakyoin into a corner, once again making everyone look at him as if he were a madman putting on a show. And that night, when everyone was deep in sleep, that was when the real nightmare began. All three of them, Polnareff, Jotaro, and Joseph, were completely unable to fight empty-handed. In addition, in the dream, Death 13 could do whatever it wanted, no matter how absurd. Facing the kid inside this barrier was a sure death, because only the power of a stand can destroy a stand. Just as all hope seemed to be extinguished, Hierophant Green suddenly appeared to everyone's surprise. By summoning his stand before passing out and hiding it somewhere, Kakyoin could bring Hierophant Green into the opponent's dream, but things couldn't end there. Death 13 summoned a cloud, took a scythe, and cut both its own body and Hierophant Green in half. Thanks to its mechanical body, the kid was still safe and sound after that fatal blow. But for Kakyoin, it was not so certain. A shocking twist occurred. To avoid being outsmarted by his opponent, Kakyoin played a mind game back at him. Earlier, Hierophant Green had only pretended to be cut in half. Its real body had been disguised as the upper torso from the beginning of the fight. With this intelligent strategy, Kakyoin single-handedly won a spectacular victory against a very powerful stand. The next morning, everyone had forgotten everything that had happened. Only Kakyoin still remembered everything clearly, and to get revenge, he mixed the kid's poop with his food and let him enjoy a nutritious breakfast. Before reaching Egypt, JoJo's group will dock at an island. Joseph said that to defeat Dio, they need to meet someone who will play a very important role in the final battle. As soon as they landed on the island, something happened. Jotaro sensed that someone was watching his group. As soon as he was discovered, the man fled for his life. The strange thing was that his appearance was very familiar to JoJo's group. To find out the identity of the mysterious person, the whole group chased after him and discovered that he had a face very similar to Avdol, the friend who was killed in India. However, Joseph said that it was not the person Polnareff was thinking of, because in fact, he was the fortune-teller's father. Polnareff was confused, not knowing what to do, because it was because of him that Avdol was killed. Feeling guilty, he did not dare to face his best friend's father, and went to the sea to blame himself. On the shore, Polnareff accidentally found a magic lamp. When he carelessly rubbed the lamp, a spirit suddenly appeared and introduced itself as Cameo. Suspecting it was the stand of some user, Polnareff did not hesitate to attack, but Cameo's power was much superior to Silver Chariot. Suspicious as he was, Polnareff still tried his luck by wishing for himself to become rich, and just a few minutes after making the wish, he discovered a huge pile of treasure buried nearby. Though still wary of Cameo's wish-granting power, to verify the genie's power, Polnareff made a second wish, to bring his sister back from the dead. When Cameo disappeared, Polnareff couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his sister, Sherry, as she was back then, alive again. Unable to contain his joy, he immediately chased after his little sister to hug her. Unfortunately, the Sherry that Polnareff saw was just a zombie, ready to eat her own brother. To be precise, that was not his sister, but some disgusting entity created by the genie. Unable to accept the painful truth, Polnareff made a third wish, to return Sherry to her grave, her resting place. At this point, Cameo revealed his cruel nature. He said that he was a stand, not some legendary genie. Polnareff had forgotten that in his panic, he had accidentally made a third wish, for Avdol to come back to life. Now, facing two people whom he loved and respected very much in the form of zombies, it was impossible to resist. Cornered, Polnareff had no choice but to use his stand to send the two bodies of his beloved friends back to their resting place once again. Knowing that he would do that, Cameo appeared again to stop him. In the desolate wilderness, Polnareff couldn't call for his comrades' help. The only thing he could do now was to accept his cruel fate. In a daze, he saw another Avdol approaching. Thinking it was just a fantasy in his final moments, the real Avdol, with the power of Magician's Red, freed his companion from death. Back in India, because the hanged man had stabbed him deep in the back, Avdol was able to escape the Emperor's bullet in the nick of time. That's why he was able to survive. Appearing before Polnareff's utter astonishment, not only had Avdol returned from the dead, but his power had also grown much stronger than before. With a combo of rising knees and descending elbows, accompanied by a burning effect, Magician's Red showed the judgment what death is. Knowing that the stand's user couldn't be far away, the two split up to search and found his hiding place underground. Unable to hide his joy, Polnareff brought the news that Avdol was alive to the others, but they didn't seem to care or be happy at all. On the contrary, they acted indifferent upon hearing the news. In fact, the four of them had conspired to keep this a secret because they were afraid of Polnareff's habit of gossiping wherever he went. At that point, any surprise tactics against the enemy would surely be ineffective. To go deeper into the Red Sea area, Joseph used his family's power to buy a private submarine. By going deeper than 60 meters below the sea surface, they could avoid the enemy's pursuit. But Jotaro was still not at ease, because if the enemy attacked, the group would have no way out. Before docking in Egypt, Joseph called the U.S. to find his wife, Susie Q, to report that he was still safe. He did this mainly to prevent his wife from visiting their daughter, Holy, and finding out what was happening. Through a conversation with the butler, Joseph learned that Holy's condition was getting more and more serious. If they didn't finish off Dio within the specified time, it was feared that his daughter would be killed by her own stand. What Jotaro feared most had come to pass. The enemy had somehow infiltrated the submarine without anyone knowing. During a coffee break while waiting for the submarine to dock, the second JoJo accidentally picked up a cup that the enemy's stand had disguised itself as. Without dallying like the enemies they had encountered before, it immediately cut off one of his arms. According to Avdol, this stand was named High Priestess, and its user had the ability to control it from a very long distance. The power of High Priestess was that it could perfectly disguise itself as any object. If JoJo's group made a mistake for even a moment, this stand could take their lives at any time. At this moment, Susie Q called again. Jotaro tried to calm his grandmother down so she could be at ease, even though he was in the most difficult situation. With its continuous disguises, High Priestess injured each member of the group one by one. Even Jotaro's Star Platinum could do nothing against its unpredictable transformative power. Because the submarine was running out of air, JoJo's group had no choice but to get out and then plan to attack the opponent later. But whether High Priestess would let them get to land in one piece was still unknown. Before surfacing, Joseph taught everyone a basic diving course. Because they were at a depth of 40 meters, the water pressure was very high. If they surfaced too quickly, their lungs and blood vessels would burst immediately, which meant death. However, Before they could even get out of the submarine, High Priestess had turned into Polnareff's breathing tube at some point. Not giving him a chance to survive, it went straight into his body with the intention of tearing his internal organs to pieces. To save Polnareff, Joseph and Kakyoin coordinated their stands to pull High Priestess out. The group joined forces to fight, but even with the advantage in numbers, they couldn't stop High Priestess's power. The most feasible plan at this point was to get to land as soon as possible before they all became fish food. This time, to ensure she caught them all, High Priestess merged with the seabed to become a giant creature. With an extremely strong suction force, it sucked everyone into its body. It seems Jotaro had come up with a new plan and quickly discussed it with the group. They continuously praised the beauty of High Priestess's user, with the purpose of driving her crazy. However, it seems this battle plan went too far and put the third JoJo in a precarious situation. High Priestess used its giant teeth to crush Jotaro and Star Platinum, who bore the brunt of its damage. It was feared that if the flesh wasn't crushed, the bones would be ground to powder. That's what everyone thought. But no one understood the power of Star Platinum better than Jotaro. His stand was so strong that it could shatter an object nearly as hard as diamond, so destroying High Priestess's front teeth was not difficult at all. Successfully overcoming many arduous obstacles, the group finally set foot on the border of Egypt. Even so, the stand users in this country were still numerous, and even more dangerous than the previous opponents. It was certain that to save Holy from the curse of her stand, JoJo's group must kill Dio. Whether the Joestar family could win against their fated enemy of 100 years. Before entering the capital city of Cairo, Egypt, to have a decisive battle, JoJo's group had to find one more member to secure their victory. Right in the vast desert, a helicopter from the Speedwagon Foundation appeared. According to Joseph, it was the vehicle carrying the group's final comrade. Avdol had also met this person before. He said that the personality of the stand user who was coming was very difficult to handle and arrogant. The card that person possessed was named The Fool. Wanting to teach this comrade a lesson before he joined the team, Polnareff decided to strike first. He didn't expect that the stand user Joseph and Avdol were talking about was an extremely fierce dog. This dog's name was Iggy. He had a habit of pulling hair from people's heads, accompanied by a very classy fart. Of course, Iggy's first victim was none other than Polnareff. Too humiliated, he intended to use Silver Chariot to cut the arrogant dog into many pieces. However, Iggy's The Fool was a stand made of sand. With that power, it continued to embarrass Polnareff once again in front of his comrades. Before the Speedwagon Foundation left, Joseph asked about his daughter's condition in Japan and was told that her condition was quite bad. Holy had only 2 weeks left. In addition, the organization also received other information. Dio was recruiting 9 other stand users to serve under him. This meant that JoJo's group had to overcome 9 opponents and kill Dio before the 2-week deadline. Lost in conversation, the group was completely unaware that the first opponent had already arrived. Only Iggy noticed this person's presence. The Speedwagon Foundation's helicopter had an accident. They died for an incomprehensible reason. When Joseph tried to give the lucky survivor a little water, the water in the canteen cut the man's head off from his body. Knowing that this was the stand of an enemy sent by Dio to eliminate them, JoJo's group immediately went on high alert. Kakyoin, despite being on high alert, couldn't avoid being seriously injured. When Polnareff was about to suffer a similar fate, the alarm from the Speedwagon Foundation employee's watch went off. This sound accidentally helped him escape death. In addition, thanks to this, Jotaro knew that the enemy's stand attacked its victims based on sound. Kakyoin's wound could very well cause him to go blind if not treated. But the group couldn't move because just by making a sound, they would be hunted by the enemy. The only key to defeating Endul's Geb stand was Iggy's The Fool. But it seems the dog couldn't care less about this matter. Endul was well aware that JoJo's group had now landed. What he was waiting for was the sound of their movement. If anyone in the group made even the slightest noise, his water stand would target them. Avdol, with his intelligence, took off his bracelets to create fake sounds like human footsteps. The moment the enemy revealed himself, he would not hesitate to use Magician's Red to deliver a fatal blow. However, the fortune teller's stand was much slower than the Geb stand. Reacting in the nick of time, Endul inflicted a not-so-small wound on Avdol and forced him to make a sound as he fell. To save his friend's life, Jotaro, without fear of danger, ran in another direction to distract the opponent. For Dio's subordinates, Eliminating the third JoJo was a great achievement, so Endul wouldn't easily pass up such a delicious opportunity. However, it's not like Jotaro was running without a reason. He had grabbed Iggy, knowing that he had the ability to sniff out the enemy. If the dog didn't help the third JoJo find Geb's position, both he and Jotaro would have to die. To protect himself, Iggy used the Fool to fly into the air. Taking this opportunity, JoJo immediately followed and threatened the carefree dog to take him to the enemy. Unfortunately, Iggy's the Fool could only fly for a short distance. The wings it created from sand were gradually being depleted. With the sound of sand particles falling to the ground, Endul was fully aware that Jotaro was heading towards him. To avoid being attacked by the opponent unexpectedly, the third JoJo struck first. By throwing Iggy towards Endul, he was forced to use his stand to defend himself. It didn't want to be torn apart by the Fool. In that short time, Jotaro managed to run to Endul's side without him even knowing. To prevent being attacked, the blind man used his Geb stand to cover himself, creating a shield for when JoJo struck. Now, the two opponents were facing each other. Whoever struck faster would win. Of course, when it came to speed, no stand could match Jotaro's Star Platinum. Even though he failed, Endul's loyalty to Dio was very great. To avoid being interrogated by the opponent, the blind man used his own stand to commit suicide. Before disappearing, he revealed that the stand users recently recruited by Dio possessed cards representing the 9 Egyptian gods themselves. But as Endul had said, on the next leg of the journey, JoJo's group would have to face not one, but 2 opponents. The stand of one of them had the ability to predict the future with the highest accuracy. The stand Thoth of Boingo had predicted that JoJo's group would be poisoned when drinking water at some beverage shop. To increase the probability of success, Oingo decided to use his Khnum stand to disguise himself and infiltrate the opponent's team. Since Kakuin had suffered a rather severe wound, he needed to wait until he recovered. During that time, JoJo's group would have to fight with the absence of an important member. At a stall, Oingo disguised himself as a drink mixer to easily poison the group's drinks. But due to the high vigilance of the 2 Joestar grandfather and grandson, his plan was considered a failure. Just as he was about to change stalls to be sure, Polnareff, while smoking, accidentally let the ash burn down the entire drink shop opposite them. With no other choice, they had to order drinks at this stall, and that was also the opportunity for the opponent to poison them once again. Boingo's prophecy was about to come true when Iggy appeared and caused a commotion in the entire shop. The mischief of this carefree dog unexpectedly saved 3 members of JoJo's group from death in the nick of time. The assassination plan failed, so the 2 brothers, Oingo and Boingo, could only wait until the next omen appeared in the book. The next prophecy said that Jotaro, Joseph, and Polnareff would get in a car to go to the hospital to visit their 2 friends. Therefore, Oingo had secretly turned an orange into a bomb, so that when Jotaro ate it, he would be blown to bits. However, while the older brother was carrying out his dark plan, he was discovered by Joseph and Polnareff. To avoid his plot being exposed, he used his stand to disguise himself as the third JoJo. Oingo didn't expect that if he got in the car in Jotaro's form, the one to be hit by the prophecy would be none other than himself. Terrified, the older brother threw the bomb away, but Iggy brought the bomb back to the car. Once again, knowing that the Jotaro in the car was an imposter, Polnareff played a trick, turning Oingo into a clown. However, what he was really concerned about at this moment was that Thoth's prophecy would come true. The final joke Polnareff came up with was that whoever finished eating the oranges first would win. Oingo knew very well that this was also the last brief moment he would get to breathe the fresh air of the earth. Regardless of his cover being blown, the older brother did everything to get out of the death car. Unfortunately, at this moment, Polnareff threw the orange that Iggy had brought back outside. While running away, Oingo stepped on the bomb he himself had made, just as the warning in the book had predicted. The disaster didn't stop there, as the 2 unfortunate brothers were then beaten to a pulp by a group of thugs who appeared. Avdol's wound had healed, but Kakyoin needed some time to recover before he could continue the journey with JoJo's group, so they decided to go ahead to keep up with the deadline. At the hospital, Polnareff was jealous of Iggy for being loved by so many women there. While trying to find a way to disrupt his popularity, Polnareff once again had to suffer its super powerful fart. Somewhere in Egypt, a group of farmers accidentally found a precious sword. Some of them tried to pull it out of its scabbard, but no one could, except for a young man named Chaka. None of them knew that the sword possessed the stand of the god Anubis. Once the sword was drawn from its scabbard, someone had to die as a sacrifice to it. As the one who could draw the sword, Shaka was chosen as the master of this cursed sword. He was originally a gentle person, but upon accepting to be Anubis's master, the farmer became a villain who always craved killing. Sooner or later, JoJo's group would have to face this ruthless killer. On the way, Polnareff got separated from his group and had to face Chaka first. However, he showed no fear of him. On the contrary, he challenged him to a bloody one-on-one duel. Through Chaka's attack and sword-wielding style, Polnareff easily recognized that this was an amateur. But even so, he was still very cautious because he sensed something very strange emanating from the enemy's sword. Being on guard was not enough against Anubis's powerful sword. That sword could cut through any object it wanted. If Polnareff hadn't reacted in time to Chaka's slash, he would have been dead long ago. Knowing his advantage, Chaka hid behind the pillars, waiting for the moment Polnareff made a mistake. Seeing through this scheme, Polnareff immediately jumped up high to get a better overview. This was also Chaka's trap. This time, he didn't choose to cut through objects but cut a nearby pillar, causing it to fall towards Polnareff. In this perilous situation, Polnareff displayed the final skill of Silver Chariot, shooting his sword's blade like an arrow. By doing so, Polnareff initially proved that, although he often messes up, when he needs to perform, he is no different from a mighty warrior. Just after being praised, he returned to his usual antics. Out of curiosity about Chaka's sword, Polnareff was possessed by it, carrying it with him at all times. While Polnareff was preening his handsome appearance, Anubis possessed a barber, plotting to take his life when he was least on guard. Although Jotaro was nearby, Anubis was not afraid to act against Polnareff. As someone who was very particular about his hair, Polnareff was very familiar with the tools in a barbershop. By pulling the lever of the chair, he escaped its blade in an instant. After each encounter with an opponent, Anubis would memorize their power and increase its own strength to gain an advantage in battle. The thin blade, Polnareff's specialty, was completely outmatched by the opponent's violent stand. Anubis, possessing the barber, continuously launched slashes at his opponent. Even Polnareff's blade-shooting move was now useless against him. But knowing his comrade was in danger, Jotaro immediately summoned Star Platinum, sending the barber flying out of the shop. But as long as the sword was not destroyed, Anubis could possess anyone in the world. Having memorized Star Platinum's punch, the barber confidently rushed straight towards Jotaro to take his life. Being a calm person, the third JoJo showed no fear of his killing intent. With the recklessness of a young man, Jotaro used his stand to stop Anubis's blade with his bare hands, then broke it like a weak piece of wood. Just when things seemed to be settled, Polnareff was possessed by the sword again. This incident inadvertently put Jotaro in a situation where he had to fight and harm his own comrade. Winning was very easy for him, but it also meant that JoJo would have to kill Polnareff. Realizing that Jotaro was having a hard time making a choice, Anubis possessed Polnareff, summoned Silver Chariot, and then used a deadly dual-wielding technique. Resisting in vain, JoJo received a wound right in the stomach. Anubis didn't know that from the very beginning, the members of the Joestar family were very tough. A small wound couldn't make them falter. To teach the opponent a lesson, Jotaro unleashed the full power and speed of Star Platinum, destroying and eroding its blade bit by bit until only the hilt was left. Watching JoJo from the beginning, you should know that not only the main characters but also the enemies live very long. With the remaining part of the blade, the ownerless stand Anubis possessed a nearby boy. All he needed to do now was to throw the blade quickly at Jotaro and Polnareff and then take their lives. Who would have thought that at the most crucial moment, Iggy would appear? He tripped the boy, causing the trajectory of the throw to be far off, making him sink deep to the bottom of the Nile River to play with the fish for the rest of his life. Having defeated their opponents one by one, JoJo's group had now fully arrived at the Valley of the Kings, the burial place of the pharaohs of Egypt. While looking for the restroom, Joseph saw a strange electrical outlet in the middle of the arid desert. Curious to know what that strange thing was, the second JoJo accidentally touched it and got a shock that made him forget even about needing to go to the bathroom. Joseph didn't know that it was a power that would cause him countless difficulties in the near future. It turned out that the outlet was the stand of the god Bastet, belonging to a girl named Mariah. Since touching the outlet, Joseph's body began to emit a magnetic field, affecting the surrounding objects. As he walked past a man, the second JoJo didn't know that his magnetic field caused the man to suffer a horrific wound. The next morning, when he woke up, the magnetic energy radiating from Joseph grew stronger. His body attracted any object with magnetic properties, including the metal buttons on women's skirts. Realizing this unusual danger, the second JoJo had no choice but to run as fast as he could and warn everyone in the group. However, wherever Joseph went, objects with magnetic properties would fly towards him like wolves hunting prey. Because his body was attracting metal from all directions, but due to being old and forgetful, the second JoJo decided to use the hotel's escalator. The magnetic field was so strong that Joseph's body got stuck on the escalator. The only way to get out was to press the emergency stop button. Unfortunately, the emergency button in Egypt was installed in a different location, so the second JoJo had no way to stop the escalator that was gradually grinding him up. Thanks to his intuition, Avdol arrived in time to save him. But as long as Mariah was not defeated, the magnetic power would continue to exist inside Joseph. Seeing her hiding in the women's restroom, the second JoJo and Avdol quickly chased after her, regardless of their dignity, to save their own lives. The two of them had to cast aside their image as true gentlemen during this time, to enter the women's restroom. The only clue Joseph knew was that the opponent had very beautiful legs, so to catch her, they had no choice but to peek into the restroom stalls. The second JoJo didn't expect that the magnetic field radiating from his body had accidentally unlocked the doors of these stalls. As strong men, they had never been in such an embarrassing situation. What was more miserable was that the target they were looking for was not Mariah, but a very bold old woman. Before chasing Mariah again, Joseph warned Avdol not to touch anything shaped like an electrical outlet. But it seems the fortune teller had already accidentally touched it while saving the second JoJo from the escalator. When two people both radiate a magnetic field, they will attract each other. Because both Joseph and Avdol were stuck together, if they wanted to move, they had to separate first. If outsiders saw this situation, it's feared that nothing could cover up the humiliation. The working principle of their two bodies was similar to magnets. If the heads attracted each other, the other person just had to move down to the feet. Then, the negative and positive poles would repel each other. Knowing that, but saying is easier than doing. Moving in that stuck situation made Avdol and Joseph form a misleading posture. What was more humiliating was when the kids in the village gathered around to watch the two of them perform. To escape this embarrassing situation, the two members of JoJo's group used all their strength to separate. However, not long after separating, Joseph and Avdol attracted each other again, creating a very boring posture. The bold old woman from the women's restroom suddenly appeared. Seeing the man of her life, the second JoJo, being intimate with a young man, made her lose all feelings for him. On the contrary, she punished Joseph with her umbrella. Thanks to being in a perilous situation, the motivation of the two members of JoJo's group increased. This time, they really managed to separate. Seeing Mariah in front of them, Joseph and Avdol formed a pincer plan to catch her, not knowing that they were walking into a trap the opponent had set beforehand. The magnetic energy once again caused the two of them to stick together, but this time on a railway track where a train was approaching. Avdol couldn't destroy the railway because doing so would affect the innocent people on the train. As the train passed, Mariah was delighted, thinking she had eliminated two formidable opponents. Who would have thought that the two members of JoJo's group had survived thanks to Avdol's timely brilliance? Mariah's tricks didn't stop there. Understanding the power of the god Bastet, she had prepared a lot of bolts and nuts inside her bra to use when needed. When the metal nuts flew like bullets, Avdol quickly used Magician's Red to melt them into ashes. Realizing that Mariah's power would be weakened at a distance, Joseph used Hermit Purple to draw a map of the city. As long as he knew her location and intercepted her there, the outcome of this battle would be decided. Mariah also realized this and increased the magnetism in her opponent's bodies exponentially. Now, the bodies of the two members of JoJo's group could attract larger objects, which greatly restricted their movement. Next, Mariah cut high-voltage power lines so that Joseph and Avdol's magnetic energy would attract them. When it touched their bodies, both would become nothing more than charred corpses. Although this was outside the calculations of the two members of JoJo's group, it didn't derail their plan. In fact, the initial plan of Joseph and Avdol was to corner the opponent in a pincer. They were just waiting for their bodies to gather heavy objects to cause a massive amount of damage. When the time came, the second JoJo and the fortune teller didn't need to do anything other than let their bodies attract each other. Taking all that damage, even a strong man would have all his internal organs crushed, let alone a delicate and beautiful girl like Mariah. Going back in time a bit, while Joseph and Avdol were facing Mariah, Jotaro and Polnareff were about to face Alessi, the user of the god Sethan's stand. On the way, Polnareff began to suspect the pervert, with the two pigtails following him. Being a person with keen senses, he immediately recognized that he was the one sent by Dio. Of course, Polnareff would not let the opponent make the first move. He immediately called on Silver Chariot to charge towards Alessi to defeat him as quickly as possible. But that pervert was no pushover either. Before Silver Chariot reached Alessi, the shadow of the god Sethan had almost touched Polnareff. Not wanting to let the prey slip away, Polnareff immediately chased after the pervert. At this time, Alessi's Sethan stand began to activate. Polnareff's speed became much slower than his opponent's. By the time he realized its power, he had been turned into a little kid. Not only that, his memory had also been altered. He couldn't even remember Jotaro's name, even though he knew he was his comrade. Alessi said that the longer he stayed in that form, all his adult memories would completely disappear. But to defeat the pervert and return to his old form, as a child, it would be very difficult. This was also Alessi's despicable trick, because he didn't have the courage to face adults. The hobby of this two-pigtail pervert was to bully children who had no strength to resist. Not wanting to waste too much time, Alessi used a gun to shoot at Polnareff. Fortunately, since he was a child, Polnareff had possessed a stand, so in this form, he could still summon Silver Chariot to defend himself. Polnareff's efforts only went so far, because since his body was that of a child, his stand's power was similar. With his blade shooting technique, he managed to hold on for a short time. Thanks to a girl appearing there, Alessi did not dare to show himself to bully him anymore. In a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune, to escape the pervert's pursuit, Polnareff had no choice but to follow the beautiful girl home and then find a plan to turn the tables later. Being turned into a kid wasn't such a bad thing. Thanks to Alessi, Polnareff could now be close to an extremely beautiful and hot girl, and even be bathed by her. The moments of paradise didn't last long before the two-pigtail pervert reappeared. What's more, Polnareff could no longer feel the presence of the girl who had saved his life. Taking advantage of his much larger body, Alessi attacked Polnareff very fiercely. He intended to drown him until he ran out of breath. However, being a child's body also had its own advantages. Polnareff was not ashamed to poop in the bathtub. Seeing the baby's poop made the pervert panic. After escaping from Alessi's suppression, Polnareff did not run away, but instead searched for the whereabouts of the girl who had saved his life. The pervert revealed the true ability of the god Sethan. Anyone who touched the shadow would be de-aged according to the time they were in contact with the shadow. Earlier, because Polnareff managed to dodge in time, he only de-aged to 7 or 8 years old. But the beautiful girl, unfortunately, had touched Sethan's shadow for too long and had been turned into a small fetus. To save his benefactor, Polnareff did not hesitate to face Alessi. But this time, he touched Sethan's shadow again, so his body was once again shrunk. Pushed to a corner, he ran into a room and locked the door. He knew very well that the door couldn't hold him for long, so he found a way to hide inside the room. To mentally torture the pervert, he slowly broke the objects in the room as a warning. With his cunning, Polnareff hid inside the fish tank using a reflective mirror, and when the time came, he immediately gave his vile face a few scars. Already ugly and now unlucky. Just as he jumped out the window to chase Polnareff, Alessi had to face the battle god Jotaro. He once again used the same old trick to turn the third JoJo into a child. The despicable pervert didn't know that since he was young, Jotaro's punching skills were very excellent. Although he didn't have Star Platinum to beat Alessi to a pulp, for him, it was easier than drinking 2 liters of water every day. Sethan was neutralized, and his body had returned to its original state. Polnareff and Jotaro did not forget to send him to his resting place with the power of Silver Chariot and Star Platinum. The battle was over. The benefactor who had saved Polnareff also returned to the form of an adult girl. Not wanting this beautiful girl to be involved, Polnareff pretended that he had never known her and then left like a true man. JoJo's group has finally landed in the capital, Cairo. But to face Dio, they first need to overcome all the remaining stand users under his command. Using Hermit Purple, Joseph found the final boss's residence and began to ask the locals about the location of that mansion. Among the guests, there was a man who said he knew the location JoJo's group was looking for very well. But if they wanted this gambler to reveal it, Joseph had to play a game with him. As a professional gambler, Daniel J. Darby was very passionate about betting. However, the second JoJo refused this request. When things were too quiet, Polnareff once again made his appearance. Disregarding Joseph's words, he wanted to bet with this gambler. A gambling game, of course, must have an entry fee. Darby said he didn't need money. What he needed was Polnareff's soul. Thinking the man in front of him was just joking, Polnareff did not hesitate to go all in. In the first bet, he lost when the stray cat ate the piece of meat that Darby had chosen, not his. Upon losing, the gambler's Osiris stand did not hesitate to take what he had bet. The others couldn't attack Darby, because if he died, Polnareff would be forever trapped inside a chip. The only way to get back his soul was to play another game with the gambler. The second person to participate was Joseph. This time, he made the rules. Wine would be poured into a glass, and then each person would take turns dropping a coin into it. The person who made the wine spill would be considered the loser and lose their soul. Since this was Joseph's specialty, he had prepared beforehand. When he dropped the coin, the second JoJo had intentionally cheated by adding a little liquid to the wine glass to bring the surface tension to its limit. With this trick, as soon as Darby dropped another coin, the wine would surely spill. However, somehow, the gambler managed to drop a coin into the glass without spilling the wine. Because in his heart, he had already admitted defeat. Osiris also took Joseph's soul. Through the clues on the table, Jotaro discovered that Darby had cheated by sticking a piece of chocolate to the bottom of the glass to make it unbalanced. He just had to time it perfectly for the sun to shine on it, and the glass would return to its original position. At that point, Darby would have space to add another coin without fear of it spilling. Avdol was not a skilled gambler, so Jotaro took on the responsibility of challenging the gambler in the final match. The game this time was poker, and it was also what Darby was best at. But that didn't make JoJo afraid of him. To strike first, Jotaro used Star Platinum to read all the cards the gambler dealt. If he cheated, his stand would immediately tear him apart. As soon as the game began, Star Platinum immediately detected Darby cheating in his dealing and broke his finger as a warning. To continue the game, both players had to ask a neutral person to deal the cards. On the table, to make the game more dramatic, Darby divided Joseph's and Polnareff's souls into 12 chips, while Jotaro only had 6 chips representing his own soul. If he wasn't careful in a single hand, JoJo could very well end up like his grandfather and his friend. In the first hand, Darby bet 3 of Polnareff's chips to call his opponent. Jotaro had to put in 3 chips as well, or else he would lose 1 chip for folding. Unfortunately, the gambler's hand was stronger than JoJo's, so he lost 3 chips. With only 3 chips left, Jotaro decided not to look at the second hand. Even more boldly, he bet 6 more chips of Avdol's soul on it. The third JoJo didn't know that the boy dealing the cards was also arranged by Darby. With the gambler's training, the boy had dealt Jotaro a terrible hand. On the contrary, Darby's was a 4 of a kind. That alone was enough for the gambler to go all in against JoJo. He played a mind game by betting all 15 chips on the table. Not having enough chips, Jotaro took it upon himself to bet Kakyoin's soul on it. Moreover, to show up his opponent, he had lit a cigarette at some point without Darby even noticing. The third JoJo's confident expression made everyone present, including the gambler, break out in a cold sweat. His previous act of lighting a cigarette was intended to make Darby believe that Star Platinum could switch cards without the opponent even knowing. Finally, to deliver the knockout blow, Jotaro even bet his own mother's soul. Terrified to the point of madness, Darby's hair turned from black to white. Unconsciously, he admitted defeat. Joseph's and Polnareff's souls also returned to their bodies thanks to that. As for the hand on the table, JoJo's was really terrible. If Darby had calmly called that hand, the series would have probably ended right there. Only 3 of the 9 gods that Dio had sent to defeat JoJo's group remained. Knowing that it would be hard to survive an encounter with those men, Whole Horse had returned to the final boss's lair with the intention of betraying him. However, when standing before Dio's overwhelming power, the cowboy didn't have the courage to act, because Whole Horse knew that if he pulled the trigger, his adventurous life would end right there. The betrayal plan had failed. The only way for the cowboy to get out of this mess was to eliminate JoJo's group or be eliminated by Dio. Faced with a difficult decision, Whole Horse chose to submit to evil. To ensure the assassination would be successful, the cowboy kidnapped Boingo, the boy with the ability to predict future events. First, wanting to verify if Boingo's stand could truly predict with 100% accuracy, Whole Horse tried using it on himself. The book said that if the cowboy kicked a beautiful girl in the throat, he would be given a precious piece of jewelry by her. This prophecy seemed a bit ridiculous, so Whole Horse initially didn't dare to act. But because he wanted to know if it would be useful in the assassination of JoJo's group, the cowboy had no choice but to close his eyes and follow the instructions. Indeed, with a kick straight to the girl's cervical spine, Whole Horse accidentally saved her from a scorpion. Thinking the cowboy had acted heroically, the girl gave him a precious piece of jewelry. This fulfilled prophecy gave Whole Horse a lot of motivation and faith. Not wanting to waste time, the cowboy immediately went to JoJo's group's location. The second prediction said that if Whole Horse stuck 2 fingers into Polnareff's nose, somehow, the whole group would be covered in blood and die. Of course, there was no way the cowboy would believe in such nonsense. If he failed, he would surely be beaten to a pulp. The situation didn't allow Whole Horse to choose. Possessing keen senses, Polnareff discovered the enemy first. Things had come to this, so there was only one way: go all in. With all the strength and courage of a man, Whole Horse really did stick his 2 fingers into Polnareff's nose. The result of this will be revealed later. After following the prophecy book's words, Whole Horse had stuck his fingers straight into Polnareff's nostrils. However, for some reason, the reality inside Boingo's book did not happen. Instead, the cowboy found himself in a very ironic situation. To avoid being discovered by JoJo's group, Whole Horse quickly used his emperor to threaten Polnareff, forcing him not to reveal his position if he didn't want his head blown off. Polnareff understood that if he didn't let his comrades know his current situation, when they left, it would also be the moment he died. With all his intelligence, he used many different facial expressions to signal for help. Warned that the enemy was very close, due to Avdol's careless words, Whole Horse quickly realized that Polnareff was signaling for help. Without a moment's hesitation, he intended to use his Emperor gun to put a hole in his head. Due to being poked in the nose by the cowboy earlier, in the moment of near death, Polnareff accidentally sneezed. It was thanks to that he escaped death in a very spectacular way. If he was discovered by everyone in JoJo's group, Whole Horse would be done for. But this was also the moment that the prophecy of the Stan Thoth came true. A truck, skidding on a patch of oil that the cowboy had accidentally spilled, crashed directly into JoJo's group, knocking them unconscious. Boingo's book once again gave another prophecy. It said that at exactly 12 o'clock, if Whole Horse emptied his Emperor's bullets into a water pipe, he could take Jotaro's life as easily as eating candy. When the cowboy looked at his watch, there were only a few short minutes left until the time specified by the book. The cowboy immediately asked 2 plumbers to open a nearby pipe for him. Of course, the 2 workers would not agree to such a ridiculous request unless they were given a little coffee money. Unfortunately, Whole Horse had forgotten his wallet at such an important moment. The golden moment was about to pass, so the cowboy had no choice but to use force to threaten the 2 workers, and then use his Emperor to empty all his bullets into the pipe. Just when he thought the plan would succeed like last time, Polnareff's sneeze once again saved Jotaro from the Emperor's bullets. When Whole Horse looked at the book to read, Boingo realized that the bullets were not aimed at the real 3rd JoJo, but at his image inside the book. Fortunately, the bullet only went through the top of the cowboy's head, sending him to the hospital. If it had been off by 1 centimeter, he would have been a goner. After the failed assassination attempts, Boingo decided to give up evil and rewrite his own life. But before doing that, he had to pay for his karma. Somewhere in the capital, Cairo, JoJo's group went to a beggar and asked him to find information about the mansion believed to be Dio's current residence. According to Avdol, the beggars in this city have their own association. They are even paid to beg from others. Moreover, the beggars are the eyes and ears of the capital, so there is no information they can't find. After taking the photo from the fortune teller, the beggar immediately transformed into a handsome tycoon, driving a luxury car. Finding Dio's building was now just a matter of time. While wandering the streets, Iggy was threatened by 2 large dogs. As a player since childhood, Iggy just had to radiate a bit of his aura to make the 2 big dogs tuck their tails and run. Too embarrassed, the 2 dogs had to find another toy to amuse themselves. While they were sticking their heads inside the gate of a building, a gruesome sight caught Iggy's attention. The heads of the 2 dogs were cut off from their bodies by something that looked like a sharp block of ice. At the same time, the beggar who had made a deal with JoJo's group appeared here. So, there was no doubt anymore. The place where the 2 dogs had just died was the residence of Dio Brando. What's noteworthy is that in front of the gate, there was an eagle assigned to guard duty. It was also an animal that possessed a stand, just like Iggy, and the card representing this bird was the god Horus. As soon as it killed the beggar for daring to approach Dio's mansion, it immediately noticed Iggy. Not wanting to get into trouble, Iggy pretended to be a stupid dog. At this moment, the owner of the two dogs appeared. It was a young boy. Wanting to find his two beloved dogs, he did not hesitate to squeeze through the gap in the gate, not knowing that his life was in danger. As a carefree dog, Iggy didn't really need to care about the boy's life or death. But when the boy was about to be killed by Pet Shop, Iggy stepped in heroically, even though he knew this would put him in a life-or-death battle. Knowing that Iggy was also a stand-wielding animal, Pet Shop's hunting instinct was immediately activated. In a flash, it froze and immobilized Iggy. But Iggy was no pushover either. With the power of his stand, the fool, he escaped right under the nose of a top predator. However, with the eagle's eye, which had a wide field of vision from above, it was not too difficult for Pet Shop to find Iggy's location right after. Iggy did not hesitate to hide in a sewer and wait for his opponent to make a mistake to launch a powerful blow. After severely injuring Pet Shop, Iggy proposed a truce, for each to go their own way, but the eagle would not easily let it go after being humiliated by a dog. Pet Shop used the power of Horus to freeze the sewer, aiming to turn this place into Iggy's grave. In a moment of imminent danger, to save his own life, Iggy did not hesitate to cut off one of his own legs and then dive deep into the sewer water to escape. To hide underwater without suffocating, Iggy used his stand, the Fool, to temporarily create a safe base. But he didn't expect that the eagle's body had up to 5 or 6 air sacs. This would help it stay underwater for a very long time. If discovered by Pet Shop, Iggy's base would not be able to keep him safe for long. The eagle had plotted to use the ice of its Horus stand to freeze the water around the Fool, aiming to bury Iggy forever under the river. Knowing that Iggy's only escape route was to dig deep into the ground, Pet Shop waited there and then launched a decisive blow to end this battle. In peril, Iggy knew very well what he needed to do now: fight or die. He put all his strength into his jaw full of sharp fangs and bit into Pet Shop's beak while it was trying to create an ice pillar from its stand. This courage helped him win a resounding victory against Dio's gatekeeper. Due to losing too much blood, Iggy no longer had enough strength to swim to shore. He resigned himself to the river and ended his life in the capital, Cairo. However, the boy that Iggy had helped earlier suddenly appeared to repay his kindness. After being temporarily treated, Iggy returned to find JoJo's group. At the same time, Kakyoin, in his healthiest state, also reunited with his friends. Not wasting too much time, Iggy immediately led them to the mansion where Dio was waiting. The closer they got to the villain's residence, the more JoJo's group could feel a powerful dark aura enveloping the area. So, after long days of enduring countless hardships, they had finally reached the final leg of their journey. There was not a single member of the group who did not have a personal grudge against Dio. Because they shared a common goal, they decided to beat the villain to a pulp in his own house and end everything here. Even so, to face the final boss, JoJo's group had to get past a few of Dio's close stand users. As soon as they stepped inside the mansion's premises, a very shady man proactively came out to welcome the members of the group. The mysterious man who appeared did not pose any obstacle to JoJo's group. He introduced himself as Terrence T. Darby. True to his name, he was the younger brother of the gambler that Jotaro had defeated earlier. Terrence did not hide his intentions. He said that if JoJo's group wanted to meet Dio, they first had to win a match against him. Darby's stand represented the god Atum, and it also bore that name. Like his brother, Terrence loved to play betting games, and his skills were even much better. To prove his talent, Darby guessed the way Jotaro's Star Platinum would strike, and even dodged that high-speed punch. After that, Dio's butler brought the third JoJo into his world, where the betting game would begin. Worried that he would face obstacles, Joseph and Kakyoin also followed him into that world. The place Darby brought them to was a miniature desert. Joseph, Kakyoin, or Jotaro didn't know its exact location, but they knew one thing. To get out, they had to defeat the opponent before them. Before starting the game, Dio's butler introduced his doll collection to the 3 members of JoJo's group. Similar to Darby's chips, these dolls were where the souls of the losers were stored. Terrence would be the one to make the rules for the match. He was not a person who liked to bet on cards like his brother, but wanted to compete through video games. In other words, this butler was a professional gamer. The first person to take on the challenge against Terrence was Kakyoin. As a high school student, he was also very talented in video games. The game this time was an F1 racing competition in the game F Mega. After a thorough cheat check, the match began. With his tricks and experience, Terrence took the lead as soon as the starting signal sounded. Cujoh was no amateur either. He had his own tricks to make his opponent worry. The two cars were currently at the same speed. At the final turn, whoever was more skilled would surely win. However, before reaching the turn, the two contestants had to fight for a shortcut. Although Darby was pushing him out with his superhuman technique, Cujoh also entered the tunnel by controlling his car to move at an angle. Everyone present knew that after passing the shortcut, it would be time to determine the winner. The first person out of the tunnel was Darby. He was ahead of Cujoh by a car's length. Just as the gamer thought he had won, Cujoh, with the last bit of energy from his race car, performed a spinning technique, sending Darby flying off the racetrack. Unfortunately, this was also what the gamer wanted. He had intentionally wasted his energy so that Cujoh would use his special move. By doing so, Terrence could leave him far behind. Realizing that continuing to race was pointless, Cujoh unconsciously admitted defeat. Similar to Darby's ability, the gamer's stand would rip the opponent's soul out of their body. The next person to fight Terrence was Jotaro, because Joseph had no talent for playing video games. The game the third JoJo chose was baseball. This was also what the gamer played best, but whether he could beat JoJo or not was still unknown. The match began shortly after. Darby would be the one to pitch first. The more he focused on the game, the more worried Joseph became, because his grandson only knew how to swing the bat disorganizedly. Consecutive pitches scored points for Darby's team. That meant Jotaro didn't have a single point for his team. Even so, after a few pitches, JoJo seemed to have seen through the opponent's tricks. In this pitch, he controlled his batter to swing the bat with a very accurate hit, causing the ball to fall out of Darby's reach and scoring a direct point. After that, Jotaro never missed a ball again. That rapid development was the talent that made Dio fear him. Terrence hadn't really played to his full potential yet. He realized that although Jotaro knew how to hit the ball, in his heart, he was still very worried. Therefore, to shatter that false composure, the gamer did not hesitate to reveal his pitching method to JoJo. Just by that trick, Darby could put Jotaro in a situation where he was forced to have different thoughts. The situation became even more desperate when both the second and third JoJo's discovered the gamer's ability to read the opponent's mind. The score continued to increase for Darby's team. At this rate, Jotaro's soul would soon be taken away. But how to win when you have to outsmart someone who can read your mind? It was Jotaro's turn to pitch. He remained strangely calm, even though he knew his opponent was reading his mind with some trick. In his first pitch, the third JoJo managed to trick Terrence, surprising him to the extreme. Through his stand, the gamer knew very well that Jotaro was not lying about his pitch's path. To make the enemy even more confused, the third JoJo also revealed that he was cheating, but if he wasn't caught red-handed, it was completely legal. Consecutive missed hits gradually made Darby confused and scared. The match was not over yet, but in his subconscious he had already admitted defeat, so Cujoh's soul also returned to its body. Jotaro's trick was revealed shortly after. In fact, the one controlling the game controller was not him, but Joseph. So, even if he could read the third JoJo's mind, Terrence couldn't know the second JoJo's pitch path. To teach the arrogant one a lesson, Jotaro used his Aura technique to send Terrence flying. After eliminating the gamer, under Dio's command, there was only one stand user left, named Vanilla Ice, and he was also the most difficult to deal with, because his loyalty to the villain was absolute, even willing to sacrifice his own life to prove it. Unable to wait outside, the remaining members of JoJo's group, Avdol, Polnareff, and Iggy, would go inside first. Before entering the enemy's territory, the fortune teller said that everyone should fend for themselves and not try to save others. Polnareff and Iggy heard this instruction clearly and began to step inside the mansion with the highest level of concentration. The mansion was like a small maze, so Avdol had to use Magician's Red to create a guiding flame. Iggy was not to be outdone and scored his first achievement here by defeating the stand user who created illusions inside the mansion. Just as they believed the danger was over, the most difficult opponent to face entered the fray. To save Polnareff and Iggy's lives from that danger, Avdol sacrificed himself, even though he was the one who had proposed that everyone fend for themselves. Witnessing his best friend die before his eyes made Polnareff fly into a rage. With the extreme speed of Silver Chariot, he successfully injured Vanilla Ice. However, thanks to the power of his stand, he could hide inside an invisible space. What made Dio's close stand user even more terrifying was that even inside the invisible space, he could still attack his opponent at any time. If Polnareff and Iggy were swallowed by the space orb, they would surely die. They had every opportunity to escape from the mansion, but when they thought about the moment Avdol sacrificed himself, both of them decided to fight Vanilla Ice to avenge their best friend. To fight an opponent hidden in another dimension, Polnareff and Iggy could only watch out for each other and be on high alert. But looking in two directions was not enough, because Vanilla Ice could appear anywhere, including the ground. Being hit by the stand user's attack caused Polnareff to lose his composure and start attacking randomly. In fact, he did this for a reason. While Vanilla Ice was busy focusing on Silver Chariot, the two members of JoJo's group had disguised themselves on a nearby staircase. Next, Iggy would use the Fool to disguise himself as Dio, to trick him, and then use a sneak attack from behind. Desperately, even though they used the most despicable plan, they still couldn't fool Vanilla Ice. The stand user flew into a rage because a dog like Iggy dared to use sand to disguise himself as his master. Vanilla Ice did not hesitate to use all his strength to torture the dog of JoJo's group in the most brutal way. Polnareff realized that if he coordinated Silver Chariot with the Fool, he could see through the opponent's movement path. And then, when Vanilla Ice stepped out of the Void World, he would not miss this rare opportunity to finish him off once and for all. With just a little more strength, Polnareff would have defeated the enemy. But because he was seriously injured earlier, Silver Chariot's attack was also weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Vanilla Ice once again hid inside his Void World. Iggy was now seriously injured and exhausted. If he tried to fight anymore, his bones would break and pierce the dog's lungs. Polnareff was not much better off, as his movement was now limited due to his leg being attacked by Vanilla Ice earlier. Knowing this, the stand user used his void power to corrode in a concentric circle pattern. If they didn't get out of the center of the circle quickly, even a strand of hair would be swallowed by Vanilla Ice's power, let alone their bodies. Among the options given, there was only one choice: to endure in overwhelming despair. In the moment of facing death, Polnareff was saved from death by the Stand the Fool. To Vanilla Ice, Iggy was probably just a useless stray dog, but the proud soul of this dog acted on its own will. He knew very well that if he used his Stand's power, Iggy would surely die. Even so, he still accepted his fate to save Polnareff's life. It was this courage that would help JoJo's group turn the tide when facing Dio. Not to let the little dog down, Polnareff immediately used Silver Chariot to pierce through Vanilla Ice's brain like a barbecue skewer. That attack didn't kill him, but it was enough for Polnareff to know what kind of person he was. Earlier, because he had received Dio's blood to be revived, Vanilla Ice's body had been turned into a vampire. Therefore, he possessed an immortal body against stand attacks. However, a vampire's body also had a fatal weakness: sunlight. Polnareff, by breaking the door to let sunlight sneak into the room, burned Vanilla Ice's filthy body and sent him back to the dust. Through that doorway, he saw the souls of Avdol and Iggy merging with the world of God. The butlers were failing to prevent Suzy Q from coming to Japan. Soon, she would find out what had happened to her daughter and the danger that was threatening her husband and grandson. But it seems Suzy Q had known about this for a long time, ever since she heard Joseph's phone call. Though very sad, she believed that the brave young men of the Joestar family would defeat the enemy. The group of three, Jotaro, Joseph, and Kakyoin, were very close to Dio's residence. On their way there, they met a miserable girl who was panicking and begging for help. With the experience of fighting so many opponents, these young men didn't take too long to realize that it was a vampire in disguise. The first person to encounter Dio was Polnareff. Going through long battles and witnessing his comrades die had increased his courage tenfold. Now, when facing the most dangerous villain, Polnareff did not hesitate to fight a life-or-death battle with him. But for some reason, with every step he took towards Dio, he actually got farther away. This was very likely due to the power of the stand, the world. Just a few seconds ago, Polnareff was completely confident in facing the villain. But when he showed a little bit of his power, it was enough to make his hair stand on end in fear. Fortunately, when Dio was about to use the world to attack Polnareff, the other three members of the group appeared to support him. Currently, because the sun was still out, the villain had hidden to avoid fighting JoJo's group. Taking advantage of the remaining sunlight, Joseph wanted to deal with him once and for all. Although at a disadvantage, Dio still knew how to make his opponents fear him by moving a vampire into a coffin, even though JoJo's group had never taken their eyes off him. Realizing this power was too terrifying, without a word, the whole group fled from the mansion to find a way to counter Dio's The World Stand. When the sun set, it was time for the villain to hunt. If he successfully defeated JoJo's group, his ambition to become the ruler of the world would become a reality. Knowing this, the group split into two. Joseph, along with Kakyoin, would create a distraction, while Jotaro, along with Polnareff, would observe him to find out the secret of the World Stand. Dio would chase after them, so Kakyoin took advantage of a moment when he was least guarded and used Hierophant Green to attack from a distance. With his overwhelming power, just by flicking his finger, the villain erased Kakyoin's Emerald Splash as if playing with a toy. The only information Kakyoin found by risking his life was that the World Stand could not attack from a long distance. With just that little bit of information, Kakyoin was able to find a way to uncover the truth about Dio's power. For Kakyoin, JoJo's group were the first friends he had ever had, because from childhood until now, he had always been ostracized by everyone because of his psychic abilities. Being a smart person, Kakyoin had Hierophant Green create a dense network. As long as Dio stepped on and touched the network, he would be hit by emerald splashes from all directions. However, in an instant, Kakyoin took a fatal blow from the villain and was sent flying tens of meters. After so many spectacular escapes from death, it was feared that this time, Kakyoin would not be able to deceive the Grim Reaper anymore. In the moment when death was very close, he also learned the true power of the world. To warn Joseph, Kakyoin used his last bit of life force to launch an emerald splash at a nearby clock as a message. Through Kakyoin's last words, Joseph learned that Dio's power was to control the flow of time. The world could stop the flow of time for a short period, and for him, that was enough to defeat any opponent in his way. Joseph was very confident that, after all, he had saved the world from destruction once from the Pillar Men. The second JoJo had created a defensive armor with Hermit Purple and the power of Ripple around himself. But that much was not enough to make the villain waver. He could easily kill Joseph without even touching him. At this moment, Jotaro also appeared. However, before he could inform his grandson of Dio's secret, Joseph was killed by him. Hearing his grandfather's warning to keep a distance from the villain, Jotaro couldn't defeat him if he followed that last wish, because the World Stand had the same power as Star Platinum. The third JoJo understood very well that the only way to win was to fight up close. The two of them controlled their stands to punch each other, creating a Muda versus Aura showdown. But due to the difference in physical strength, it seemed that Dio's The World was still a step above Star Platinum. Moreover, the villain's stand also possessed an unbeatable ability to stop time. With this difference, Jotaro stood no chance against him. At the moment Dio intended to end the 100-year-long feud, the third JoJo's finger suddenly moved. This made the villain wary and temporarily retreat to find another strategy. Another secret about the World Stand was revealed. Initially, Dio could only stop time for 5 seconds, but if he existed longer, he could completely master time in the world and become invincible. Once again, the villain used his power to stop time. Jotaro's arm, similar to before, could move again. But this time, Dio realized the trick was thanks to a magnet the third JoJo had secretly placed on him during the fight. Knowing that Jotaro couldn't move within the time stop area, the villain immediately rushed in with the purpose of taking his life. However, this time, JoJo really did move and punched through the World Stand's stomach. The magnet earlier was just a plan for Jotaro to lure Dio into his attack range. The third JoJo's ability was limited. At most, he could only stop time for 1 second, and Dio had also realized that. Taking advantage of his ability to stop time for longer, the villain threw hundreds of knives at Jotaro. When the time stop ended, in just 1 short second, JoJo couldn't stop the sharp knives heading towards him. Fortunately, before the fight, Jotaro had prepared things that could protect himself from death. This time, it was thanks to a book hidden inside his clothes that the knife couldn't pierce his heart. Dio didn't want to stop, because he knew that the young men of the Joestar family had very strong vitality. In a moment hanging by a thread, Polnareff appeared and stabbed through the villain's brain. Being an immortal vampire, that wound was nothing. On the contrary, he gave Polnareff a very painful blow. But thanks to that, Jotaro temporarily escaped from Dio's sight. That could also be considered a rather proud achievement for Polnareff. What the third JoJo needed to do now was to play dead and wait for the right moment. And to do that, he did not hesitate to use Star Platinum to stop his own heart for a short period. Indeed, this plan succeeded, although the main character almost died in a very ridiculous way. Being punched through the skull by Star Platinum left Dio unable to fight. He intended to use his time stop ability to escape. Jotaro would not allow the villain to carry out his intention. He continuously used Star Platinum to push him to the brink of death. This was also a fatal mistake of the third JoJo. Thanks to the force of the punch, he accidentally sent the villain to Joseph's corpse, creating an opportunity for him to suck his blood. Once Dio successfully sucked the blood of a person from the Joestar family, the body he had stolen from Jonathan Joestar would merge into one. His strength at that time would also increase many times over. In a flash, Jotaro saw his grandfather's soul before he went to heaven. Joseph left Jotaro a few pieces of advice so that he could defeat Dio. One of those pieces of advice was to be calm and fight with a cool head. The second JoJo's advice was like words in the wind when Jotaro saw the sight of the villain sucking the blood dry from his grandfather's corpse. As a man of the Joestar family, he could not calmly ignore that. The battle between the two rivals resumed once again, but this time, Dio's power was overwhelming. The time the villain could stop now had reached up to 9 seconds. With just that, no one in this world could compare to him. And if there was, only Jotaro would be the only one who could do the impossible. In the second time stop, it would be the decisive moment of the battle. Jotaro knew that no matter what the opponent attacked with, he would only have 2 seconds to use all his strength to end the fight. Dio seemed to have guessed that scheme, so he quickly used a road roller to crush the third JoJo. At the moment the villain thought he had won, his body was suddenly frozen by Star Platinum's timeline. In a state where Dio couldn't defend, Jotaro didn't need even a second to kill him forever. However, the third JoJo didn't want to use such a despicable trick to defeat the villain. He used his power to cripple Dio's leg and then provoked him with vile words. Knowing that the villain would play dirty, Jotaro was also on guard. When Dio struck, it was also the end of his era. The punches aimed at the vital points of Star Platinum caused the villain's body to shatter into pieces. This time, it was certain that Dio could not rise from the dead again. On the ambulance, Jotaro suggested that the doctors of the Speedwagon Foundation transfuse the blood from Dio's body into his grandfather's body, because after all, it was the blood he had sucked from him. Next, the third JoJo would use Star Platinum to stimulate Joseph's heart to beat again. The result was like a fairy tale. The second JoJo really did come back from the dead and acted like a normal, healthy person, except for teasing his grandson as soon as he was revived. And the 50-day journey finally came to a perfect end. In that happiness, there was also the noble sacrifice of brave comrades. At the airport, Polnareff, Joseph, and Jotaro said goodbye like ordinary people. But few knew that these ordinary people had once gathered into a very cool group that saved the world from the tyranny of evil. This is the end of Season 3, Stardust Crusaders. If you are enjoying this video, please take a moment to subscribe to Anime Recap. Your support is greatly appreciated and helps us continue to make more content. Now, let's continue the adventure. Season 4, Diamond is Unbreakable. One beautiful morning in the town of Morio, Jotaro Cujoh, also known as JoJo, arrived to investigate something. But before getting into the main story, I'll briefly introduce a few key members who will participate in the battle in this peaceful town. Koichi Hirose, a boy who just entered high school, was very anxious, wondering what kind of friends he would meet on his first day of school. On his way, Koichi met Jotaro for the first time. After the battle with Dio years ago, Jotaro had become a famous marine explorer. He told Koichi that he was looking for someone with the surname Higashikata. At that moment, a strange young man with a cool hairstyle appeared. His personality was very mysterious. He was a gentle person, but if anyone mocked his hairstyle, they were done for. While observing the conversation between the young man and a group of thugs, Jotaro learned his name was Josuke Higashikata, the person he was looking for. With a punch from his stand, Josuke taught the bullies who preyed on others a lesson. The strange thing was, the thug's wound from the punch healed immediately afterward. This was likely the special ability of the stand the young man possessed. Jotaro approached and revealed his true identity to the boy with the pompadour. Josuke's mother is named Tomoko, and his father is Joseph Joestar. In other words, the second JoJo had an affair and had this kid. Although he was an illegitimate child, Josuke still carried the blood of the Joestar clan, so it was no surprise that he possessed stand power. During their conversation, the two seemed to have a misunderstanding and started fighting. Of course, someone with as little combat experience as the pompadour-haired boy stood no chance against a battle god like Jotaro. Getting back to the main point, Jotaro said he came to warn Josuke that there was a threat in the town. Since stand users attract each other, it was very likely that this person would come for him. Tomoko, the pompadour-haired boy's mother, was also quite formidable. Though gentle, if anyone dared to cause trouble, she would beat them to a pulp, even though she was just a woman. Acknowledging Joseph's taste in women. From Suzy-Q to Tomoko, the threat Jotaro mentioned was a criminal nicknamed Angelo. Initially, he was just an ordinary murderer, but then Angelo escaped from a high-security prison, even though he acted alone. Jotaro believed he might also be a stand user. On their way home from school, Josuke and Koichi witnessed a hostage situation. Normally, the pompadour-haired boy would let the police handle it, but when the criminal insulted his hairstyle, his blood boiled. Josuke used his stand to take the knife, stabbing it through the innocent girl and the criminal, then used his power to heal them in an instant. However, before healing the scoundrel, he embedded a knife inside his body. More importantly, the thing controlling the criminal was a stand with the power to enter a person's body. It had hidden itself away immediately after. Angelo was a criminal who held grudges over even the smallest things. Because Josuke interfered last time, he was now determined to get revenge. This criminal planned to disguise himself as a milkman and use his stand aqua necklace to assassinate the pompadour-haired boy's mother. However, having keen senses, Tomoko easily noticed something unusual. Angelo's assassination plan through the milk bottles failed, but Aqua Necklace was not a simple stand. Its ability was terrifying. Aqua Necklace could enter any place with water. This time, through the pipes at home, it successfully entered Tomoko's mouth. While talking to Jotaro, Josuke realized this. He didn't hesitate to use Crazy Diamond to punch through his mother's stomach, with the goal of trapping Aqua Necklace in a glass bottle. The pompadour-haired boy had an unbeatable ability to heal anything, so even Tomoko's wound or the glass bottle was not too difficult. Being outsmarted by Josuke made Angelo furious. His anger intensified when he learned that the pompadour-haired boy's grandfather was the police officer who had arrested him years ago. Knowing Higashikata's habit of drinking after work, Angelo used Aqua Necklace to transform himself into a liquor bottle. After just a few minutes away, Josuke witnessed a horrifying scene. From drinking Aqua Necklace, his grandfather was brutally killed. On this day, Josuke realized that Crazy Diamond's unbeatable healing ability couldn't save the dead. To atone for his mistake, the pompadour-haired boy swore to protect his mother and the townspeople from evil. Another secret Josuke revealed to Jotaro was that Crazy Diamond's healing power could only save others, not its user. This meant that if Angelo's Aqua Necklace entered the pompadour boy's body, he would surely be on a one-way ticket to visit his grandfather. 3 days later, a heavy rain fell on Morio town. This was also the most suitable time for the criminal to attack. Aqua Necklace was a stand with quite formidable power. When it rained, he could infiltrate anywhere, waiting for the opportunity to attack his opponent. He could even turn Aqua Necklace into steam, a state very difficult to capture. Josuke was on high alert, but it seemed difficult to stop a stand that could appear anywhere. With just a moment of lost focus, Angelo could immediately control his stand to enter the pompadour-haired boy's body. The criminal probably underestimated Josuke. Knowing that the criminal would try to infiltrate him, the pompadour-haired boy had previously stuffed a rubber glove down his throat. When Aqua Necklace entered through his mouth, it would walk right into the trap. Now, even if he tried to run, Angelo had no hope of escaping. Death was too easy for the criminal, so Josuke used Crazy Diamond to imprison Angelo's body inside a rock, making him suffer that confinement for the rest of his life. The escaped convict case was resolved, but that wasn't Jotaro's purpose for coming to this town. Through documents from the Speedwagon Foundation and Angelo's confession, Jotaro discovered that someone in town was indiscriminately granting stand powers. The criminal's Aqua Necklace power also came from that person. Furthermore, the two also got information that the person granting stand abilities had the appearance of a high school student. Realizing that this ability to grant power was related to Dio, Jotaro decided he had to find the person holding that ability at all costs. By observing what was happening, even a normal boy like Koichi realized that a dark energy was enveloping the town. One time, on his way home from school with Josuke, because he wanted to know what was inside an abandoned house, Koichi was captured by a thug. Meanwhile, through the documents he had, Jotaro investigated and found out that the thing that gave humans stand power was a set of bow and arrow. As fate would have it, The thug that Koichi and Josuke encountered had an older brother, and he was the one holding the bow and arrow. Regardless of the short boy's life or death, the older brother shot an arrow through Koichi's throat, leaving him in critical condition. Possessing the ability to heal, of course, Josuke would not stand by and watch his friend suffer. But, just as the fourth JoJo was about to act, the thug Okuyasu stopped him. The stand that the thug possessed was named the Hand. Its right hand's power was still a mystery. Feeling something was off, Josuke became very wary of his opponent. Being a brainless guy, Okuyasu didn't need to be asked and automatically revealed his power to his opponent. The power of the Hand's right hand was to erase space. With this ability, even if Josuke tried to keep a distance from Okuyasu, he could still erase the space around him, pull him closer, and attack. Inheriting a bit of Jotaro's personality, the fourth JoJo always used his brain when fighting. He secretly moved to a place with objects, and let the thug use the Hand's power. Then, the objects were also pulled closer and hit him, without Josuke having to do anything. The fight wasn't over. As soon as Okuyasu was defeated, his older brother Keicho also began to act. Koichi's body was pulled into the house by him at some point. Eager to save Koichi, Josuke rushed into the enemy's territory. If not for Okuyasu appearing and distracting him, Josuke's face might have been turned into a beehive by Keicho's ability. The only thing the fourth JoJo knew about Keicho's ability was its name. According to the older brother, this stand was named Bad Company. As for how it attacked, Josuke was almost completely in the dark. Fearing he would die before he could save Koichi, Josuke temporarily distanced himself from Keicho's territory. He tried to ask about the older brother's ability from Okuyasu, but the thug remained tight-lipped and said nothing. Being a merciful person, the fourth JoJo did not hesitate to heal Okuyasu, even though he knew he was the enemy, and then rushed back into Keicho's territory on his own. Seeing Koichi lying in the middle of the floor, Josuke really wanted to rush in and save his friend immediately, but he knew this was the older brother's trap. Sure enough, Okuyasu appeared and used the Hand to erase space, pulling the short boy out of the room to repay the life-saving debt to Josuke. After repaying the debt, the thug still maintained his stance of not interfering in the fight between Josuke and Keicho. Immediately, Josuke used Crazy Diamond to save Koichi before he passed away. The difficulty was not over, because the two of them were standing in the enemy's territory. Keicho's stand began to reveal itself. Bad Company was not a single entity but had the form of an army. The older brother's fighting force was very formidable. Besides infantry, he also had helicopters and armored tanks with extremely terrifying firepower. What surprised Josuke even more was that Koichi could now also see the stand. That was also what Keicho was hoping for. He really wanted to know what power this short boy possessed. To force him to summon his stand, Keicho threatened him with the firepower of Bad Company, but what Koichi summoned was just an egg. With no other choice, Josuke had to rely on himself while protecting his friend. At first, he seemed to be getting beaten up by the older brother, but that was also Josuke's goal. As soon as Keicho unleashed the full firepower of Bad Company, the fourth JoJo immediately used Crazy Diamond to destroy them, then used its restoration ability to make the ammunition return and cause damage to its owner. Successfully defeating the older brother, Josuke still hadn't left the house because he wanted to retrieve the bow and arrow that had been causing trouble in the town. The Pompadour boy and Koichi were very cautious because, during the fight, they overheard that there was another member in the house besides the two thug brothers. They quickly saw what they wanted. But just as they were about to act, the short boy was pulled into a room by someone. When light shone into the room, Josuke and Koichi were terrified to see a very scary-looking monster. At that moment, Keicho appeared and said that the monster in the corner of the room was his father. The older brother revealed his sad past. The reason Keicho was granting stand powers was to find a user who could end his father's life. Because his father had been transformed into this gruesome form by Dio's cells, and worse, due to possessing immortal cells, he couldn't die but had to suffer forever. It turned out that years ago, the father of the two thug brothers was a bankrupt businessman. Sometime later, somehow, he became rich again. After investigating, Keicho discovered that his father had sold his soul to Dio. One day, the villain's flesh buds spread, turning the father of the two brothers into a monster with no memory. As a son, Keicho believed it was his responsibility to kill his father before he could live for himself. That's why the older brother indiscriminately granted stand powers in the town. To know the reason for the story, Josuke used Crazy Diamond to restore the chest that Keicho's father was looking for. After it returned to its original shape, inside the chest was a family photo. The father of the two brothers silently hugged the photo and cried his eyes out, proving he loved his sons very much. Josuke said that the two brothers no longer needed to find a way to kill their father, but to let him find a way to cure him. Okuyasu, hearing this, also came inside and advised his brother not to cause any more trouble for the town. Unfortunately, just as he was about to convince Keicho, another stand suddenly appeared to steal the bow and arrow. The older brother was brutally killed while saving Okuyasu. The scoundrel controlling the stand user who stole the bow and arrow wanted to declare his dominance, so he bluntly called the Morio Grand Hotel to warn Jotaro that he and the pompadour-haired boy would be the next targets after Keicho's death. As for Okuyasu, after that battle, he decided to become a close friend and fight alongside the fourth JoJo. One beautiful day in Morio, Koichi, as usual, would go to school like any other student. On his way, he accidentally ran over something that looked like a poor cat, causing blood to splatter all over the road. Tamami, a good-for-nothing unemployed man, witnessed the whole thing and wanted to extort money from Koichi by preying on his guilt. Suddenly, a lock appeared from within the short boy's body. This was Tamami's stand. He was also a person who was shot by the bow and arrow and gained this power. But unlike Koichi, the vile man chose to use his stand power to carry out his wicked schemes. This stand, the lock, had a very simple but extremely convenient power for those with evil intentions. As long as the target felt guilt, the weight of their body would increase proportionally. Seeing his friend being bullied, Okuyasu and Josuke certainly couldn't stand by. In a fit of anger, Okuyasu punched Tamami in the face. This also inadvertently met the condition for him to use his stand's power. Feeling guilty, a lock similar to Koichi's also appeared on Okuyasu. To resolve this matter peacefully, Josuke exposed Tamami's dirty plan. First, the cat that the short boy ran over was just a fake toy. Second, as long as the pompadour boy healed the scoundrel, his two friends would no longer have to face their guilt, and the lock would naturally disappear. To get revenge for being humiliated, Tamami trespassed into Koichi's house and charmed his mother and sister. The vile man intentionally said that Koichi had stolen his wallet, making his mother and sister feel guilty. The will to protect his family helped Koichi's power awaken. The egg now hatched into a new stand. Without hesitation, he commanded it to attack Tamami, but unfortunately, nothing happened except for strange characters being printed on his face. The characters suddenly emitted sounds that drove the vile man nearly insane. To turn the tables, Tamami used a knife to stab himself, aiming to increase the guilt of Koichi's family to the extreme. To counter his opponent's ability, the short boy used his stand to print on his mother and sister a character meaning, "Believe in him." Instantly, all the guilt that Tamami had sown before vanished without a trace. This was the first resounding victory for the new stand user, Koichi. After his defeat, Tamami became a loyal underling of Koichi. This man revealed that besides him, there was another stand user in the school named Hazamada. Tamami believed that this student's ability was likely to control others' bodies. What Josuke's group didn't expect was that the student in question knew very well they were investigating him. While searching Hazamada's locker for clues, the wooden mannequin inside suddenly copied the fourth JoJo's appearance. This stand surface had a rather troublesome skill. Once it copied someone, it could freely control that person's actions. Koichi was unfortunately hit by a blow from his friend, leading to him being knocked unconscious. Hazamada was also very cautious. Knowing Josuke's attack range, he had his puppet maintain a certain distance to decisively eliminate any obstacles in his way. The student threw a pen towards Josuke and controlled him to stab his own eyeball. In a stroke of luck, Josuke had quickly healed Koichi before knocking him away, so the short boy was able to use his stand, echoes, to mimic the sound of an eyeball popping for Hazamada to hear, making him think he had defeated the fourth JoJo. The threat wasn't over. The student wanted to use Josuke's appearance to meet Jotaro and then eliminate him. Therefore, Josuke and Koichi wanted to quickly report this to the third JoJo. They were one step too late. Before Josuke could call, Hazamada had used Surface to arrange a meeting with Jotaro at a location in Morio Town. On the way, being mocked by two bikers, the student planned to use Surface to control and torture them. Because he wasted too much time, Hazamada was caught up by Josuke and Koichi. The battle now was not about a real fight, but a battle of wits and speed. Whoever met Jotaro first would win. On his way, Hazamada was blocked by a train, so he switched to a shortcut. He didn't know that the train sound was produced by Koichi's echoes. With that clever trick, Josuke and the short boy successfully reached Jotaro first. However, the vile student still had one last card up his sleeve. He intended to control Josuke to attack the third JoJo through a glass pane. Hazamada didn't expect that the bad deeds he had done before were about to come back to him. Just when victory was within his grasp, the vile student was hit in the head with a helmet by the two bikers. In fact, Josuke had anticipated this and healed the two men beforehand, so he had them ambush Hazamada. It was lucky that these two guys arrived in time, otherwise, Josuke would have surely gotten a beating from Jotaro. Morio is a mysterious town, so it's not strange for unbelievable things to happen every day. On their way to school, Okuyasu and Josuke were surprised to see Koichi on a date with an extremely beautiful and attractive girl. Despite the short boy's appearance, this female student did not hesitate to express her feelings for Koichi. This made Okuyasu very jealous because his own appearance didn't attract any girls. Koichi was still processing this unexpected situation. The next day, Yukako continued to seek out Koichi. This time, her way of expressing affection became even more excessive. Even her gestures of care for the short boy were no different from that of a married couple. With love, of course, comes jealousy. Witnessing a female classmate getting close to Koichi, Yukako decided to openly show her jealousy. With some ability, this scary female student managed to set her rival's hair on fire. By secretly following them, Josuke and Okuyasu intervened in time to save that girl. They also confirmed that Yukako was a stand user. Josuke and Okuyasu didn't want to see their friend suffer, so they came up with a plan to make Yukako disappointed with Koichi. Many tricks were suggested, but whether they would succeed or not depended on the short boy. That night, angry at hearing bad things about the love of her life, Yukako personally went to Koichi's house and kidnapped him. The short boy found himself in a strange house. The female student appeared shortly after and said that from this day on, she would try to turn Koichi into a real man. Yukako continuously gave him many challenges. Even during meals, the short boy had to answer questions correctly to get to eat good food. Otherwise, he would have to stuff horrible things like bleach into his mouth. The female student had implanted countless strands of her hair into Koichi's head with her stand. If he tried to escape, the consequences would surely not be good. Yukako became more and more unreasonable in her treatment of Koichi. Quizzes appeared everywhere, even during urination and defecation. The scary female student threatened that at the next meal, the electric chair would be the short boy's punishment. Terrified, Koichi wanted to find a way to escape, but he didn't have enough strength to run far. The only way to survive was to inform Josuke and Okuyasu, but all communication devices had been cut off by Yukako. Discovering a nearby phone booth, Koichi immediately used echoes to call for his friend's help. However, he didn't have any loose change. This was later caught by the female student. Even so, the short boy still hadn't given up. When Yukako used the phone to order food, Koichi immediately seized the opportunity to use echoes to communicate via dual-frequency radio waves. This action made the scary girl even more furious. Before Josuke and Okuyasu could arrive, Yukako wanted to teach the short boy a lesson in manners. To resist, Koichi did not hesitate to use echoes to bluntly say that he hated her. Yukako's madness increased another level. At this most miserable moment, Koichi's stand acted up and turned into a rock. What seemed bad turned out to be good. Echoes turning into a fossil was not a bad thing. It was just shedding its skin to evolve to its second stage. The characters it released had much more terrifying power than the first stage. Josuke and Okuyasu were very close to Yukako's house. Not wanting to be discovered, she intended to finish off Koichi as quickly as possible. With her strong willpower, the scary girl's hair very quickly surrounded the entire house and bound the short boy. In response, Koichi used the whoosh sound effect, sending Yukako flying hundreds of meters. Her hair turned silver white after this shock. Obsessive love once again helped the scary girl get up to counterattack. At this moment, Yukako didn't even care that her power could kill Koichi at any time. Mother Nature was on the side of the kind boy. The cliff where the scary female student was standing suddenly collapsed. Yukako should have been pierced by the sharp rocks below and died. But with Koichi's inherent kindness, in a few short seconds, he managed to imprint a sound effect onto the cliff, turning it into rubber. Witnessing this chivalry, from deep within her heart, Yukako accepted her complete defeat. In this episode, our main character is not Josuke or Koichi, but Okuyasu. Although he has a delinquent nature, Okuyasu has a great passion for food. Seeing an authentic Italian restaurant appear in town, Okuyasu invited Josuke to go with him. The chef here was Tonio. He was very knowledgeable about cooking, and above all, Italy is a country considered to have a world-renowned culinary essence. Being persuaded by these words, Okuyasu couldn't help but admire the chef here. The strange thing was that this restaurant did not serve dishes that customers requested but were entirely prepared by the chef. Just through a few conversations, Tonio had diagnosed many illnesses that Okuyasu was suffering from. First was the pure water here. When he drank it, for some reason, Okuyasu's tears flowed like a waterfall. Even his eyeballs shriveled and became soft. Tonio explained that this was mineral water from some snowy mountain peak. When drunk, it could cleanse the eyeballs and improve insomnia. The reason Josuke didn't react when drinking the water was because he had slept well the previous night. The appetizer served by the chef was cheese and vegetables. At first, because he didn't eat it correctly, Okuyasu didn't find it very appealing. But through Tonio's guidance, the vegetables turned into a delicacy. Immediately after, another scary situation occurred. Okuyasu suddenly became itchy and started scratching like a madman. His skin and flesh were torn into pieces, which looked very gruesome. However, after a short time, his body became healthy again in a mysterious way. The main course of this meal was, of course, spaghetti, but Okuyasu was not very excited because he didn't like spicy food. Josuke suspected the chef might be a stand user, so he advised his friend not to eat the spaghetti. This warning came too late. Although he said he didn't like spicy food, Okuyasu still stuffed the whole plate of spaghetti into his mouth uncontrollably. And then, the strange thing continued. The teeth inside his mouth automatically came out as if pulled by a pair of pliers. It looked gruesome, but when the horrifying moment passed, Okuyasu had a very shiny set of teeth. To find out the ingredients of the food, Josuke used Crazy Diamond to restore the plate of spaghetti and saw the manifestation of a stand inside it. The final disaster was just about to happen. Okuyasu's stomach suddenly had a sharp pain. To save his friend's life, Josuke snuck into the kitchen and saw a dog that had eaten Tonio's food with its intestines spilling out. Before he could warn Okuyasu, he had already finished the entire plate of food. One trick after another made Josuke confused. In fact, Tonio was a kind chef who wanted to heal his customers with his food. Okuyasu and the dog were still safe and healthy, while Josuke had to clean the kitchen for being curious without the chef's permission. While playing video games at home, Red Hot Chili Pepper, the stand that killed Keicho, appeared through the power grid to warn Josuke. His hunt would begin from this moment on. To face the battle god Jotaro and his stand star Platinum, Red Hot Chili Pepper needed to practice first, and the opponent he chose was none other than the fourth JoJo. The arrogant and conceited way the stand spoke made him pay the price. Although not as fast as Star Platinum, Josuke's Crazy Diamond was no ordinary opponent. Continuous powerful punches stunned Red Hot Chili Pepper. However, that small amount of damage probably didn't affect him much. Through this initial exchange, Red Hot Chili Pepper concluded that he needed to increase his power to be able to defeat Jotaro, so he temporarily retreated to train. Fearing that the stand could eavesdrop on their conversation, Josuke arranged to meet everyone in an open field to plan their strategy before the official battle began. Currently, finding the location of the enemy controlling Red Hot Chili Pepper was very difficult. So Jotaro had requested someone who could find his location to come to Morio. The man the third JoJo mentioned was Jonathan Joestar, his grandfather and Josuke's father. By hiding in the power source of a motorcycle, Red Hot Chili Pepper had overheard the entire plan. To avoid being exposed, he harbored a plot to assassinate the second JoJo before he docked at Morio's port. Harboring a grudge for his brother's murder, Okuyasu, of course, would not easily let the stand escape in peace. Unleashing the ability of the hand in a flash, Okuyasu caught up with Red Hot Chili Pepper. The stand's movement range was limited to the motorcycle's battery. Therefore, Okuyasu immediately disabled the motorcycle and then tortured his opponent with his power. When the electricity weakened, Red Hot Chili Pepper's ability was also depleted. Realizing that Okuyasu had a very simple mind, the stand continuously provoked him to make him angry and attack blindly. In that situation, if Okuyasu hadn't attacked, Red Hot Chili Pepper would have probably died a slow death. But because he fell for the trick, he used the hand to make a part of the ground disappear. That was the location of an underground power line. Being supplied with an infinite source of energy helped the stand's power increase dramatically. Immediately, he cut off one of Okuyasu's arms and pulled him into the city's power grid. Fortunately, with the remaining arm, Josuke could use Crazy Diamond to restore his friend to his original state. Although they couldn't defeat Red Hot Chili Pepper, Jotaro's group knew very well that the next target he was aiming for was Joseph Joestar's boat. If they planned their strategy carefully, they could stop the stand and also retrieve the bow and arrow. The ones responsible for approaching the second JoJo's boat were Jotaro and Okuyasu. Meanwhile, Koichi and Josuke would search for all the vehicles that Red Hot Chili Pepper might use to assassinate Joseph. As expected, the stand user controlling Red Hot Chili Pepper suddenly appeared at Josuke and the short boy's location. Akira was confident that he could kill Josuke and Koichi and still have enough time to assassinate the second JoJo before Jotaro arrived. With the composure of someone with Joestar blood, the fourth JoJo broke Akira's little finger while he was boasting about his power. In terms of physical strength, Josuke definitely outmatched the strange-looking stand user. But once he used the power of Red Hot Chili Pepper, nothing could be predicted. By moving freely inside the sewers, Akira could punch Josuke from all sides. In addition, the movement speed of the stand was very fast, so it was no different from Josuke playing a whack-a-mole game at an extremely difficult level. If he lost, the price would be his life. While being beaten, the fourth JoJo had secretly spread tar-like liquid everywhere. With this trick, Josuke could know where Red Hot Chili Pepper would appear next and then time his strike perfectly. There was still a trump card that Akira hadn't used yet. By absorbing the electricity of the entire town, Red Hot Chili Pepper's ability and speed were increased to the maximum. With just one blow, he left Josuke flattened on a car. Since rubber is an insulating material, the fourth JoJo used the power of Crazy Diamond to restore a tire, trapping the stand inside. Then, when he punched through the tire, the air inside would escape, sending Red Hot Chili Pepper into the sea. The sea is vast, so even if the stand could absorb the electricity of the whole town, its energy would be dispersed everywhere. Josuke and Koichi celebrated their victory, not knowing that Akira had infiltrated Joseph's yacht at some point. A tricky situation arose, leaving Okuyasu in a bind, not knowing who was the fake crew member and who was Akira. A simple mind also has its uses. Okuyasu landed a precise blow on the strange-looking stand user, knocking him out instantly. In fact, he intended to punch both of them, but who would have thought he would be lucky enough to take down Akira? After that event, the group captured the opponent and recovered the bow and arrow. Josuke met his father for the first time, although he was already very old. But that's not all, folks. In the town, there was still a villain even more formidable than Red Hot Chili Pepper. The newest opponent had not yet shown himself, so for now, this was a light-hearted episode filled with the warm father-son affection between Josuke and Joseph. The sudden appearance of this father made it difficult for Josuke to accept the truth, but he was also very kind to him. While walking together, Joseph got lost in some remote place, forcing his son to chase after him until he was out of breath. A strange incident then occurred. The second JoJo was being teased by something, but when he told his son about it, he just dismissed it as the ramblings of someone close to death. Possessing a strong body from his youth until now, Joseph could still handle this awkward situation. Using the ability of his stand, Hermit Purple, he caught an invisible baby. This was definitely the power of a stand. This didn't surprise Josuke much, because there had been countless people who had gained powers after being shot by the bow and arrow. This baby was no exception. Unlike adults, the baby used its stand unconsciously. There was no way the father and son could let a poor baby crawl around in the street, so Joseph decided to raise it until he could find out its identity and family. From his youth until he got old, the second JoJo had been through countless battles, saving the world from destruction. In return, he knew nothing about taking care of children. When buying necessities for the baby, Joseph spent almost all of Josuke's hard-earned savings. While putting on makeup to identify the little girl's location, the second JoJo's hand was suddenly affected by the invisibility stand. Unable to control its power, whenever this baby showed strong emotions, it would turn everything that approached it invisible within a 30 centimeters radius. Joseph, by protecting this little girl from a man's cigarette, accidentally caused the stroller to roll down a hill. Due to its high speed, it hit a tree, causing the stroller to overturn. What's more, the inertia caused the baby to fall into the river. Normally, a normal person would notice, but in an invisible state, it was hopeless. Josuke was very angry at his father for his clumsy nature. However, when he witnessed him using his own blood to dye the river red to find the invisible baby, it made him very respectful and see him in a different light. Hazamada, after being beaten up by the bikers, was discharged from the hospital after 2 days of recovery. Perhaps, thanks to the doctor fixing his attitude, he was now much friendlier to Koichi than ever before. When he learned that the short boy was also a fan of a manga artist named Rohan Kishibe, Hazamada offered to invite him to the famous artist's house to get an autograph. Both were afraid that famous people are often arrogant and unwilling to welcome fans, but they were surprised that Rohan Kishibe welcomed the two students very warmly. Normally, the workrooms of manga artists have very strict rules. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. But the famous artist was very happy to invite Koichi and Hazamada to see his workplace. At this point, Rohan Kishibe began to show his eccentric hobbies. For example, to draw a complete animal, he did not hesitate to kill it, and then experience its taste. While the artist was downstairs making tea for his guests, Hazamada came up with a bad idea. Of course, for a manga fan, no one would not want to see a draft of a new manga beforehand. The two short guys had no idea that it was a trap that Rohan Kishibe had prepared. Anyone who looked at his draft without permission would be turned into a book by his stand Heaven's Door. With this, the artist could read all of Koichi's memories from birth to the present. Moreover, through the pages of the short boy's life, Rohan Kishibe realized that there were many other stand users out there with abilities similar to his. Not letting the enemy do as he pleased, Koichi immediately used echoes to fight back, but somehow, its attack automatically dodged the artist. That was another of his abilities. Heaven's Door stand not only read but could also write over others' memories. To prevent any possible situations, the artist wrote on the short boy's memories a line, "Cannot attack Rohan Kishibe." He craved to draw stories with vibrant life, so anything that could be absorbed was fully utilized by Rohan, and Koichi's memories were one of them. The two boys were released and sent home. All their memories were erased. To exploit more of Koichi's memories, the artist wrote on the short boy's memories to force him to return to his studio the next day. Seeing his best friend's strange behavior, Josuke and Okuyasu secretly followed Koichi to see what was really going on. At Rohan Kishibe's room, Koichi witnessed his superhuman manga drawing skills. In just a few strokes, this artist had completed 2 pages of a manga, something that would take other authors many days to do. Being a manga drawing fanatic, Rohan had lured the short boy to his house to steal his memories. Suspecting something was fishy, Josuke, along with Okuyasu, slowly approached the artist's house. Realizing this was the right time to escape, Koichi immediately fled from the studio to inform his 2 best friends. However, as soon as he stepped out of the house, the short boy completely forgot everything that had happened before. Vaguely, Koichi realized that he had to tell his 2 best friends about the danger of Rohan Kishibe, but he couldn't get the words out of his thoughts because his memory had been altered by Heaven's Door. At the moment the short boy was sure his life was over, Okuyasu appeared like a savior. Thanks to the wound on Koichi's hand, the thug knew his best friend was being controlled by a stand. Okuyasu did not hesitate to charge in and attack, but Rohan just needed to show his draft to his opponent to turn him into a book, just as he had done with Koichi. Josuke was the only one still safe because he hadn't shown himself yet. As a warrior, what he needed to do was to learn about the opponent's stand before making a move. Through the short boy's memories, the artist was certain that to protect himself, the 4th JoJo would retreat. Rohan's speculation was only partially correct. When his comrades were in danger, Josuke would surely save them, even if he had to sacrifice himself, because he carried the proud blood of the Joestar clan. The artist thought that by getting information about the 4th JoJo through Koichi's memories, he would have the advantage. However, he had made a huge mistake. He had dared to criticize Josuke's hairstyle. His anger reached its peak. The 4th JoJo summoned Crazy Diamond to beat Rohan to a pulp. The artist's Heaven's Door had no effect on Josuke for a very good reason. Earlier when he was young, JoJo had suffered a very serious illness. On the way to the hospital, his mother's car got stuck in a snowdrift. At that time, a man with a pompadour hairstyle appeared to help the car get out. Thanks to that, Josuke was saved. Since then, JoJo has always considered that man his idol. Criticizing the hair on Josuke's head was similar to insulting his idol. So whoever dared to utter those words, their fate was sealed. In his rage, the only thing JoJo cared about was his opponent. Because he couldn't see Heaven's Door, its skill was completely useless against Josuke. Most of the enemy stand users had been defeated by Josuke's group. However, the threat in the town of Morio was not completely over. Because when Akira, the user of Red Hot Chili Pepper, held the bow and arrow, he had granted more stand abilities, even to an animal like a rat. To prevent this stand-wielding rat from causing trouble, Jotaro wanted to hunt it down and exterminate it with Josuke before something bad happened. Josuke had only one chance to defeat the rat. If he failed, it would never enter his attack range again, so concentration was the most important factor in this mission. While investigating, Jotaro discovered a horrifying sight. The corpses of dead rats were turned into a block of jelly, believed to be affected by the stand of their own kind when fighting for territory. Near that area was a small house. The third JoJo believed it was very likely their target would go there to find food. And so it was. While searching the house, Josuke saw the target and its victim. Because Jotaro was not there, the fourth JoJo had to make a decision before the rat realized the danger and escaped. Josuke shot the first steel ball with the power of Crazy Diamond, but unfortunately, his shot was inaccurate. The animal immediately used its stand to counterattack. However, its weak resistance didn't cause Josuke much trouble. The previous shot from Josuke hadn't hit a vital spot, but it was still damaging enough to kill the rat, as it used all its strength to fight back. The threat was not really over. Jotaro revealed that there wasn't just one, but two rats possessing the same type of stand in the house. Because of that carelessness, he was hit by a rather heavy blow. The ability of this animal was to shoot a needle with a toxin that caused everything to melt into a block of jelly. Stands were no exception when hit by its attack. To kill the remaining rat, Jotaro gave up using steel balls because they could only attack at a distance of 20 meters, and instead used rifle bullets that could cause damage even from 70 meters away. Knowing it was being watched, the clever animal intentionally erased its tracks on the ground, making it impossible for Jotaro and Josuke to know its exact location. The hunter now had become the hunted. In just a moment of carelessness from the fourth JoJo, the rat fired its stand, shooting a needle straight into his throat. If not for Star Platinum's time-stopping skill, Josuke would have become nothing more than a block of jelly. To lure the rat out, Jotaro agreed to become the bait and trusted in his junior's marksmanship. Not disappointing the third JoJo, Josuke, with the power of Crazy Diamond, shot the bullet straight through the body of the stand-wielding animal, killing it. Rohan Kishibe was a terrible artist, but what he wanted to do was to create a good story for his readers. His previous torture of Koichi was not too severe, so JoJo's group had forgiven the artist for his wrongdoing. Since it had been a long time since Rohan Kishibe had returned to Morio Town, the artist wanted to ask Koichi to be his guide to find his childhood home. Through observation, Rohan realized there was a mysterious alley that didn't exist on the town's map. To find the exact location of his old house, the artist and the short boy had no choice but to go into that alley to find out. After a while of wandering, the two of them discovered that no matter where they went, they would still return to the same old place, as if they were being led by a ghost. Koichi immediately called on echoes to observe from above, but it was blocked by some invisible shield. A beautiful girl suddenly appeared. To be sure that she was not an enemy, Rohan used Heaven's Door to read her memories. Very fortunately, this girl was not a stand user, so Koichi and the artist could temporarily trust her. The beautiful girl told the two men a horror story about a little girl's family who was brutally murdered by a ruthless killer. Thinking it was just a story, but just as the story ended, a dog with a dangling head appeared out of nowhere. The girl revealed that the house Koichi and Rohan were looking at was the scene of the murder 15 years ago, and the victim was, of course, the one who had just narrated the story to them. Realizing it was a ghost seeking revenge, the artist and the short boy ran away in fear. But no matter how far they ran, they still returned to the same old place. The beautiful girl said that the place where Koichi and Rohan were was the boundary between death and life. She would show the two of them the way out of the spirit alley, but in return, they had to fulfill a request. The beautiful girl's condition was that she wanted the artist and the short boy to find a way to catch the culprit who was hiding in the town, because for 15 years, he had never been caught by the police and was still leisurely carrying out his brutal massacres. As soon as Koichi and Rohan accepted the condition, the mysterious ghost showed them the exit of the spirit alley. They just needed to turn left at the path behind the postbox to return to the real world. But to get out safely, they had to follow a rule: not to look back, no matter what happened. If one of them broke that rule, their soul would be immediately pulled back to the other world. Everything went smoothly until Koichi was about to reach the exit, when he was tricked by the ghosts into looking back. Fortunately, Rohan, in that moment, managed to use Heaven's Door to erase the short boy's memory and save his life in the nick of time. The ghost that Koichi and Rohan had accidentally met was named Reimi. During a visit to her grave, the artist was told by a nearby monk that 15 years ago, it was Reimi who had saved him from the killer, which was why she was killed. In the current town of Morio, there are many stand users, so finding the hiding killer is very difficult. It's very likely that he also has the power of a stand, so Josuke's group can only track down the killer through the stand users they will meet next. While shopping at a store, Josuke saw the presence of a stand on the street. Following its trail, he ran into Okuyasu, who was also chasing a similar one. This stand had a very large number, but it didn't attack when discovered, only collecting fallen coins anywhere in the town. When they reached the final point of the chase, Josuke and Okuyasu discovered its user was a middle school student. He introduced himself as Shigekio, possessing a stand named Harvest. Not only was he not an enemy, but this spiky-haired boy was also very friendly to Josuke and Okuyasu, even though they had just met. Shigekio was even willing to share half of the money he had just earned with his two new friends without any hesitation. Getting free money? Why not take it? But because he still had some pride, Josuke came up with a plan that could make everyone happy. To enhance their beautiful friendship, the fourth JoJo proposed to Shigekio a deal that could earn more money from the harvest stand. Instead of picking up coins, they could switch their target to stamps that no one cared about. Normally, shoppers would throw away stamps because they weren't worth much. But with the spiky-haired boy's stand, they could collect a huge number of those stamps and then exchange them for cash. The campaign was immediately launched and was more successful than expected. However, when he received the money exchanged from the stamps, Shigekio only gave Josuke and Okuyasu 10,000 yen, not half of the total amount. To teach the spiky-haired boy a lesson on how adults handle deals, the fourth JoJo came up with another idea. But this time, only he and the thug knew the plan. While rummaging through the lottery tickets in the trash, Okuyasu realized there was a winning lottery ticket worth up to 5 million yen. However, to get the money, they had to go through the verification process of a bank employee. Shigekio, wanting to take all the money for himself, secretly came up with a dark plan in his head. The tricky questions from the bank employee were designed to break the will of Josuke's group. The first question asked was where the fourth JoJo had bought the winning lottery ticket. He bluntly answered Morio, but unfortunately, there was nowhere in this town that sold lottery tickets. The situation got worse when the bank employee discovered that on the back of the lottery ticket was the name and phone number of another person. To push Josuke's group into despair, he continued to call the number written on it. Once it was revealed that the winning lottery ticket did not belong to Josuke, the whole group had a high chance of being taken care of by the state for a long time. In this perilous situation, the unwavering will of the Joestar family shone through. Josuke used Crazy Diamond to change the name printed on the lottery ticket. Thanks to that quick thinking, the dream of holding 5 million yen in his hands became a reality. At this point, Shigekio changed his tune, wanting to take the entire 5 million yen check for himself. Unable to keep his composure any longer, Okuyasu punched the spiky-haired boy in the face and took back the check. The spiky-haired boy was no ordinary person either. He quickly used his stand to snatch the ticket back. On the surface, Harvest was very useful for small tasks, but if used for fighting, it was also very formidable. While chasing Shigekio, both Okuyasu and Josuke suddenly felt dizzy and had ringing in their ears. The reason was that the spiky-haired boy had secretly used his stand to inject alcohol directly into their bodies. Defeating a drunk person was not too difficult for a middle school student like Shigekio. He continuously used Harvest to inflict damage on the vital spots of Josuke and the thug. Realizing the spiky-haired boy was very naive, Okuyasu used a little money to lure him into the attack range of the hand, then cut space to take back the check. Possessing the ability to repair anything, Josuke did not hesitate to tear the 5 million yen check into many pieces and scatter them everywhere. In a desperate situation, Shigekio had to use Harvest to collect the pieces of the check, and happily accepted to split the money into 3 parts, not half as before, if he didn't want to become a punching bag. Yukako was upset because Koichi didn't seem to notice her anymore after the previous incident. On her way, the female student saw a beauty salon called Cinderella, a place that could help girls achieve their wishes, no matter how fictional. This salon worked in a very strange way. If it helped a customer get lucky, the owner would change their face or body according to physiognomy. The problem Yukako had was her naturally scary eyebrows. After reaching an agreement with the customer, indeed, in a few short minutes, the owner had changed the shape of Yukako's eyebrows with her Stan's ability. Thanks to the altered eyebrows, Koichi was no longer afraid of the female student. On the contrary, he was very gentle with her. Even so, Yukako only felt this happiness for a short time because the salon owner's ability could only last for 30 minutes. No longer enjoying his love, the female student flew into a rage and immediately returned to the salon to cause a scene. To calm her anger, the salon owner said that if Yukako wanted to change her destiny forever, she had to accept changing her entire body. Money was not an issue for the female student, but she had to accept a condition: to use the salon's special lipstick every 30 minutes, except when sleeping. In an instant, the owner had completed the transformation of Yukako's body with her Stan's ability. When Koichi saw the female student's new form, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. Initially, the short boy's mind was still against Yukako after the previous terrifying incident. But if she diligently used the lipstick as the salon owner instructed, sooner or later, luck would be completely on her side. The salon owner's words came true when an unexpected situation occurred in a convenience store. A crowd pushed Koichi towards Yukako. In the bustling crowd, the two shared a passionate kiss. The next day, when he met the female student again, the short boy was horrified to see her scary appearance and left immediately. Blood rushed to her head. Yukako went to the salon for revenge, but that was really the price to pay for forgetting the condition the salon owner had mentioned before the surgery. Worried that something had happened to Yukako, Koichi went to the salon to help. The owner said that there was only one way for the female student to return to her old form: if she chose her own face from among thousands of other faces. Once a wrong choice was made, Yukako would surely have to live in a changed form for the rest of her life. In a moment of intense tension, the female student asked Koichi to make the choice for her, and she would also feel happy even if the choice was wrong. To prove his manhood, Koichi said that the salon owner should blind him if his choice was wrong. Touched by the couple's feelings for each other, the salon owner decided to restore Yukako's old form, even though it was against her work principles. Yoshikage Kira was the culprit that Koichi was looking for. However, the only people who knew this were himself and the victims who had been killed. Normally, outsiders only knew Kira as a hardworking, quiet, and unexpressive employee, but no one knew that deep inside Kira's mind was a ruthless killer. He was a pervert who liked to date the hands of his murder victims. The killer would cherish the hand until it rotted, and that would be when he would look for a new victim. Josuke and Okuyasu saw Shigekio strolling in a park. Too lazy to withdraw money from the bank, the two of them asked to borrow 1,000 yen from him. Too engrossed in conversation, the spiky-haired boy didn't realize that a nearby dog had snatched his lunch. Coincidentally, Shigekio's lunch was exactly the same as the lunch Kira had bought. Thinking it was his hamburger, the spiky-haired boy did not hesitate to take the bag and leave, not knowing that inside the bag was the hand of an unlucky victim. Fearing that if Shigekio saw the hand and reported it to the police, Kira would surely be wanted, he secretly followed him to get the bag back. But every time he was about to do it, Josuke and Okuyasu would appear and disrupt him. Hearing that Shigekio would go to the gym to eat lunch, Kira secretly followed with the intention of taking back the bag. Suddenly, Josuke and the thug appeared here, foiling the killer's plan. Another opportunity came to Kira. Taking advantage of Josuke arguing with Shigekio, he quickly snatched the food bag and then hid. Luck was completely on the killer's side when a teacher appeared and scared Josuke's group away. With the ability of his stand harvest, it didn't take long for the spiky-haired boy to find the person who had stolen his food bag. In the process of fighting over it, Shigekio accidentally tore the bag, revealing the corpse's hand that Kira had been hiding for so long. His crime exposed, Kira revealed all information about his identity to the spiky-haired boy. Once the killer said that, it also meant that the victim's life was as good as over. From behind, Kira appeared a very fierce-looking stand. It was called Killer Queen. Although he looked foolish, Shigekio was actually a very smart person. The spiky-haired boy knew that Kira's stand could only attack at close range, so he proactively kept a distance from him and used Harvest to attack from afar. But being that smart was still not enough to match a killer who had been evading the police for 15 years. He took a coin from his pocket to stimulate Shigekio's curiosity, with the purpose of making him take that coin. Killer Queen was a stand that could turn anything it touched into a bomb. Kira timed it perfectly for Harvest to bring the coin from him to its owner, and then detonated it. With his remaining strength, Shigekio used Harvest to escape to Josuke's place, because only he could heal his wounds. But before the spiky-haired boy could do that, the killer had turned the doorknob into a bomb. This explosion left not even a piece of the spiky-haired boy behind. Before going to the other side, Harvest used its last bit of life force to give Josuke and Okuyasu Kira's button. At the moment Shigekio's soul disappeared, all the stand users present in Morio Town felt this. They gathered at the Spirit Alley to exchange information about the poor spiky-haired boy, and also to make a plan to bring the killer who had been hiding for 15 years to light. For Okuyasu and Josuke, Shigekio was a person who was once very greedy and mean. But because he had tried to become a better person, his death made the thug and Josuke very confused and angry. After Shigekio's death, the town seemed to become very gloomy for every stand user who knew about it. On his way home from school, Koichi met Jotaro and was invited by him to go to a tailor shop to find information about the button that the spiky-haired boy had left behind. Indeed, the tailor shop that the third JoJo investigated had a jacket that was being repaired with a button similar to the one Shigekio had taken from the culprit. Just as he was about to tell Jotaro the name of the jacket's owner, the tailor shop owner was killed by some ability. Hiding deep inside the tailor shop was Kira. He was the one who used his stand to kill the poor old man. Not stopping there, he also plotted to activate a bomb to destroy the shop owner's corpse from this world. While Koichi and Jotaro were trying to avoid the shockwave from the bomb, Kira quickly took the jacket with his name on it and escaped. The only thing the third JoJo knew was the killer's appearance. In addition, the reason Jotaro didn't want to chase the culprit was because he still felt the presence of a stand somewhere inside the tailor shop. If he was a smart killer, he would surely eliminate those who intended to investigate his identity. The third JoJo's combat experience was not wrong. While Koichi was belittling Jotaro's meticulousness, a small tank-like vehicle rushed out from a pair of shoes and attacked him instantly. The third JoJo immediately used Star Platinum to destroy the tank, and to be sure, he even used his time-stopping technique to unleash all his damage on Kira's stand. Unfortunately, even after taking many punches, Kira's bomb tank was not even scratched. A battle god like Jotaro, although he didn't want to, had to admit its durability. Besides Killer Queen, the bomb tank, Sheer Heart Attack, was also one of the killer's abilities. What made this stand unbeatable was that it could be controlled automatically without being affected by distance. Through reasoning, Jotaro realized that the tank attacked based on temperature. Any location or object that emitted a high temperature would be its target. When he figured out this ability, the third JoJo was near a pile of fire. The explosion caused by the tank left Jotaro's entire body seriously injured and unconscious. Now, the one facing this stand was only a young warrior like Koichi. Through the third JoJo's teachings, the short boy tried to stay calm and find the opponent's weakness. With the special skill of his stand, Echoes, Koichi hung a character in front of the tank so it would emit temperature and be pursued like a donkey trying to chase its target. However, because Echoes itself had created that character, its tail was also affected similarly. Therefore, inside the tailor shop, there were two targets that the bomb tank could attack. In a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune, that fatal explosion helped Echoes evolve from its second stage to a new level. Unlike the previous two stages, Echoes Act 3 could communicate and receive direct commands from its user. As soon as Koichi gave the order, Echoes used a special move called Freeze to attack the bomb tank. At first, the short boy thought it was a useless skill, but just a few seconds later, the enemy's stand was crushed by something very heavy. This was the true ability of Act 3. The mini-tank was being crushed to the ground, getting heavier and heavier by an invisible gravity. Of course, even its user, Kira, could not avoid being affected by that technique. Pressed down by gravity, Kira, a man who had always hidden himself from society, was humiliated like this for the first time. In the killer's mind at this moment, there was only one goal: to kill the one who had made him so angry. Echoes Act 3 told Koichi that the range of the freeze technique was only effective within 5 meters. If he moved beyond that distance, the pressing gravity would disappear. Because he was very close to the tank, if that happened, the nearest attack target would also be Koichi. The short boy called for reinforcements from Josuke and Okuyasu, but unfortunately, Kira had arrived first. Koichi was now in a pincer situation. On one side was Killer Queen, and on the other was the bomb tank. Attacked by his opponent, the short boy unconsciously moved out of the 5-meter range. This inadvertently put Koichi in a situation where he had to fight two stands at once. At the moment, Koichi decided to freeze the bomb tank again. Kira took that opportunity to restrain Echo's ACT-3. Angry at the humiliation the short boy had caused him earlier, the killer did not hesitate to torture him painfully. Even though he was in a desperate situation, Koichi still didn't accept defeat easily. While Kira was attacking, the short boy managed to get his ID and learn his name. For a killer who specialized in hiding, this was a very serious matter. To avoid being exposed, Kira had only one choice: to erase the threat from this world. Just as the killer was about to strike, Jotaro stopped that scheme. Although his body was almost at its limit, proving himself to be an undefeated battle god who had saved the world from destruction, the third JoJo immediately taught Kira a lesson not to underestimate others with the powerful punches of his Stand Star Platinum. When Josuke and Okuyasu arrived, all that was left was a battlefield. Because the fourth JoJo didn't know the real killer's appearance, Kira pretended to be a victim so that Josuke would use Crazy Diamond to heal him. The killer had dug his own grave by saying those words, because only a stand user would truly know what ability Josuke had. Just when things seemed to be over, he cut off one of his own hands to let the bomb tank attack on its own, and then escaped. Not letting the culprit achieve his goal, Josuke immediately used Crazy Diamond to heal Kira's arm, and then followed its trail to find the killer. Before Josuke and the others could track him down, Kira had managed to go to the Cinderella salon, change his appearance, and then kill the owner to silence her. JoJo and his friends once again lost all information about Kira that they had worked so hard to get. In a house in the town of Morio, a married girl was always complaining about her husband being cold to her. The strange thing was that today, that man suddenly had a very unusual change in personality. But let's put that aside for now. Back with JoJo's group, as soon as they lost Kira's trail, they quickly went to the killer's house to find information that could reveal his daily habits. Kira had a family, but his parents had died early. He was an extremely intelligent person. However, the killer never showed that to outsiders to avoid causing trouble when committing his crimes. Kira's strange hobby was to cut his fingernails and save them. This could be the clue to help Jotaro and the others find the culprit. But then, a strange thing started to happen. The camera on the cabinet suddenly automatically took a picture of the third JoJo and Josuke. In that photo, the two of them could see the ghost of Kira's father in a corner of the room with a very angry expression. He knew his son was a killer and was willing to kill anyone who dared to investigate his son. To prevent the old man from causing trouble, Josuke intended to tear up the photo that the camera had taken, but that action caused the people in the photo, including himself, to be affected. The old man revealed that he was a ghost possessing a stand. Anyone photographed by the camera would be forever trapped in the photo's barrier. Josuke and Jotaro couldn't affect the old man, but on the contrary, he could completely do that to them. Thanks to the foolish old man revealing his ability, Jotaro knew how to turn the tables. All he needed to do was to take a close-up photo of the previous photo to trap the old man in his own barrier. Next, the third JoJo tore the photo in half, then wrapped it tightly with tape and fixed it to a pole. Not being so easily restrained, the old man used a psychological trick to fool Okuyasu into opening the photo to look and then seized that opportunity to escape. Even more surprisingly, inside Kira's cabinet was another set of bow and arrow. Because the arrow was an important item, the rotten old man quickly snatched it and fled. With the arrow in hand, it was certain that the killer's father would create countless more stand users to block JoJo's group's path in the upcoming journey. Back at the woman's house that I mentioned at the beginning of the episode, things started to get weird when her husband changed 360 degrees. Although the man still had an indifferent attitude towards his family, these actions were not like how her husband had treated her before. The wife even felt that the aura he exuded was extremely attractive, as if he had been possessed by someone else. Kira's father was actively looking for strong allies to serve his son. However, the arrow of the bow and arrow only chose the people it wanted to grant stand power to. The first one chosen among them was a young boy. Rohan Kishibe had temporarily put aside his work as an author to take pictures of people passing by the train station. The artist believed that men who were 1.75 meters tall and between 25 and 35 years old could very well be Kira's new identity. Suddenly, a boy appeared and challenged Rohan to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Because it was too childish, he pretended to ignore him. Even so, the strange boy was determined to follow him, so Rohan had no choice but to use Heaven's Door too to read his memories. Knowing the boy was not a stand user, the artist agreed to play one game of rock, paper, scissors and won. Not willing to lose easily, even though it was just a game, the rock, paper, scissors boy continued to follow him to settle the score. The result did not change. Earlier, through Heaven's Door, the artist had read the boy's rock, paper, scissors habits, so no matter what he threw, he knew how to counter it. Next was at the library. The stubborn rock, paper, scissors boy forced Rohan to play with him until he won. With a trick that made him angry, the cunning boy finally won. If things had stopped there would be nothing to say. Suddenly, the hole in the rock, paper, scissors boy's cheek created a strong suction force, pulling Heaven's Door inside. To defend himself, the artist immediately turned the cunning boy into a book before his stand disappeared. Through the information on it, Rohan learned that the boy was about to develop into a stand user. Gaining the upper hand, the rock, paper, scissors boy went further, demanding that the artist play 2 more games of rock, paper, scissors. If he won, he could take the stand of the challenged person. Having Rohan in his grasp, the rock, paper, scissors boy won again and took a part of Heaven's Door bit by bit. With only one final match left, unable to defeat the cunning boy, the artist played a mind game with him. The result between the two was continuously a draw. The match became more and more intense than ever before. The rock, paper, scissors boy's belief in luck was terrifying. He could stand in a rain of glass without worrying about the shards cutting him at all. In the final rock, paper, scissors match, Rohan Kishibe revealed to his opponent that he would throw paper. Of course, to win, the boy had to choose scissors. But somehow, his hand automatically turned into a rock. Lady Luck did not abandon the artist. A few minutes before Joseph and Josuke appeared, the invisible baby had approached Rohan. He just had to secretly use Heaven's Door to edit his memories and then have the baby turn the rock, paper, scissors boy's hand into a rock if he threw scissors at the decisive moment. Not accepting Rohan Kishibe's victory, the cunning boy decided to run into the street to commit suicide. Respecting the rock, paper, scissors boy's determination, the artist did not hesitate to follow him to see who would be the luckiest person of the day. The driver of the nearby truck lost his vision due to being blocked by the rotten old man's photo, so he managed to swerve and avoid the 2 crazy guys falling from the sky. Otherwise, these 2 guys would have held hands and rest in peace. Witnessing Rohan Kishibe's pride, the rock, paper, scissors boy finally had to accept that he had lost. The stand user chosen by the rotten old man's bow and arrow had failed, so the old man was determined to create more stand users. The one chosen this time was a young man strolling in a field. But for some reason, the arrow of the bow and arrow couldn't pierce his skin. On their way to school, Josuke and Okuyasu discovered a very strange symbol created in a field. When they went inside to investigate, the 2 of them found a young man lying unconscious there. Suddenly, this guy woke up and started rambling about Earth Hour and the dark clouds of the planet Moland, which made Josuke and Okuyasu burst out laughing, thinking he was joking. Josuke and the thug's attitude gradually changed when they witnessed the man in front of them continue to perform more strange behaviors. Fearing they had encountered an enemy, they quickly fled. The strange man still wouldn't let the 2 best friends go. Knowing that Josuke and Okuyasu really wanted to eat ice cream but the shop was closed, he pulled 2 ice creams from his bag and gave them to them. The strange man introduced himself as Mikitaka, 216 years old, and an intergalactic pilot. In other words, an alien. To check if the strange man was a stand user, Josuke asked some very unique questions. Without a trace of confusion, Mikitaka answered Josuke's questions calmly. At this time, near where they were, there seemed to be a fire. So many fire trucks appeared with blaring sirens. The strange man wanted to get out of there immediately. Due to being allergic to the sirens, he transformed himself into a pair of sports shoes on Josuke's feet and then ran away with him. Although he didn't want to, upon witnessing the strange things happening, Josuke temporarily believed Mikitaka was a real alien. From stand users and killers to aliens, Morio is truly a unique place. Being helped by Josuke, Mikitaka wanted to repay him and promised to do anything. Because the winning lottery ticket from before had been confiscated by his mother, the 4th JoJo wanted the strange man to turn into a die so he could go gambling. Rohan Kishibe was a famous author, so it was possible he had a lot of money. Therefore, the artist was the person Josuke chose as his opponent in the upcoming gambling game. With the help of the alien, Josuke won continuously. However, because the dice continuously rolled the same number, Rohan seemed to have started to vaguely realize that something was unusual. To make sure Josuke wasn't cheating, Rohan carefully inspected the dice on the table. Feeling nothing suspicious, the gambling game between them continued. And as always, the fourth JoJo rolled 3 sixes, while the artist only rolled a 1, 2, and 3. Not accepting defeat, Rohan Kishibe took a pen and broke his own little finger, then bluntly declared that before the game ended, he would find out Josuke's cheating trick. On the contrary, if he failed, the artist would give Josuke 2 million yen as compensation for his finger's treatment. In addition, Rohan also summoned a reliable witness, and that person was none other than Tamami. Once the lock stand was watching, if anyone present felt guilty, they would be immediately caught by it. Things had come to this, so Josuke had no choice but to try his best to hide it, with the purpose of not letting Tamami's stand find out. In Rohan's turn, Josuke intentionally controlled the dice to roll a normal set of numbers to avoid suspicion. A terrible thing happened when it was Josuke's turn. Due to having to roll too many times, the strange man began to show symptoms of dizziness and nausea. Moreover, the blaring sirens of the fire trucks once again sounded, giving Mikitaka a headache. Josuke tried to shout loudly to drown out the sound of the fire truck sirens. In the final roll, the dice once again rolled 3 sixes, helping Josuke win. Mikitaka was lucky not to be caught, because Rohan's house suddenly burst into flames. The artist's total damage was 7 million yen. As for the fourth JoJo, although he didn't lose anything, Rohan hated him more than ever. As the saying goes, enemies are destined to meet. Josuke ran into the artist again on a bus. Feeling guilty, Josuke didn't even dare to look him in the face. When the bus went into a tunnel, Rohan saw a scene that reminded him of the killer Kira and told Josuke about it. Fearing the artist was trying to get revenge, Josuke didn't pay any attention to his words. Wanting to investigate the matter thoroughly, Rohan quickly got off the bus and went into the tunnel by himself. The artist couldn't believe his eyes because inside, there really was a room, but the killer had disappeared. Startled to realize that the mysterious room was a trap created by the enemy's stand, Rohan wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Mysterious footprints suddenly appeared and chased after him. Based on the speed of his vehicle, he measured that it could only catch people with a speed below 60 kilometers per hour. An oncoming truck forced the artist to slow down, but at the same time, it helped the opponent's stand catch up to him. Although not very trusting of Rohan, Josuke still came to the tunnel to look for him. Here, wanting to save the artist, Josuke was also tricked by the opponent into stepping inside the room. To escape and find a way to defeat it, the fourth JoJo had to race at a speed of over 60 kilometers per hour at all times. Showing himself to be a true racing boy, Josuke always kept the throttle at top speed and in a flash, left the opponent's stand behind. He forgot that a spirit can be anywhere and doesn't need to chase JoJo over a long distance. Panicked by the chasing footprints, Josuke continued his high-speed journey. Thanks to Crazy Diamond, Josuke successfully passed a baby carriage spectacularly. Not only did he become a racing boy, but the fourth JoJo also acted like a robber. Snatching a phone from a passerby, Josuke immediately called Koichi for help. An unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Too engrossed in talking on the phone, Josuke had driven his vehicle to the seaport at some point. Not stopping the strange footprints before they sucked all his nutrients, the fourth JoJo summoned his stand to smash a part of the ground and then restore it to create a protective shield. While the footprints were transforming into a complete stand, Josuke grabbed his vehicle and followed the sewer to escape. After going a short distance, a white wall appeared in front of him, but he showed no fear and charged towards it. The vehicle crashed into the wall, throwing Josuke into the air. Next, he used Crazy Diamond to break a car and then repair it so it could trap the strange footprints of the mysterious stand. Suspecting that this nutrient-sucking stand belonged to a seriously injured stand user, the fourth JoJo asked Koichi to go to the town's hospital to find him. Because the short boy's appearance was too small, he was initially looked down upon by a nurse at the hospital. With no other choice, Koichi had to use a trick to force the rude woman to reveal the location of the person he was looking for. Just as he got the information, Josuke arrived. However, before he could teach that guy a lesson, his stand finally caught up and sucked the nutrients from his body. This stand user's name was Yuya Fungami. His stand was called Highway Star. The vengeful man continuously spewed insults at Josuke because he was sure he had won. Yuya didn't know that while he was showing off to the pretty girls, the fourth JoJo had been supplying himself with nutrients through the opponent's IV drip. To prevent the vengeful man from humiliating him as a coward, Josuke immediately used Crazy Diamond to heal all his wounds, and then beat the Japanese racing boy until he was hospitalized for the second time. Kosaku Kawajiri was the name Kira was using after stealing the victim's face. The killer thought that things were gradually becoming smooth for him, but no. Kosaku's son was showing signs of suspicion about his father's strange behaviors. Shinobu, Kosaku's wife, suddenly screamed and told her husband about a stray cat that had suddenly appeared in the house. This cat was very fierce. In addition, it also had a large hole under its throat. When he went to check, Kira found the cat dead, pierced by glass shards. Suspecting that this could be a stand-wielding animal, he buried the cat in the front garden. A day passed. At the burial site of the unfortunate animal, a strangely shaped plant suddenly appeared. Because Kira was the cause of its death, the plant used its stand's ability to get revenge. Fearing the presence of this plant could expose his identity, Kira decided to eliminate it. However, the strange plant somehow managed to stop the explosive ability of Killer Queen. Through observation, the killer learned that the ability of the cat-shaped plant was to control air. The air bubbles it shot out, although slow, were completely invisible to others. The danger of stray cat became even more apparent when it shot a small air bubble into Kira's vein. In medicine, if more than 10 cc of air is injected into a vein, it can cause an embolism leading to death. With no other choice, the killer had to accept creating a small explosion on his arm to release the air bubble stray cat had shot out. Thanks to a distracting bubble, Kira managed to survive. Through the surveillance camera footage, Kosaku's son saw his father hiding something in the attic of the house. Wanting to investigate the matter thoroughly, the boy went up there and ran into stray cat. Kira also vaguely realized his son was watching and returned home to check on the situation. This inadvertently put the two in a situation where they were surrounded on both sides. But thanks to his quick thinking, the boy managed to hide in time before being discovered by the killer. Jotaro and all the stand users in the town were trying to speed up the process of making the killer take responsibility for the crimes he had committed. While patrolling the sky, Yoshihiro, Kira's father, saw his son, but for the time being, the old man didn't want to reveal himself because he was busy creating more stand users to block JoJo's group. On their way, Josuke and Okuyasu were reunited with the strange man. He said that he had something to show them. Through the binoculars that he had transformed into, Josuke and the thug were very surprised to see a man living freely on a utility pole. Being a resident of the unique Morio, it didn't take long for Josuke to realize that the man was a stand user. To find out if the man was an ally or an enemy, the two of them quickly approached to question him. On the same day, Rohan, Kishibe, and Tomoko were both targeted by mysterious individuals. Back at Josuke's location, being too hasty, he was tricked by Toyohiro into stepping inside the utility pole area. Anyone who stepped inside this barrier would be imprisoned. If they tried to leave, they would be turned into a part of it. According to the clown, this was an independent stand that didn't need a master. The person trapped inside, if they wanted freedom, had to trick someone else into taking their place. To free his best friend, Okuyasu used the hand to coordinate with Crazy Diamond to destroy the utility pole. At this point, Toyohiro told them that if they applied force to the utility pole, it would return a similar force. Although his personality was a bit strange, when he saw his friend in trouble, he would not stand by with his arms crossed. The wire that the clown used to escape was actually the strange man himself transformed. Becoming a victim of the Superfly stand for 3 years helped Toyohiro know every nook and cranny and how it worked. By choosing the right direction of attack on the utility pole, it would return a corresponding amount of damage in the opposite direction. Mikitaka was thus fixed in one place by him. Switching scenes to Rohan Kishibe's residence. To repair his house after the fire, he had hired an architect to appraise the cost. To be on the safe side, the artist had to use Heaven's Door to read the memories of the people he met. Through it, Rohan knew that the architect was not dangerous. But there was still one thing that made him curious. This man did not like anyone looking at his back. Back at the troublesome utility pole, a fierce battle between Josuke and Toyohiro took place. The initial advantage belonged to the clown, because even with his eyes closed, he could move on Superfly with ease. But the fourth, JoJo, couldn't do that. Next, Toyohiro made a cut on Superfly, causing it to shoot damage towards Josuke. If the cuts only came from one direction, Josuke wouldn't have much trouble defending. However, these cuts could also bounce back and shoot damage from all directions. The fourth JoJo knew this entire plan of his opponent from the beginning of the match. Similar to Superfly, Crazy Diamond could also return the cuts to their original position, and that was where the clown was standing. Completely convinced, Toyohiro decided to surrender, and also revealed to Josuke that Koichi was in danger. Worried that something had happened to his friend, Okuyasu and Josuke quickly went to look for him, but it was not very promising. The only person who could help the fourth JoJo find Koichi was Yuya Fungami, as he had a very keen sense of smell. In return, the condition for a deal with the racing boy was that Josuke had to heal him. In just a short time, following the scent of Koichi's body, Yuya discovered that they were being followed by another stand user. Moreover, to threaten Josuke, he even used Josuke's mother as a joke. Going back in time a bit to find out what this stand user's ability is. Earlier, he had broken into Josuke's house and kidnapped Tomoko. This stand user's stand had the ability to turn a target into a piece of paper if they showed fear. This was the trick that the magician was trying to use on the fourth JoJo. As long as Josuke showed fear, even for a small action, Enigma would not miss the opportunity to turn him into paper. Curious about the piece of paper in his mother's pocket, Josuke took it out to look. From inside it, a pistol suddenly appeared and fired straight at his head. At the same time, Rohan was also about to become the target of a terrifying stand due to his own curious nature. The artist insisted on looking at the architect's back, causing the man to be killed. This ability was also caused by an independent stand, so when the old host died, it would find a new person to replace him. Heaven's Door had no effect on this stand because Rohan Kishibe had now become its master. But the impact the artist inflicted on the grotesque frog was similar to attacking himself. Back to Josuke's fight with the magician. Crazy Diamond might not be as fast as Star Platinum, but it could still catch up to the speed of a bullet at close range. To make the fourth JoJo afraid, the magician threw a piece of paper with Koichi's name on it into the middle of the road just as a car was about to approach. Fearing his best friend would be run over, in a moment, Josuke showed his fear. Meeting the condition of the Enigma stand, it didn't take long to pull Josuke into a piece of paper. Before being completely pulled inside, the fourth JoJo intentionally performed a few actions to urge Yuya to find a way to defeat the magician. Having not yet eliminated a tough opponent like Josuke, the enemy continued on his way to the Morio Grand Hotel to fight Jotaro. Josuke's deal didn't require Yuya to fight, but as someone with the spirit of a racing boy, he would definitely not abandon his brother. The speed of Highway Star was very fast and caught up with the enemy's taxi. However, when he arrived, Yuya saw no one inside except for the traps that the magician had prepared. The racing boy carelessly opened a piece of paper containing a shredder inside. The fear that Koichi and Josuke would be cut into pieces by Yuya was detected by Enigma. The result, as everyone knows, the magician didn't know that the racing boy did that with the intention of going inside the shredder to free the fourth JoJo and the short boy. Not returning what the opponent had done, Josuke summoned Crazy Diamond to attack and turn the magician into a book forever. Not liking Josuke much, Rohan Kishibe called and asked Koichi for help to remove the stand stuck on his back. However, when he came to the house and heard the artist narrate the whole story, the short boy thought he was joking. In despair, Rohan could only ask for help from others. But the first thing he needed to do was to get past all the people in Morio and avoid letting them look at his back. The grotesque frog didn't want to let the artist go. It had summoned many cats in the town to one place. Animals can possess stands, and for that reason, Rohan had to be more careful and focused than ever. The animals, lured by the independent stand, rushed towards the artist to attack. At that time, if Koichi hadn't arrived in time, Rohan would have gone to the other world to write stories for the dead. The short boy used Echo's Act 3 to attack the grotesque frog, but that only made the artist's back even more seriously injured. To be free, Rohan had to let someone else see his back and accept a gruesome death. The independent stand didn't know it had been tricked by the artist. He wasn't looking for help but was going to the spirit alley at the boundary between life and death. If anyone looked back, they would be immediately pulled away by the ghosts. Even if it was a stand, it couldn't escape. The opponents that Yoshihiro created were eliminated one by the righteous stand users. One evening, unable to control himself anymore, Kira planned to go to a victim's house and kill her. This entire criminal act was recorded by Hayato with a camera. To make sure the kid didn't know anything about his ability, the killer found every way to approach him and then continuously asked threatening questions. Terrified to the extreme, Hayato had to tell him what he knew. He even threatened Kira back, saying that if he dared to do anything, the tapes of his crimes would be made public. Kira's principle was to kill anyone who knew his true identity. Hayato was no exception, even though the boy had warned that he would release evidence that could get the killer arrested. Through the photos of passers-by taken by Rohan, JoJo's group was now very close to the killer. By investigating and acting together, they had arranged to meet in an area of the town the next day. Kira was worried sick because the killer knew that once he killed Hayato, his identity being exposed was only a matter of time. Yoshihiro came to his son to comfort him, but thanks to this action, Kira was given a new, incredibly powerful ability by the bow and arrow. The next morning, Hayato came back from the dead miraculously. The boy only had vague memories of the terrifying night before. Knowing his son hated him very much, Kira intentionally teased him by acting affectionate with his mother. On the way to take Hayato to school, the killer did not hesitate to tell the boy all the bad things he had done and was about to do, because he believed that the new ability of Killer Queen was invincible. With the photos Rohan Kishibe had collected, everyone suspected that Hayato was an important clue to finding Kira. Meeting the boy on the street, the artist immediately used Heaven's Door to read his memories. The first few pages of Hayato's memories were just an ordinary life like everyone else's. But in the following pages, Rohan had a feeling that this boy's memories could predict the future. The final piece of information made the artist jump out of his skin when he discovered that the person impersonating Hayato's father was Yoshikage Kira. From within the pages of memory, a miniature Killer Queen appeared. No matter how he attacked, Rohan couldn't remove it from his sight. This was the killer's third ability. Anyone who tried to investigate his whereabouts through Hayato would have a bomb immediately activated, killing them on the spot. At the moment Rohan Kishibe was blown to bits, the boy Hayato woke up and found himself back in the morning where everything had begun, as if time traveling. This power of Kira was called Bites the Dust. It did that with the purpose of protecting its user from the most desperate situations. That was also why Hayato could come back from the dead. On the second repeated morning, Hayato tried to disrupt Kira so that things wouldn't proceed similarly to the last time. He secretly found Rohan Kishibe to reveal all the secrets of Bites the Dust to the artist. However, the events of the previous morning happened again. Rohan didn't even understand why he had to die. This was the invincible power that Kira had mentioned. What had happened could never be changed unless he turned off the Bites the Dust mode. Hayato fell into overwhelming despair as he had to witness the people capable of defeating the killer die before his eyes, and the clue that led to those events was the boy himself. A few minutes after Rohan was killed, JoJo's group gathered together. Unfortunately, Hayato was also present here. If Yukako, Koichi, or anyone in the group opened their mouth to ask the boy about Kira, death was a certainty for them. What must come will come. JoJo's group bombarded the boy with questions related to the killer. To protect these people, Hayato was willing to sacrifice his life, but Bites the Dust quickly appeared and prevented that. In a flash, all the members of JoJo's group were blown up, similar to Rohan Kishibe. Because Bites the Dust was still in effect, Hayato had to start his terrifying morning all over again. Possessing a strong will, the boy was determined not to give up. On the third repeated morning, Hayato intentionally changed the situations that were bound to happen. Along with that, he secretly hid Stray Cat in his backpack and waited for the killer to let his guard down to deliver the fatal blow. Seeing these unusual things in his son, Kira also acted very carefully. As I said, no matter how many times Bites the Dust repeated that morning, what had to happen. The moment the killer came to get Hayato, he immediately used Stray Cat to attack. Kira seemed to be protected by Lady Luck. He was only slightly injured after the shot from Stray Cat, thanks to a watch kept in his coat pocket. The killer vaguely realized that Bites the Dust was not as invincible as he thought. If he let this morning repeat many more times, it was feared that Hayato would be able to find a way to stop it, because the only one with memories when returning to the past was him. This time, Kira wanted to wait for JoJo's group to be all killed and then deactivate the ability of Bites the Dust. By doing so, it was 100% certain that those who stood in his way could not be revived. The killer didn't know that the next morning, Hayato intentionally called Josuke's house with the purpose of making him come to school earlier than planned. Thanks to that small change, the boy had a chance to turn the tables. Josuke, along with Okuyasu, from a distance, had heard the entire conversation between Kira and Hayato, and were certain that the strange man before them was the new identity the killer had changed into. Fearing being killed by the fourth JoJo, Kira was forced to recall Killer Queen to protect himself. That also meant that Bites the Dust was removed, and the mornings would not repeat again. A stand showdown between Crazy Diamond and Killer Queen broke out. Josuke had the upper hand because his stand was very strong in close combat. In a moment, to protect Josuke, Okuyasu used the power of the hand, but because of that, he had to take a very powerful blow for the fourth JoJo. That explosion was the combination of Killer Queen's bomb and Stray Cat's air bubble. Combining the two powers at the same time helped Kira's stand no longer be limited by its long-range attack ability. The killer vaguely said that he had turned Okuyasu's body into a bomb. Once Josuke intended to heal his friend, it was very likely he would have to take the full damage of Killer Queen. On the contrary, if Josuke didn't heal the thug, in a few more minutes, he would die from his severe wounds. In a difficult situation, Hayato said that if he let the boy touch Okuyasu's body first, and then Josuke used Crazy Diamond to heal, no one would have to die. The boy's extraordinary courage gave the fourth JoJo a chance to heal his best friend. However, because the treatment came too late, Okuyasu's soul had already flown to the other world. Josuke, along with Hayato, quickly hid inside a house. This plan was very smart because Kira was very afraid of Josuke's close combat ability. Somehow, without even stepping inside the house, the killer still knew Josuke's movements and shot a pursuing bomb at him. Before the bomb could detonate and seriously injure him, the fourth JoJo managed to shoot a piece of glass containing his blood out the window. Then, Crazy Diamond would restore that piece of glass, causing it to return to its original position, while at the same time, piercing through Kira's body. Both contestants were now seriously injured. The next blow would be the prelude to knowing who would have the upper hand. Josuke discovered that the killer's bomb could find the right spot thanks to his father hiding in Hayato's pocket. To eliminate the rotten old man, the fourth JoJo used his phone and pretended to be Yoshihiro, informing the killer of his father's location. With that sinister intention, Josuke successfully eliminated an enemy without much effort. At this very moment, the second piece of metal that Josuke had shot continued to pierce through the killer's body. Realizing that Kira was also in a half-dead state, Josuke came out and directly confronted him. Currently, in close combat, besides Star Platinum, perhaps no stand could fight against Crazy Diamond. However, thanks to hiding Stray Cat in his stomach, Kira was lucky to avoid the fatal punch that Josuke threw. Killer Queen created a final invisible bomb that ended the battle, but that bomb was redirected by Okuyasu's The Hand. The thug's miraculous return was considered the end of the killer's life. Thanks to the loud noise from the fight, the rest of JoJo's group had also arrived. At this moment, will the destiny of evil or the spirit of justice be crowned? The shocking explosions from the battle had attracted medical and police forces to the scene. A nurse approached Kira to check on him, seeing that he was seriously injured. Hayato knew very well that if the killer managed to activate Bites the Dust on her, all of Josuke's efforts would be in vain. Not giving Kira a chance to activate his power, Jotaro tried to close the distance with him and then used Star Platinum's time-stopping ability. Even so, the killer still managed to detonate the bomb and return to the past. But that was just his illusion. The place where Kira was now was the spirit alley where Reimi was waiting. She revealed to the killer that he had actually been defeated by JoJo's group. Going back a bit earlier, before Kira had a chance to use Bites the Dust, Koichi had used the freeze technique of Echo's Act 3 to prevent it. Next, with the time stop and aura of Star Platinum, Jotaro had brought the killer closer to the brink of death. The reason Kira died was even more gruesome. An ambulance, unable to see from behind, had run over the killer's head, making it impossible for anyone there to identify him. Inside the spirit alley, Kira continued to fight with Reimi with the hope of returning to the real world. From the darkness, Arnold the dog rushed out to attack, causing him to look back at where he shouldn't have. The demonic spirits from a mysterious space immediately appeared, dragging Kira, along with Killer Queen, to a place no one knew where. Finally, after 15 long years, the nightmare in the unique Morio came to an end. With the killer defeated, Reimi had no reason to linger in this town anymore. The remaining stand users gathered in one place to say goodbye to this lovely girl. Kosaku Kawajiri was dead. Only Hayato knew what had happened to his father. As for Shinobu, she still waited day by day, hoping that her husband would come home. All the events in the unique Morio were resolved, so Jotaro and Joseph had no more attachments to this place. The two of them said goodbye to Josuke at the seaport, and trusted that this town would be protected by stand users with strong spirits. Season 5, Golden Wind. Italy, a place with picturesque, dreamlike scenery and world-class food. However, its society faces a major problem. Many gangs have been established in the country, leading to almost all police being bribed to turn a blind eye to their crimes. After graduating, Koichi traveled from Japan to the distant country of Italy to search for a person named Haruno Shiobana. At the airport, the short boy happened to meet the main character of this part, Giorno Giovanna. He currently works as a freelance taxi driver at the airport, making Koichi a potential customer. However, because Koichi was too stingy with the fare, Giorno plotted to steal all his luggage. Immediately, Koichi used Echo's Act 3, causing the car to be weighed down by gravity and unable to move. Giorno quickly fled. When Koichi checked the car, he didn't find his luggage. Instead, there was a frog. After escaping, Giorno was confronted by a gangster named Leaky Eye Luca. Luca demanded that Giorno pay protection money if he wanted to work in his territory, or else he would pay with his life. When they couldn't reach an agreement, the gangster used a large shovel to hit Giorno, but somehow, Giorno was unharmed. On the contrary, a rather large dent appeared on Luca's head. The reason Koichi was looking for the mysterious man in the photo was actually because Jotaro had asked him to. The third JoJo said that Haruno was related to some experiment that the Speedwagon Foundation was researching. Meeting Giorno again at a roadside cafe, Koichi immediately used Echo's freezing ability to get back his lost luggage. Giorno was no pushover either. He used his stand Gold Experience to escape. Gold Experience's ability is to make a tree grow from the ground. Not wanting to lose his target, Koichi attacked the tree Giorno created but was immediately hit by its counterattack. Through these events, Koichi realized that this was the person Jotaro was looking for. More surprisingly, Giorno Giovanna was also the son of the most ruthless murderer of all time, Dio Brando. Having just escaped one danger, Giorno had to face another opponent. This man revealed that he worked for a notorious mafia gang, and the reason he came was to investigate whether Giorno had killed Leaky Eye Luca. With the tricks this man performed, it was certain that he was also a stand user. The story goes that Giorno also had a very beautiful mother, but she was never a good mother. When Giorno was only 2, his mother often left him at home to go out and have fun in town. A few years later, she remarried an Italian man. On the outside, this man seemed very kind to Giorno, but when his mother wasn't around, he was a completely different person. A dark childhood continuously clung to the 5th JoJo. He was frequently the target of bullying by neighborhood kids. At that time, Giorno believed he was worthless, and it was only a matter of time before he went down the wrong path into a life of crime. To explain, Giorno is called the 5th JoJo because he is the son of Dio, and Dio possessed Jonathan's body, so he also carries the bloodline of the Joestar family. An incident occurred that saved Giorno's life. One day, he saw a man being chased by gangsters. Feeling that the man was as lonely as himself, JoJo decided to hide his presence and protect him from the mafia. Shortly after, Giorno's stepfather stopped beating him, and the bullies suddenly became kind to him in a very unusual way. All these changes were thanks to the man Giorno had saved, indebted for his life. But not wanting his benefactor to get involved in the gang life, the mysterious man tried his best to act cold and stay away from him. But the image of gangs breaking the law was etched into Giorno's heart. Instead of admiring football players, he admired gangsters and took that as his reason for living. Back to the present. The 5th JoJo's life was being threatened as he had to fight a formidable stand user, while his Gold Experience had only awakened for about a month. To survive, Giorno had no choice but to bet his life on his stand's combat ability. Fortunately, this method quickly worked. By overloading his opponent with life energy, JoJo caused his consciousness to go haywire, leaving him standing still like a statue. Realizing Giorno's ability was very dangerous, the man with the bowl cut fled. This was not a good thing, as Giorno knew he was a gangster. If the man escaped, Giorno would be assassinated one day. The 5th JoJo used Gold Experience to give life to his opponent's broken tooth, turning it into a fly. The insect would automatically find its owner, even if he tried to hide with a stand. That's how Giorno managed to keep up with him. In this situation, both knew very well that to stay alive, they had to fight to the death. In the initial exchanges, the man with the bowl cut completely overwhelmed Giorno with the cunning of a gangster. Even so, the 5th JoJo's determination was even more admirable. He was willing to sacrifice one of his hands to put his opponent in a state of uncontrolled consciousness once again. In that state, Giorno could have completely killed him, but for some reason, JoJo decided not to. Perhaps in a moment, Giorno saw his opponent tremble when he saw the numerous needle marks from drugs on a nearby young man's arm, which made him change his mind. Knowing the man hated drugs, Giorno proposed to become his ally. The fifth JoJo's goal was to overthrow the current mafia boss and become a new boss to stop them from selling drugs to the children of his country. After hearing Giorno's ambition, Bruno Bucciarati surprisingly decided to become his ally and help him achieve his noble goal by introducing Giorno to the gangster organization. The organization Bucciarati worked for was called Passione. In this organization, no one knew the name or had ever met the boss. To conduct business, he often relayed orders to high-ranking managers called capos. The capo responsible for recruiting Giorno was named Polpo. Unlike other capos, he was currently sentenced to 15 years in prison, but even so, Polpo still held great power in the organization. As soon as he got the information, the fifth JoJo immediately went into the prison to meet Polpo. Giorno was very surprised to see that the person recruiting him was an incredibly large man. He was currently serving his sentence, but his cell was fully equipped with amenities no different from the outside, including weapons. The condition Polpo gave for Giorno to join the organization was to keep a flame he gave him lit for 24 hours. If it went out, the recruitment would fail, and the fifth JoJo might even be eliminated. The first challenge came just as Giorno stepped out of the cell. A police officer suspected that Giorno had received an item from the prisoner and wanted to search him on the spot. With the determination to fulfill his ambition, the fifth JoJo suppressed the pain as the flame burned his hand and used gold experience to turn the lighter into a flower to deceive the female officer. All those difficulties were just the initial challenge. Outside the prison, there were countless reasons that could cause the flame to go out at any time if Giorno was not highly focused. Unfortunately, Koichi was waiting for Giorno at the dormitory. If Koichi saw the burning flame, it was certain that he would extinguish it, and the recruitment would be over. Combining quick thinking with a bit of luck, Giorno successfully protected the flame. But just as Giorno was about to leave, a nearby janitor accidentally splashed water, putting out the flame. Since it was a gasoline lighter, it wasn't too hard for the janitor to relight it. But at that moment, a very dangerous stand suddenly appeared in the area. It quickly killed the janitor with an arrow from a bow and arrow set. Similar to the janitor, Giorno also saw the flame being relit, so he quickly became the target of the mysterious stand's power. In danger, the fifth JoJo decided to counterattack, even if he had to kill his recruiting capo. Unfortunately, Giorno's ability only managed to slow down the mysterious stand's speed, while its power remained as strong as ever. Just when it seemed he would die, he was saved by the sunlight. Through this, Giorno realized that Polpo's stand had extraordinary speed when moving in the shadows, but it was completely harmless in the light. Of course, JoJo was only safe as long as the sun was out. Once the sun set, death was a certainty. Koichi suddenly appeared and became the next target of the mysterious stand because he had seen the flame being relit when he was observing everything from Giorno's dorm room. Not wanting an innocent person to be harmed by his recruitment, JoJo used gold experience to turn the railing into a canopy of flowers, erasing all the shadows. With no environment to operate in, Polpo's stand was forced to let go of Koichi and move elsewhere. According to Koichi, the power they were facing was an automatic stand. The only way to destroy this stand was to destroy its user. But unfortunately, Polpo was currently protected by a high-security prison in Italy. Using all his composure to think, Giorno found another plan that could defeat this overwhelming power without having to touch its user. To do that, both of them had to lure the automatic stand into an object with a shadow, then eliminate it by transforming that object. While carrying out the plan, Giorno was caught by the stand through the shadow cast by crows flying in the sky. Without hesitation, Koichi immediately called on Echo's Act 3 to freeze the opponent and restrict its movement. Not missing this golden opportunity, Giorno used gold experience to infuse life into the tree roots underground, causing a nearby tree to grow through its entire life cycle rapidly. With growth comes decay. The tree quickly withered and turned to dust, allowing sunlight to shine directly on the automatic stand, destroying it completely. The next day, JoJo returned the lighter to Polpo and completed the interview. From this moment on, he was recognized as an official member of the Passione Mafia organization. Before leaving, Giorno secretly used gold experience to turn Polpo's gun into a banana. The moment the giant craved a piece of fruit was also the moment his gang life and power were erased. Koichi told Jotaro about Giorno's story. Through their brief encounters, Koichi believed that the blood of the Joestar family flowed within the 5th JoJo. Passione was a very large gang organization, starting with the lowest-ranking members gathered into groups of 6 to 10. The capo would be the individual leading these groups. Above all was the boss. Since he only communicated through his most trusted right-hand man, no one had ever known his identity or appearance. For Giorno to be able to overthrow the boss, the first thing he needed to do was find a team of companions he could trust. Of course, that team was Bucciarati's team. The news of Capo Polpo's death in prison spread to other members of the gang. This was the perfect opportunity for them to get their hands on the huge fortune, rumored to be worth 5 billion lire, that the giant had hidden somewhere. If a member from the bottom of the organization used such a large sum of money, he could reach the position of capo in an instant, and their target was definitely Bucciarati, as he was Polpo's closest subordinate. At a restaurant in Italy, Giorno was led by Bucciarati to meet his team. As expected from mafia gang members, each and every one of them had a very peculiar personality. To test the 5th JoJo, a guy in the group secretly urinated into a teapot and forced him to drink it. With the ability of gold experience, Giorno turned his tooth into a jellyfish to absorb all the liquid he had just drunk. Thanks to that trick and his intelligence, Giorno was quickly accepted and befriended by everyone in the group. After getting acquainted, Bucciarati and his group rented a boat to start their grand plan. On the way, Bucciarati informed the group that Capo Polpo had died, and their mission this time was to go to the island of Capri to seize the real fortune of up to 10 billion lire, then use that money to buy the position of capo. While discussing their operational plan, Bucciarati saw a member of the group, Norancia, being pulled into the boat's bilgewater, leaving only a single shoe behind. Then 2 other members, Mista and Fugo, disappeared one by one right before the eyes of the others. The enemy had probably snuck onto the boat earlier and was waiting for the opportunity to strike. They were ready to kill any member of the organization because the 10 billion lire prize was a dream that anyone would covet. To find the opponent's whereabouts, Giorno used gold experience to turn Norancia's shoe into a fly so it would find its way back to its owner. Giorno's plan was very clear, but to succeed, it needed the ability of Abbacchio's stand. As a new recruit to the group, Giorno had not yet fully gained the trust of all members. Abbacchio refused to reveal his power to Giorno, even though they were in life-threatening danger. To prove that his plan was the only way to turn the tide, JoJo did not hesitate to bet his life to give Bucciarati and Abbacchio a clue about the power of the hiding enemy. Abbacchio was once a police officer serving justice right after graduation, but he soon realized this job was full of contradictions. He was willing to put his life in danger to protect the people, but the only thing he received in return were very arrogant demands. Moreover, the legal system in Italy was too corrupt, so as long as a criminal had enough money for bail, they would be released. Abbacchio secretly learned all these contradictions and began to take bribes from street criminals. One day, he encountered a criminal he had taken a bribe from who had committed murder and robbery. But he didn't dare to arrest him for fear of his bribery being exposed. Just as he was lowering his gun, the criminal intended to shoot and kill Abbacchio, but he was saved by his colleague who sacrificed himself to take the fatal bullet. Disappointed and sad, he quit the police force and became a wanderer, drinking all day to punish himself. At the darkest moment of his life, Bucciarati appeared and pulled him out of it. Back in the present, thanks to Giorno's brave act, Abbacchio also took action seriously. Through the fly's position, both of them knew that the enemy was currently hiding somewhere inside the ship. But when they checked, they found nothing but an empty ship. Things had come to this, so Abbacchio had no choice but to use his stand, Moody Blues, to find information about the hiding person. He could use this power to replay the past and find out what had happened to his comrades. After watching the replay, Abbacchio realized the enemy was hiding in the ship's water pipes. To pinpoint the exact location, he immediately controlled his stand to go deep into the pipes and then reported the opponent's position to Bucciarati. They tried everything, but in the end, both of them still couldn't see the enemy or their comrades anywhere. And then, the inevitable happened. Abbacchio was attacked by the hiding person and pulled into the ship's body, leaving only Bucciarati alone. He began to threaten Bucciarati to make him reveal the hiding place of Polpo's huge treasure. As a leader, Bucciarati always remained calm in all situations, and he had vaguely figured out the opponent's ability. When Abbacchio was attacked, seawater flooded the ship's body due to being affected by Bucciarati's stand, sticky fingers. causing the ship to split into two entities. This was the enemy's stand ability. He could use a thin membrane to hide another ship on top. By moving inside that thin membrane, the person could attack from anywhere without fear of being discovered. And when the opponent was revealed, Bucciarati, with his superior combat skills, defeated him in one blow. After defeating the opponent, the group's boat was now approaching the island of Capri. To be sure that no other enemies were targeting the 10 billion lire, Abbacchio continued to use Moody Blues to replay the enemy's past. Through the replay, they discovered that the enemy had informed his accomplices of the treasure's location. It was very likely that he was currently waiting on the island to set up an ambush. The only advantage JoJo's group had now was that the enemy didn't know his accomplice had been discovered. Therefore, Giorno suggested that Bucciarati send someone ashore to launch a preemptive strike. The ones assigned to this mission were Giorno and Mista, the user of the Stand Sex Pistols, a very suitable power for assassination. Very quickly, the two of them reached the port of Capri. They had 20 minutes to act before the enemy discovered his accomplice had been defeated. Time waits for no one, yet the shooter casually organized a party as soon as he arrived. Mista did this for a reason, because his Sex Pistols were very strict about their schedule. Only when they were well-fed and well-rested could their power be fully utilized. With everything in order, the shooter approached a guard post to hide, while Giorno would observe from a distance and make a phone call. Anyone who came to answer a call related to the docked boat, Mista would not hesitate to give them a few bullets. A few more minutes passed, but no one on the island came to answer the call. Surprisingly, at that very moment, JoJo discovered that a stranger had entered the guard post at some point. The plan was ruined. Giorno had no way to inform his comrade that the enemy was very close to him. Thanks to Giorno's shout from the phone, Mista saw the enemy and used his revolver to shoot him. The path of a normal bullet would travel in a straight line, but thanks to his stand's power, the shooter could bend the bullet's path even if the shot was off target. The enemy was only injured in the leg. He had managed to escape onto a truck. Mista immediately followed the truck, but what he saw was only a panicked driver at the wheel. Mista was a very simple guy who liked to live a carefree life and wander around. Sometimes he would get beaten up or commit a crime, but the adventurous life of this shooter had to come to a turning point. One evening, while walking down the street, Mista saw a girl being assaulted by a despicable man. At first, he considered not getting involved, but for some reason, he acted on his own and rescued the girl from the perilous situation. Angry at being interfered with, the thugs fired continuously at the carefree young man. In that moment, Mista was so calm that he could see the bullets grazing past him and disappearing into the night. Then, he calmly loaded his gun and fired back. Unlike the bullets aimed at him, Mista's shots were all on target, not missing a single one. The shooter was a person like that. No matter how hopeless the situation was, he was always ready to overcome the darkness. Let's get back to the present. Mista saw the enemy hiding in the truck's container. The shooter's previous bullet should have gone straight through the enemy's forehead, but thanks to his standcraft work, he had managed to stop the bullet before it pierced his brain. The enemy's skill was to fix any object he wanted. Mista and the helpless driver were now his targets. As I said, in the most desperate situations, the shooter always knew how to overcome the darkness. With his remaining bullets, combined with his stand's power, Mista immediately pierced a hole in the enemy's throat and then freed himself from the fixation of craft work. For the shooter, the enemy's skill was the nemesis of Sex Pistols, so to defeat him, Mista had no choice but to return to the port quickly and join forces with his comrade, Giorno. Once again, the enemy appeared in an unexpected way. The enemy fixed himself in the air to block Mista's path and forced him to change his plan of returning to the port to reunite with his ally. With no other choice, the shooter could only settle the score with the enemy. This was also when the enemy played his trump card. He fixed a bullet in the air and then tapped it lightly. When the power was accumulated to the maximum, he would release the object, causing the bullet to fly at a terrifying speed towards his opponent. Mista had to take a large amount of damage and couldn't move after being hit by that blow. This situation made it even easier for the enemy to have more time to fire the decisive bullet in the duel. The shooter also had only one last bullet, and he bet everything on his stand. The bullet, controlled by the stand at maximum velocity, went straight into the opponent's throat. The enemy had predicted where Mista would shoot, so he intentionally opened his mouth to receive the bullet and then fixed it. What was more surprising was that when the man with the shaggy hair was about to counterattack, the Sex Pistol stand was right on the bullet he was about to fire. With the ability to control the bullet's path, Mista's stand immediately kicked the fatal bullet towards the enemy in two directions. One was to deceive the man with the shaggy hair's fixation ability, while the other went straight through the bullet in his head from before. No matter how tough a person is, when their brain is damaged, no miracle can save them. Mista, with his skill, finally completed the mission in a glorious way. The feat Mista accomplished helped the whole group land on the island of Capri safely. Moreover, they were now very close to the 10 billion lire. However, Bucciarati still didn't want to reveal the hiding place of the treasure, because he was still waiting for the right moment. Narancia, fearing that the two janitors cleaning outside the restroom were eavesdropping on this important matter, wanted to use force to drive them away. Who would have thought that he would be threatened back for underestimating his opponent? At this point, Bucciarati stepped in and revealed the identity of one of the two janitors, Pericolo, another capo of the Passione organization. He came all this way with the main purpose of taking the 10 billion lire that was hidden somewhere inside the restroom. After handing over this huge fortune to the organization, Bucciarati was immediately promoted to capo by Pericolo and was given control over the areas that Polpo had ruled when he was alive. Besides the territories he was given, he also had to take on Polpo's unfinished missions. The mission that the capo had to carry out personally was, of course, directly ordered by the boss. The request Bucciarati had to accept was to protect Trish, the boss's daughter. This mission was given because there were many people who wanted to kidnap his biological daughter to threaten him and seize all his power and status. The whole group knew very well that if they successfully protected Trish, the boss would trust Bucciarati like Polpo. With that stepping stone, Giorno's dream of overthrowing the organization and becoming its leader would no longer be a distant dream. The mission was carried out in secret to avoid attracting attention, so the whole group decided to hide in a deserted field. They only sent one member to buy the necessary supplies. The person responsible for shopping was Narancia. As expected, he had to face the enemy very early on. The opponent was a member of the organization and also a stand user. Angry at being sneak attacked, Narancia summoned his stand, Aerosmith, to fight back. The power of this delinquent boy took the form of a fighter jet. Its firepower was extremely powerful, even though its size was only modest. Narancia didn't know that the enemy's stand was named Little Feet. If hit by its blow, the target would gradually shrink over time. Fighting in a shrunken state was a huge disadvantage for the delinquent boy. He realized this and wanted to inform his comrades via a public phone. Not letting Narancia get his way, the bald man cut all the power lines and then calmly waited for his opponent to shrink completely. With some trick, the delinquent boy quickly discovered his opponent was in his pocket and used Aerosmith to attack. To escape that situation, the bald man immediately returned his pen to its original size, piercing through Narancia's hand, and then escaped. The opponent had underestimated the delinquent boy's combat ability. Time and time again, Aerosmith always found him, no matter how carefully he hid. Let's pause the fight for a moment and learn a little about Formaggio. The bald man was a member of an assassination squad with a total of 9 members. True to its name, this gang specialized in carrying out murders upon request. 2 years ago, the assassination squad had to witness the brutally murdered bodies of 2 of their members for daring to investigate the boss's identity. Since then, the entire gang had given up the idea of overthrowing the leader of the Passione organization. Until one day, the assassination squad heard a rumor that the boss had a daughter, and that was the only opportunity for them to find out the true identity of the powerful person behind the organization. Back to the fight. Seeing a rat being shot dead helped Formaggio realize that Aerosmith could detect the enemy's location through their breath. To confuse Narancia's radar, the bald man hid among the rats in the sewer. Formaggio didn't expect that the rat he was riding on was breathing much more heavily than the others. With high concentration, Narancia would know the enemy's location and then finish him off. If the bald man didn't return to his original size in time, it was feared that the damage from Aerosmith would have killed him. Narancia was now shrunk to his maximum, which meant the power of Aerosmith was also weakened accordingly. Formaggio didn't miss this opportunity, torturing the delinquent boy and forcing him to reveal all information about the location of the boss's daughter. Let's go back in time a bit to tell you about Narancia's story. When he was young, his life was very unfortunate. His mother died early from an eye-related disease. Narancia's father was very heartless, so the delinquent boy rebelled against him. Every day, he and his friends would steal food just to have something to eat. An older guy in the group enticed Narancia to dye his hair blonde to look cooler, but in reality, that despicable guy's intention was to let the delinquent boy take the blame before the law for him. A year after being released from the reformatory, Narancia's eyes were severely infected from being beaten by the guards. When he returned to town, the despicable guy from years ago spread rumors, making everyone think he had contracted the eye disease from his late mother. At 15, Narancia gave up on his own life, wandering here and there, waiting for fate to decide. One day, Fugo found him and took him to Bucciarati, who took him to get his infected eye treated. Following the advice of Bucciarati, the delinquent boy returned home to continue his studies properly. However, Narancia still couldn't get along with his father and decided to secretly go to Polpo to ask to join the Passione organization. That was Narancia's whole life. He respected Bucciarati very much and wanted to fight alongside him, even if he had to do dirty work. Back to the fight. Formaggio was planning to extract information from the delinquent boy by locking him up with a scary spider. The map marking the group's location accidentally fell out of Narancia's pocket when he was attacked. The bald man now knew very well the location where Trish was hiding, in a vineyard in the suburbs. But he shouldn't celebrate too early. Earlier, the delinquent boy had used Aerosmith to shoot into the gas tank of a nearby car. The firepower from the fighter jet's bullets caused the car to explode, and at the same time, burned Formaggio's body. Having escaped the fire, the bald man shrunk himself and used the fire to hide. Narancia's radar wouldn't allow that. The delinquent boy had his stand blow up all the cars in the area, creating a blazing sea of fire. Unable to escape anymore, Formaggio had no choice but to fight to the death, but his little feet stood no chance against the firepower of Aerosmith at such close range. With a little trouble, Narancia finally eliminated a very difficult opponent. To support Bucciarati's group, the boss had sent a new order. They needed to go to the ruins of Pompeii to find the key to a safe means of transportation for their next mission. To keep Trish safe, Bucciarati ordered Fugo, Abbacchio, and Giorno to find the key that the boss mentioned in the message. The place they went to was the ruins of Pompeii, a city that was once very beautiful before the catastrophic volcanic eruption in 79 AD. While searching, Fugo saw someone watching them through a mirror reflection. He tried to warn the other two, but both Giorno and Abbacchio saw nothing. Fearing his two comrades would be attacked, Fugo pushed them aside. However, that action caused the bodies of the Cold Man and Giorno to disintegrate. The enemy appeared and attacked as soon as only Fugo was left. Seeing the inverted reflections everywhere helped the irritable man realize he had been trapped in a mirror. That was also the power of the strange-looking man's stand. To fight back, Fugo intended to summon his stand, called Purple Haze. But strangely, nothing happened. Although the irritable man could still feel the power of his stand had been summoned. Purple Haze had not disappeared. It had appeared outside the mirror world. Abbacchio quickly told Giorno that it was Fugo's power. Moreover, he also advised JoJo not to touch it under any circumstances. Unlike other members of the organization, Fugo was born and raised in a wealthy family. That life, for the irritable man, should have been very happy, but his parents' excessive arrangements had crushed his heart, giving rise to a rage that he couldn't understand. With his superhuman intelligence, the irritable man entered university at the age of 13. At that time, the rage inside him erupted in the worst way possible. A corrupt lecturer at the university took advantage of a moment when Fugo was alone, approached him, flirted, and whispered perverted words in his ear. Unable to control himself, the irritable man gave the old pervert a good beating. After that incident, Fugo was expelled from the university. More sadly, his parents disowned him, considering him a disgrace. Possessing superior intellect, Fugo joined the gangster world and was recruited by Bucciarati as a comrade. Back in the present, Abbacchio said that Purple Haze was a stand that the irritable man would only use when cornered. The Cold Man was so afraid probably because it possessed a terrifyingly destructive power. When Purple Haze throws a punch, no living creature can survive near it. The secret of this stand's power is a virus hidden in a capsule on the back of its hand. This virus spreads through the air, enters the body, and then kills anyone who enters a 5-meter radius. Fugo controlled his stand to punch a nearby glass pane to send a message to his comrades. However, only Giorno thought it through. On the contrary, Abbacchio only wanted to complete the boss's mission first. Seeing Abbacchio searching for the key, the enemy immediately switched targets and attacked the Cold Man. The situation became even worse when he broke the mirror into many pieces. For the man in the mirror stand, that was a huge advantage. Abbacchio was no pushover either. Taking advantage of the opponent's blind spot, he had Moody Blues disguise itself as him. then lured the enemy to pull his stand into the mirror world and then attack him. Wanting to win, the man with the braids took the punches to secretly grab a piece of mirror and use it to reflect Abakio's image once again, aiming to pull his real body into his barrier. To be sure, he only pulled half of the cold man's body inside. Similar to Moody Blues, the man with the braids only allowed half of its soul to exist in the mirror world. Disregarding the danger, Abakio cut off his own hand and used it to bring the key to Giorno, hoping he would run away, because the mission the boss had entrusted was more important than anything. The cold man had completely misunderstood Giorno. He would never run away when his comrade was in mortal danger. Earlier, Giorno had approached Purple Haze to receive the deadly virus into his body. At the moment the man with the braids pulled him into the mirror world, the disease would also be able to enter this place. Fearing he would be killed, the man with the braids immediately rushed out into the real world and forced the virus to stay inside the mirror world. Only then could he save his own life. Although he was only a 15-year-old boy, Giorno's strategic thinking was very commendable. He turned a brick from outside the real world into a snake to track the enemy. With that, Fugo would be able to determine the opponent's position to attack. Purple Haze very quickly caught the man with the braids and punched him relentlessly. This spectacular victory was partly thanks to Giorno's strategic talent. He had even prepared a serum from the snake beforehand to cure the poison of Purple Haze. After this battle, Abakio, on the surface, cursed Giorno, but in his heart, he had probably truly recognized the fifth JoJo as a trustworthy person. As for Fugo, he saw the image of Bucciarati in Giorno's actions. The key that the boss had asked Bucciarati's team to find was now in their hands. On its ruby was another order from him. The next mission Bucciarati and his comrades needed to carry out was to go to a station in Naples. According to Bucciarati, the boss had a way to help the whole group get to Venice safely without being followed by the enemy. At station number 6, the assassination squad continued to send 2 other members to secretly follow Bucciarati to catch Trish at all costs. The enemy was now almost on Bucciarati's tail, but he still hadn't found the safe means of transportation that the boss had entrusted. At the most critical moment, Bucciarati discovered a very strange-looking turtle near the fountain. Without a doubt, that was definitely the means of transportation the boss had mentioned in his message. In less than a minute, the 2 assassins couldn't understand why Bucciarati's group could disappear from their sight without leaving a single trace. Not giving up, these 2 cold-blooded men continued. Their assassin's instinct told them that Bucciarati's group was present somewhere on the train. With his stand, Beach Boy, Pesci sensed 2 presences in the train's cockpit, but when he checked, he only found the train conductor. They had no idea that the second presence was actually the turtle Bucciarati had found at the fountain. The place where the whole group was hiding was inside the ruby of the key, and the turtle was an animal that possessed a stand. Only when the boss's key was placed inside its shell was its ability activated. Pesci saw the turtle under the driver's seat and became curious. But at that moment, the power of his seniors, the Grateful Dead, was activated, inadvertently scaring him and making him quickly leave the cockpit. No one in Bucciarati's group could feel the danger that was gradually eroding their life force. Inside the turtle, Mista saw Narancia acting very strangely. When he approached to ask, he was horrified to witness his comrade turn into an old man. Not only the delinquent boy was in this situation, but even Giorno, Fugo, and Abakio had joined the elderly club. In the group, only Bucciarati, Mista, and Trish were the least affected. They all realized that the phenomenon that was happening was the power of the enemy's stand, and the cause of this rapid aging was body temperature. Unable to sit still and wait for death, Mista decided to go and eliminate the enemy himself. Besides his only weapon, a revolver with the Sex Pistol stand, the shooter was forced to bring some ice to keep his body temperature from rising too high to avoid aging. Just as he went out, Mista saw the air conditioner's control panel in the cockpit. That was also the trap the enemy had set to catch the hiding prey. As soon as he touched the control panel, the shooter was immediately caught by Pesci's Beach Boy. Pesci's stand was extremely terrifying. He could know the exact parameters of his prey. Once caught by Beach Boy, fearing the hook would reach his brain, Mista used his gun to shoot and break the line. However, nothing could cut that line. On the contrary, it would reflect the force and return the damage to the person who was hooked. Unable to destroy the enemy's stand, the shooter had no choice but to defeat its user. Mista's Sex Pistols were fired and began to search all over the train. His intention was not to cause damage but to destroy the ice cubes the enemy was using to cool down. Fearing he would be aged, Pesci unconsciously let go of Beach Boy. Mista, thanks to that, could act freely. Pursued by the shooter and also aging, the man with the pineapple-like hair quickly found a way to escape, but was blocked by a nearby old man. In that unexpected situation, Mista managed to find Pesci's location and threatened him to reveal his partner's current whereabouts. The old man from before continued to interrupt the conversation, and this time, the victim was the shooter. The old man in the train cabin was Pesci's partner. He had intentionally aged himself with his own stand, and then secretly disguised himself as one of the passengers to wait for a moment when the opponent was not on guard. Prosciutto was a dangerous person like that. Daring to put himself in a life-or-death situation, killing his opponent was not difficult for him. Being shot 3 times through the head, the chance for Mista to survive was non-existent. The appearance of the shooter proved that Bucciarati and the others were present on the train. For Prosciutto and Pesci, finding their location was now just a matter of time. Seeing the turtle in the cockpit, the handsome assassin intended to kill the whole group in one blow. Suddenly, the man with the pineapple-like hair stopped his senior, because he saw that Bucciarati's group was missing a member. Mista was not yet dead, but was in a dying state, thanks to a piece of ice put inside his hat. His stand had a chance to stop the 3 bullets from hitting vital spots. Mista's bullet number 6 came to report, and Bucciarati learned that the enemy was coming for them. The man with the bowl cut quickly hit on the roof of the train with sticky fingers, and waited for the opportunity to wipe them out all at once. Possessing skills and combat experience from many years in the gang, Bucciarati easily soloed and overwhelmed not 1, but 2 opponents. However, because he had to burn calories continuously, the aging speed of the man with the bowl cut increased many times over. Bucciarati seemed to have predicted this and showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, he even made his opponent extremely confused. To disconnect Prosciutto's stand's power, the man with the bowl cut decided to remove him from the train, which was running at top speed. Just when things seemed to be over, Pesci suddenly became unusually smart. The man with the pineapple-like hair quickly used Beach Boy to pull his senior back. Instead, Bucciarati inadvertently fell into a more disadvantageous situation. Through the words of bullet number 6, Bucciarati knew that when he punched the fishing line, it would reflect the force back. He just needed to use his stand to punch it and then turn Prosciutto's hand into a zipper, and he could eliminate him while saving his own life. Sensing the parameters through the fishing line was not his senior, which scared Pesci. Victory was just a few steps away for Bucciarati when Prosciutto, under the train, used all his strength to activate the Grateful Dead once again. Seeing his senior in a life-or-death state still fighting made the man with the pineapple-like hair's spirit explode. Bucciarati tried to escape from the hook of Beach Boy in many ways, but with high concentration, Pesci did not let him go. He managed to get into the train cabin to stay safe. However, the hook was now very close to Bucciarati's heart. The determination of the man with the pineapple-like hair was admirable, but that was not enough to match the unwavering will of the man with the bowl cut. Bucciarati continuously punched the fishing line with the intention of making it reflect the force back, then activated the power of sticky fingers to split his body into many pieces while still being able to survive. Losing sight of his opponent made Pesci worried. He continued to extend the fishing line, hoping to find Bucciarati's location. As for Bucciarati, he just had to lie still and wait for the moment the man with the pineapple-like hair lost his patience. If he focused, Pesci could find life through the beating heart. To prevent that from happening, Bucciarati continued to split his heart in 2 so it would no longer make a sound. Indeed, Bucciarati had played a huge trick on Pesci. But that very risk also put Bucciarati on the verge of death, because he no longer had the strength to put his body back together. A little more thoughtfulness might have helped the man with the pineapple-like hair win in the end. Too angry to think straight, he continuously kicked the control panel, causing the train to stop. Its inertia inadvertently helped the man with the bowl cut's body parts to gather in one place. The decisive moment of the match had come. Bucciarati faced Pesci and challenged him. The man with the bowl cut highly valued the man with the pineapple-like hair's combat ability if he could keep his composure. But that was just a if. In reality, he was nothing compared to him. With continuous powerful punches, Pesci was torn into small pieces and died. The battle ended. The members of the assassination squad once again had to suffer defeat for daring to challenge those with main character plot armor. The assassination squad sent their next member, Malone, to take on the mission of hunting down Bucciarati's team. With the blood of the man with the bowl cut combined with any woman, he could produce a monster with his stand, Babyface. When Bucciarati discovered that Trish was awakening her stand ability, the atmosphere of the whole group began to get heavier. The ability of this girl could very well be a clue to the boss's information. Meanwhile, Maloney's baby face was developing at an outstanding rate. Although it had just been born, it learned from its mother very quickly, and the first word this monster absorbed into its head was kill. Carrying Bucciarati's DNA, Babyface progressed beyond its master's expectations. It quickly tracked down the location of the man with the bowl cut and then stole Maloney's car to carry out its mission. To get to Venice, Mista, Narancia, and Abbacchio split up to find a means of transportation. Giorno, at that time, would be the one to protect the turtle containing Bucciarati and Trish inside. At the very moment the group separated, Babyface arrived. It's unknown how it managed to sneak inside the turtle, kidnap Trish and Bucciarati without Giorno knowing. Only Trish and Bucciarati were prioritized to be kept alive, so Babyface had the right to kill anyone not on this list. And the fifth JoJo was the first one it encountered. The monster used its power to take a part of Giorno's throat, making him unable to scream or inform his comrades of what was happening. His only choice was to confront the enemy directly. Without pulling the opponent out of the safe area inside the turtle, Giorno immediately removed the key that activated its stand. In a short time, JoJo realized that Babyface's power was to cut a person into many pieces and then create another object. Coincidentally, the monster's ability was similar to Gold Experience's power. That is, it could regenerate everything. The parts that Babyface destroyed from Giorno were regenerated by him as if new. At this moment, the monster learned for the first time what fear was like. While fighting, the fifth JoJo secretly turned his severed hand into a piranha and then destroyed Babyface from inside its body. The piranha that Giorno created was still not damaging enough to completely kill Babyface, only injuring it slightly. Bent on revenge, the monster developed its body to increase its attack range. As a talented young strategist, the fifth JoJo always thought several moves ahead when fighting. This time, he had put a large motorcycle inside Babyface's body. The gasoline from inside the vehicle covered the monster's entire body. With just a small spark from a spark plug, Babyface was burned to ashes. Trish and Bucciarati were thus saved. Not accepting such a humiliating defeat, Maloney intended to create more stand copies for revenge. But he didn't expect that Giorno could transform the remains into a snake so it could find its way back and destroy its master. 5 members of the assassination squad had all lost their lives when challenging Bucciarati's team. According to information from the Passione gang, they now only had 2 people left. Even so, Giorno and everyone in the group should not let their guard down for even a second. The boss continued to send a new mission to Bucciarati. The mission required Abbacchio to recreate the scene inside the turtle 14 hours ago with Moody Blues, and the one it recreated was Capo Pericolo. He was the one who personally relayed the final order. That mission required Bucciarati to bring Trish to meet the boss. The clue to that place was a floppy disk inside the lion statue in Venice. While scouting, Mista and Giorno were ambushed by a member of the assassination squad. He had a very terrifying freezing ability. Even the Sex Pistols, stand of the shooter, couldn't penetrate the sturdy ice layer surrounding him. The brake pedal being frozen made the car unable to stop. The faster it went, the more the temperature would drop significantly. Giorno couldn't do anything in this urgent situation other than pick up the fallen bullets for his comrade. Mista immediately understood that it was Giorno's plan, and then used his gun to once again shoot through the enemy's ice layer. The bullets, turned into tree roots by Gold Experience, successfully removed the man with the strange hair from the roof of the car. Ghiaccio had the ability to turn air humidity into ice. He created a very sturdy armor for himself, and then chased after Giorno and Mista by ice skating on the street. The man with the strange hair was quite persistent. No matter how they tried to get rid of him, he still followed the car to the end. To shake off Ghiaccio, Giorno decided to drive the car into the canal and leave it to luck. Driving the car into the canal seemed smart, but it was probably a bad move. Underwater, Ghiaccio's power was much more terrifying. The man with the strange hair quickly froze the water inside the car, immobilizing Giorno. While Giorno could still use his stand, Mista asked him to create as many weeds as possible. At the moment Ghiaccio used his freezing ability, the shooter would seize that opportunity to use the grass to form a surfboard. Not allowing his prey to get out of his sight, the man with the strange hair reversed the freezing process back to normal and then continued to restrain Mista. Giorno, from inside the car, shouted to his comrade to use his gun to shoot at the pieces of grass from before. Next, he would imitate reversing the life-giving power, turning it into a screw that would go straight through Ghiaccio's head with the force of the bullet that Mista fired. This was the best time for the shooter to get the disc hidden inside the lion statue, but to be safer, he wanted to finish off the pursuer for good, so he wouldn't have to worry anymore. After setting the positions of the Sex Pistols, Mista did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet's destination was the breathing hole of the armor Ghiaccio was wearing. However, the enemy had managed to protect himself by covering his body with a high-temperature air shield. That shield not only blocked all attacks but could also reflect them back. Making a mistake, Giorno realized that Mista would be willing to risk his life. Not wanting his comrade to suffer alone, the fifth JoJo was determined to share the responsibility for this action. At the moment the shooter intended to attack blindly, Giorno appeared and said that the key to victory was determination. Those resonant words made Mista remember the historical moment of his life and the reason why he had chosen the path of a gangster. As an optimist who always overcame the darkest moments, the shooter finally understood the way to defeat the enemy. Mista continuously fired bullets at Ghiaccio with the purpose of making him reflect them. Then, his wound would spurt blood, blocking the man with the strange hair's vision. Unable to see the path, Ghiaccio put himself on the brink of death. Riding the wave of victory, the shooter continued to fire relentlessly at his opponent. In return, he also had to suffer similar damage when the bullets were reflected back. Ghiaccio secretly froze his blood to protect the back of his neck, and then waited for the moment Mista was tired to deliver the fatal blow. Fortunately, Giorno had predicted the enemy's thought and quickly healed his comrade before the bullet could pierce his brain. Not disappointing Mista, the fifth JoJo sent Ghiaccio to hell. After everything was over, Narancia arrived and accidentally saw a sight that he could never erase from his memory. The final mission from the boss was announced through the floppy disk the group had found. He said that the order given now needed to be carried out perfectly, and failure was unforgivable. Bucciarati needed to take Trish to an island named San Giorgio Maggiore, and then escort her up the bell tower. Once there, the mission would be over. The boss only allowed one bodyguard to accompany Trish. The remaining members were forced to stay on the boat and were not allowed to go ashore. Giorno was very eager to meet the leader of the organization to fulfill his dream, but if he did so, he would arouse suspicion. With no other choice, Capo Bucciarati had to take on the responsibility of being the bodyguard. In addition, to let JoJo know what was happening, he had secretly attached a tracking device given life by him. Inside the castle, it was completely empty. The elevator also only moved from the first floor to the bell tower. Unfortunately, when they were about to reach the top, Trish suddenly disappeared. The only thing Bucciarati could feel from her was her severed hand. The recent incident helped him realize that the boss never wanted to protect his daughter but actually wanted to eliminate her existence. Before things could proceed, let's delve into the past of Capo Bucciarati a bit. When he was young, he was the son of a fisherman. Bucciarati's life was very happy with the care of his family, and the person he loved most was his mother. 5 years later, his parents divorced after 10 years of living together. After some discussion, they decided to let Bucciarati choose. Although he didn't love his father much, he still chose him as his guardian. Life was very difficult. Bucciarati's father was still determined to let him study at a good school. One day, his life was almost taken by 2 drug dealers who shot him multiple times. Knowing that Bucciarati's father was still alive, the 2 scoundrels plotted to sneak into the hospital to silence him. To protect his father, Bucciarati did not hesitate to get his hands bloody, and that was the first time he had committed a serious crime. Wanting to exchange for his father's safety, he went to the criminal organization and swore to be loyal to them. 5 years later, Bucciarati's father died from complications from his wounds. Because of this, he swore he would never forgive the power of greed. He hated the boss because he was involved in drug trafficking. Up to this point, the fact that the boss was using his daughter, whom he had never met, made the fire of hatred in Bucciarati's heart burn fiercely. He quickly attached Giorno's tracking device to the boss, and then followed him to get Trish back. However, all his blows were completely neutralized by the Stan King Crimson. Outside the castle, strange situations continued to happen to Giorno's group, as if a part of the world's time had been erased. Feeling something was wrong, JoJo disregarded the order and rushed into the castle to support Bucciarati. Giorno's warning seemed to have come too late. Facing an unexplained power, Bucciarati had been pierced through the stomach by the boss's stand with a punch. At the moment he intended to counter, he again erased time and then split one of his shoulders. Facing this unbeatable power, no one could touch him, let alone defeat him. Thanks to the turtle that Giorno had disguised as a tracking device with gold experience, he had saved Trish's life from the boss's hands in the nick of time. Taking advantage of that short amount of time, Bucciarati wanted to reunite with his comrades as soon as possible. As expected, the boss returned in a flash. But with the rare time Giorno had created, it was enough for Bucciarati to get Trish out of his territory. On the first floor of the castle, JoJo saw his two comrades seriously injured. Trish's condition was still stable. On the contrary, Bucciarati's heart had stopped beating, even though Giorno had created replacement parts for him. A few minutes later, Bucciarati suddenly sat up, full of strength. To prevent the boss from continuing to erase time, Giorno gave life to a laptop to attract the attention of the remaining members. As soon as he left the castle, Bucciarati informed everyone of an important piece of news. From now on, the one to bear the name of a traitor to the boss would be him. Of course, he didn't want his comrades to have to bear this responsibility. Everyone was scared because betrayal was a serious crime in the organization. The perpetrator of this crime would be killed very brutally. Even so, Abbacchio decided to follow the capo because, from the very beginning, he had nowhere else to go. For the cold man, being with Bucciarati was being with family. One by one, Mista and Giorno also joined. Only Fugo and Narancia were afraid when they thought about betrayal. Realizing that Trish had a similar life to himself, Narancia finally overcame his fear to move forward. Fugo was the only one who did not participate in this risky campaign. The group temporarily did not leave Venice because, at present, no matter where they went, the boss's trusted subordinates from all over would hunt them down. To recharge their abilities, everyone went to a restaurant in the city to get some nutrition. Because they were now branded as traitors, everyone in the group was very vigilant. If anyone acted suspiciously, they would beat them up. A cold person like Abbacchio now also participated in street violence like the other members. After a good workout, the whole group realized that the person they had just beaten up was not the enemy. They hurriedly showed remorse. Even the cold gentleman was kind enough to feed him to atone for his mistake. Giorno, since leaving the castle, had always been pensive because he felt his actions were very suspicious. His body couldn't even feel pain or need daily necessities like eating. The man with the bowl cut held an important meeting to find the boss's weakness, and information about Trish's past would surely mention it. This was the reason he wanted to eliminate his only daughter. Trish revealed that before becoming the leader of Passionné, the boss's hometown was on an island called Sardinia. The past of his identity must be somewhere on this island. While they were discussing, Narancia was targeted by the enemy. Their stand was a mini shark. Besides the delinquent boy, no one else in the group could see it. Having his tongue bitten off, Narancia lost his ability to breathe. Fortunately, Giorno had medical knowledge, so he was able to save the delinquent boy. On the balcony opposite the restaurant, Tiziano and Squalo were trusted subordinates personally sent by the boss. JoJo had replaced Narancia's tongue with another one, but it didn't work very smoothly. The words the delinquent boy spoke were the complete opposite of what he was thinking in his head. Clash was the stand that had taken Narancia's tongue, while the thing that made him say things opposite to reality was the power of the stand-talking head. Acting alone, they were not scary. But if they coordinated with each other, the opponent could only wish for a quick death. The ability of Clash was to move anywhere there was liquid. Unable to tell the other members, Narancia had no choice but to lead them away from any place with the presence of liquid. Thanks to his perceptiveness, Giorno vaguely guessed that Narancia's inconsistent actions and words were caused by the enemy. Before he could find the answer, Clash had already gone one step ahead. Not only could it move in places with liquid, but Clash could also transport its victim along with it. The initial target of Tiziano and Squalo was not Narancia but Giorno. Without JoJo, Bucciarati's team would lose its healing ability. Then, they could kill anyone they wanted. Joining the gang at a young age had helped Narancia develop his ability to handle situations. The delinquent boy shot at Giorno with the intention of tracking his comrade through the gun smoke with his radar. Now, no matter where Squalo moved Clash, Narancia could find his stand. Facing this situation, Squalo lured the delinquent boy into the restaurant's kitchen. If he did that, he wouldn't be able to attack with bullets in an area full of gas. The opponent had underestimated Narancia's aerosmith. Firing bullets was not the only skill of the fighter jet. The delinquent boy, without a moment's hesitation, cut Clash's body with the stand's propeller. Tiziano ordered Talking Head to continue making Narancia say things opposite to his thoughts. Mista, thinking that shooting the enemy was his comrade's intention, immediately acted. The spark from the gun created a large explosion due to combining with the gas in the kitchen. Before being taken by Clash, Giorno left Narancia a message not to try to chase the stand, and then disappeared. The delinquent boy understood that what JoJo wanted him to chase was the location of the stand user. Squalo was seriously injured, so to find him, Narancia just needed to set his radar to find the person who was breathing heavily. Knowing this, Tiziano tried to calm his partner down to regulate his breathing back to normal. However, witnessing the delinquent boy's reckless actions one after another terrified both of them. Narancia's true purpose was to find the person with the slow breathing rate, who would then inadvertently change their breathing when they saw their own stand being pulled out of their throat. From the beginning, the person the delinquent boy was targeting was not Squalo but Tiziano. Very quickly, he single-handedly defeated both opponents without showing a trace of fear. What motivated Narancia to have such a spirit was his camaraderie. The next destination for Bucciarati's team was to land on the island of Sardinia. The fastest way to get there was by air. To ensure safety during the journey, the group spent most of their time checking if any enemies were setting up an ambush. Just then, a strange person blatantly walked into their guard area. Without time to argue, Mista quickly used his Sex Pistols stand to kill him. With no one else in the way, the group immediately began their fateful journey. On the flight, Giorno heard a strange noise coming from the refrigerator. He carefully asked Mista for support to check, but inside, there was nothing but a few human fingers. Unable to let his guard down, Giorno continued to use gold experience to test if those fingers showed any signs of life. The roots growing from the fingers proved that they were just ordinary parts, not worth worrying about. Bucciarati, being thorough, even removed the entire refrigerator from the plane and then continued the journey. Just when they thought the flight would be smooth, disaster struck again. From inside Giorno's arm, a slimy pile of flesh suddenly appeared. It not only corroded Giorno's body but also absorbed his stand. Knowing that Giorno could create a new arm for himself, Mista did not hesitate to use his gun to shoot off Giorno's arm. This seemingly simple act turned the shooter into a new food source for the slimy pile of flesh. Observing the situation from a distance helped Giorno realize that this mysterious stand was attacking based on the movement of things. This stand was not affected by range. The faster something moved, the more it would be targeted. Wanting to protect everyone, Giorno decided to put himself in danger. He intentionally attracted the attention of the pile of flesh, then cut off his other arm and let it be ejected from the plane forever. All members were seriously injured. Giorno no longer had the ability to heal because he had lost both hands. Only Mista, Trish, Bucciarati, and Abbacchio were temporarily safe. At the moment Bucciarati was reporting the bad news to Abbacchio, Trish saw the slimy pile of flesh return to the plane. At the closest distance, the plane was the fastest moving object. That was also why it could pursue the group. Trish was now in a situation where she had to make a choice. Protect herself or protect the group by keeping the blood clot pin that was turning into Giorno's left arm safe. The target of the pursuing Notorious B.I.G. was currently the brooch. In her heart, Trish had chosen to protect herself, but something urged her to protect Giorno's developing left arm. A nearby bottle of wine accidentally soaked Trish's shoes. The speed of the soaking liquid caused her to be caught by the slimy pile of flesh. At the moment the charismatic girl was about to be swallowed, her stand ability also awakened. Under the guidance of Bucciarati's spirit, Trish not only protected herself and the brooch, but also injured the pursuing Notorious B.I.G. The ability the charismatic girl obtained was the power to soften everything in the world, including diamonds. It obediently followed the stand's instructions. Trish had probably escaped the pursuit of the slimy pile of flesh, but because she was too scared, she acted in the opposite way and put herself in danger. Fortunately, inside the cabinet was a clock that attracted the attention of Notorious B.I.G. What needed to be done now was to move slower than the clock's hand and then deliver a blow to kill this pile of flesh once and for all. Reflecting Trish's personality, her new power was named Spice Girl. Most importantly, she needed to quickly get to Giorno and give him the hand that he had risked his life to keep. Unfortunately, Notorious B.I.G. regenerated, but it's unknown how. At this point, the slimy pile of flesh had grown so large that it corroded the entire plane, causing it to crash to the ground at a terrifying speed. Trish's impulsive intelligence helped the whole group survive. She used Spice Girl to turn the entire cockpit into a parachute as light as a feather, while the tail of the plane fell into the sea. With its ability, according to the tracking ability of Notorious B.I.G., the target it was aiming for would surely be the rest of the plane. Invincible was the name the user gave to Notorious B.I.G. A part of its cells had at some point attached to Abakio's head. To not have to face this, stand again. Bucciarati and Trish coordinated with each other to send it into the vast sea. The plane crash had reached the boss's ears. Even so, he believed that the chance of his daughter and the traitors surviving was very high. In Sardinia, there was a clue containing information about the identity of the leader of the organization. Therefore, the boss decided to handle everything himself. In the summer of 1965, the boss was born to his mother right inside a prison. As soon as he was born, the baby opened his eyes and didn't cry at all. With no one to take care of him, a priest at that time decided to adopt the child. Time flew by. The baby of yesteryear had grown up. He was known for being clumsy and very shy. One day, wanting to buy a car for the young man he had raised, the priest personally demolished a part of the house to build a garage. While doing so, he unexpectedly discovered the body of a woman lying barely alive under the ground. That person was none other than the mother who had given birth to the boss. That night, the village burned in a sea of fire. Most of the villagers were missing and killed. Back in the present, the clumsy man from years ago was on the island of Sardinia. A roadside fortune teller, through his fortune telling, saw that the person standing before him was no ordinary person. For a free fortune telling, the gift the young man paid him was to die at the hands of King Crimson. At the same time, Risotto Nero, the last member of the assassination squad, had landed on the island of Sardinia. Since joining the organization until now, the scheme he had been harboring was to overthrow the Passione Empire. Doppio was the name of the clumsy young man, the most trusted subordinate serving alongside the leader of the organization. Moreover, the boss was another personality residing within him. Realizing that Risotto was watching, the boss ordered Doppio to find a way to eliminate him before dealing with Bucciarati's group. However, a clumsy guy like him stood no chance in a one-on-one fight with the leader of the assassination squad. For Risotto, killing people was like a daily routine. Risotto wasn't entirely suspicious of the identity of the young boy before him, but Doppio's actions inadvertently gave himself away. In a flash, the clumsy guy glanced towards where Aerosmith was scouting the area. That proved that he was a stand user. To inflict damage, the assassin used an ability that caused many sharp razor blades to come out from inside Doppio's throat. In addition, he also possessed the ability to hide from the opponent's sight in a flash. Sharing a body with the boss, Doppio was granted the power by him to see the future for a short period. To deal with Risotto, what the clumsy guy saw in the next 10 seconds was himself being pierced through the throat by a pair of scissors. Fearing the future he saw would become a reality, Doppio rushed to the assassin to attack him, not to change it. However, what King Crimson saw in the near future was what would surely happen. After the scissors incident, the vision that the boss's stand showed was that his leg would be cut off from his body. Disregarding the boss's advice, the clumsy guy wanted to act on his own, to find out the secret and skill of Risotto. By observing a frog being killed by a pile of razor blades, Doppio saw through the opponent's ability to use the iron inside living creatures. The image of a severed foot that the clumsy guy saw from King Crimson was not his, but Risotto's future. The boss ordered Doppio to get within a 2-meter radius of the enemy so he could eliminate him once and for all. When the clumsy guy got close, Risotto's severed foot was controlled by him to return to his body with his stand. This fated duel also made the assassin vaguely realize that the useless clumsy man before him was the one he had wanted to overthrow for so long. Metallica was the ability that helped Risotto control magnetism. If he used this power skillfully, its user could become invisible to anyone. Iron is a metal that exists everywhere in the world, including the human body. The assassin didn't need to carry any weapons because they were already inside his prey. Once they became his target, Risotto draining the iron from his blood made it difficult for Doppio to breathe. His blood turning yellow was certain proof of that. Grasping the target's weakness was also when Risotto acted. The assassin used his severed leg as bait to trick Doppio into losing the weapon in his hand, and then kept his distance, slowly enjoying the moment his prey was killed. The leader of Passione was now very close to collapse when Aerosmith and Narantia appeared, attacking Risotto. Losing iron made the clumsy guy's breathing very weak, so the delinquent boy's radar couldn't detect his position. Instead, it was the assassin. Bucciarati's group had landed on the coast of Sardinia, the place believed to hold information about the boss. To know his true face, Bucciarati ordered Abakio and Moody Blues to rewind time to about 15 years ago to investigate. On the brink of death, Risotto didn't want his years of effort to go to waste. The assassin immediately grabbed Doppio to die together under the hail of bullets from Aerosmith. Risotto didn't know that at close range, the boss could use the power of King Crimson. By erasing time by 0.5 seconds, he protected himself, while the assassin had to bear the full firepower of the fighter jet and died. The only effort Risotto managed to make was to put the boss in a half-dead state, forcing him to hide if he didn't want to be caught by Bucciarotti's team. Seeing Risotto's corpse, Bucciarotti realized that in that area, there wasn't just one presence as the radar had reported, but also a mysterious person hiding by concealing his breath. In a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, losing iron inadvertently helped the boss avoid the pursuit of Aerosmith. But if this situation continued, his identity would sooner or later be exposed. Because Abbacchio had the ability to project the past anywhere. Narancia's radar suddenly detected signs of someone having difficulty breathing. But when they got there, the two of them only saw a boy with his mouth sewn shut with a shoelace. In addition, his body was bleeding heavily. Under the sea, Abbacchio was suddenly pierced through the stomach by King Crimson. It's very likely the boss had recovered the iron in his body through the boy's blood earlier, then secretly disguised himself as a tourist and killed the cold man. When the whole group discovered him, Abbacchio was just a soulless corpse. Giorno's gold experience was not miraculous enough to be able to resurrect his comrade as he had done with Bucciarotti. Everyone in the group was very sad to see this scene, but they couldn't keep crying when the enemy was still lurking somewhere on the island. Giorno discovered that the last message Abbacchio had left for them was the real image of the leader of the organization. The drawing of the boss's face was taken by Giorno to be searched through the island's stored data. However, none of the information matched his image. Just then, a mysterious voice contacted Bucciarotti's team through a laptop. The person said that they no longer needed to search for the boss's information, but just needed to find a way to defeat him. The man on the other end of the line said that he had been waiting for many years to find people with enough courage to want to take down Diavolo. He said that the ability of King Crimson was unbeatable, but there was still a way to defeat it. At first, Bucciarotti was still hesitant. However, after the mysterious man showed them the image of the bow and arrow, Bucciarotti and Giorno believed that he was definitely an ally, not an enemy. The meeting place with the man on the other end of the line was Rome. Unfortunately, the moment they left the island by boat, they were spotted by the boss. To be sure to kill all the members of Bucciarotti's group, Diavolo asked Doppio to contact two other trusted members in the organization, Cioccolata and Secco, to block their path. A story from ancient times tells that a land called Greenland was famous for its meteor craters. In 1978, researchers inside the crater suddenly contracted a mysterious disease. One of them even shot out a light like an electric gun from his fingertip. In the subsequent investigation, it was discovered that the meteorite in the crater contained an ancient virus, and the arrow in the bow and arrow was made from a material similar to the meteorite in Greenland. The deadly virus was a means of natural selection. The people who created the arrow believed that to have divine power, one must make a trade-off. When the selection process occurs, some will have to die, but the survivors will possess the power that is now called a stand. The mysterious man also knew another way to unleash the power of the arrow, but he could only reveal it to one person in Bucciarotti's team when they arrived safely at the Colosseum in Rome. At the port of Rome, the group was ambushed by a terrifying power. It was the stand ability of one of the boss's two trusted subordinates. Cioccolata, this dangerous clown, was once an elite doctor. He was recruited by the boss into the organization after being fired from the hospital for his hobby of using patients as guinea pigs for his brutal experiments. Not only Bucciarotti's group, but all the people in the city were attacked by Cioccolata's stand. This mold power would corrode the body of anyone who stepped down to a lower position. To save the trapped members, Mista quickly shot and blew up the boat's gas tank so its force would throw everyone onto the shore. To avoid being affected by the Green Day stand, the group had only one choice: to go up until they were out of the mold-infested town area. However, the more they went up the stairs, the more Mista and Bucciarotti were pulled down. These phenomena were caused by Secco's Oasis stand. This ability helped him move freely underground as if he were swimming in water. Green Day and Oasis were a match made in heaven. When combined, it was very difficult to defeat them. Even Bucciarotti had to admit that he had never seen such a skilled team. While fleeing from Oasis, Mista was caught by Secco. In fact, he did it on purpose, with the goal of making the enemy reveal himself and then giving him a few bullets. With an accuracy perhaps even greater than the shooters, The pervert spat out stones from his mouth, deflecting all the bullets. The next target Secco was aiming for was Bucciarati. Knowing this, he decided to sacrifice himself to hold back the pervert, creating an opportunity for his comrades to escape safely. Taking a barrage of punches from Bucciarati made Secco panic, but what really worried him more was why the mold didn't grow on him, even though he had jumped down. Bucciarati's brave act had saved the whole group from the town contaminated by Green Day. However, Mista also felt that something was wrong with his leader's body when he witnessed the whole event earlier. Giorno checked and saw that Bucciarati's skin was now cold. The wound on his hand was very severe, but he still acted nonchalantly as if nothing was wrong. Unable to hide it any longer, he said that his time was almost up. In fact, Bucciarati had died back in Venice. Thanks to gold experience giving him life, he was able to hold on until now. Death was now just a matter of time for him. While they were talking, a mold-infested body fell from the sky. Cioccolata and Secco had caught up with them in a helicopter. Very quickly, all the people in the city were brutally killed. Facing this situation, Bucciarati decided to take on the fight with the pervert and ordered Mista and Giorno to stop the dangerous clown before the power of Green Day reached the Colosseum. Secco was a very strange guy, but his combat skills were undeniable. The pervert was confident he could defeat Bucciarati without having to hide underground with Oasis. To increase his attack speed, Secco used his stand to soften the ground, and then used its elasticity to launch a continuous barrage of powerful punches at him. Unfortunately for him, in this situation, his body not being affected by the Green Day stand was Bucciarati's only strength. At the same time, Mista and Giorno had reached Cioccolata's helicopter. The shooter did not hesitate to fire 6 bullets to destroy him. However, when the bullets arrived, the enemy's presence suddenly disappeared. The bullets Mista had fired earlier were defeated one by one, causing him to be seriously injured. Only bullet number 5 was left. If Cioccolata caught it, Giorno would have no chance to heal his comrade. To treat Mista, the 5th JoJo had no choice but to confront the enemy directly. Giorno quickly approached the helicopter to rescue the remaining bullets. Seeing his opponent walk into a trap, Cioccolata immediately attacked, but he couldn't overcome Giorno's godlike reflexes. As a doctor, Cioccolata had mastered the skill of disassembling human parts while still keeping them alive. This ability was the result of the inhumane research that Cioccolata had conducted on patients' bodies. He continued to attack Giorno, aiming to push him out of the helicopter, and then let Green Day handle the rest. Thanks to the bullet that number 5 shot through his hand, JoJo continued to give it life to hold on to the plane, preventing the mold from corroding himself. Realizing that the tree Giorno had created was a living object, Cioccolata used Green Day to make it corrode. In that precarious situation, Giorno calmly kicked a part of the tree towards the helicopter's propeller. The moment the tree died was also the moment it returned to its original form as a bullet. The collision with the propeller would then send the bullet flying at an extremely high speed, piercing through the opponent's arrogant face. Winning the one-on-one duel, Giorno was still on guard, believing that his opponent was still barely alive. Indeed, as he approached, Cioccolata played a dirty trick, taking Mista hostage with his detached arm. Cioccolata didn't expect that the 5th JoJo had predicted this and had turned the bullet that went through his head earlier into a stag beetle. Not stopping there, he also unleashed a Muda Muda barrage, sending Cioccolata to a resting place worthy of the deeds he had committed. Seeing that the people around the city were no longer being corroded by mold, it wasn't too difficult for Secco to realize that his companion, Cioccolata, had been defeated. However, the death of Cioccolata was probably a release for the pervert. Through the final phone call, Ciocco learned that the place Bucciarati's group was heading to was the Colosseum. The battle between him and the pervert was now not just a simple duel, but also a race of speed to see who would reach the destination first. To understand Secco's way of moving through the ground, Bucciarati quickly used sticky fingers to gain an advantage at the start. But that way of moving, for the pervert, was nothing special. Secco very quickly tracked down Bucciarati's location, somewhere within a 20-meter radius. To torture his opponent, the pervert began to eat liquefied mud and then spit it into the air. When it left his body, that pile of mud would harden again and turn into sharp spears, pinning him straight into the ground. Determined to defeat the boss, Bucciarati overcame the pain caused by the sharp spears. That was also the only way he could protect the mysterious man currently at the Colosseum. The man who had arranged to meet Bucciarati's team was none other than Polnareff. 12 years ago, after the battle in Egypt, he had found the arrow that had caused so much terror in the world, and now it was the only hope to defeat the leader of the Passione organization. As soon as the rain of sharp mud ended, Bucciarati continued to race to the Colosseum. However, Secco also followed very closely. Oasis could liquefy everything around it within a certain range, so if he stayed in the ground for too long, Bucciarati's body would be melted by it at a very fast speed. Wanting to end the battle quickly made Secco make a very big mistake. The pervert hastily liquefied all the matter within his range to be able to catch him, timing it perfectly for when the opponent had just launched his attack. Bucciarati immediately took a nearby car to use as a shield. His intention was for the opponent to punch the tire's position, causing it to explode. The shockwave from the explosion would seriously damage Secco's eardrums, and the only part he used to determine the position of things when moving underground would also be destroyed. Victory for Bucciarati was certain. But an unexpected thing happened. Diavolo, the boss's most trusted subordinate, suddenly appeared here, and Bucciarati seemed to know nothing about his identity. Bucciarati was currently very weak, so Doppio intended to eliminate him from the game, but he immediately gave up that idea to find out what Bucciarati's intention was in coming to the Colosseum. The clumsy guy, taking advantage of Bucciarati not knowing anything about him, pretended to be a kind person and then secretly followed his next move. The situation became more and more tense with the appearance of Mista near the Colosseum area, along with an untimely phone call from the boss inside his body. Unfortunately, Bucciarati's body had reached its final limit after the difficult battle with Secco. He was no longer clear-headed enough to be deceived, thinking that the person standing before him was the image of Trish, not Doppio. Seizing that God-sent opportunity, Doppio quickly played the role of the boss's daughter to lure Bucciarati into revealing his plan. As he went deeper into the Colosseum, Polnareff easily recognized that the person accompanying Bucciarati was outside the data he had. Seeing the bow and arrow in Polnareff's hand made the boss realize that the power of King Crimson was no longer as invincible as he thought. Many years ago in Egypt, Diavolo was the one who found the arrows that granted Stan power. To learn how to use them, the boss sold the arrows to Enya and only kept one for himself. Polnareff and Jotaro at that time also knew about the existence of the arrow and had split up to search for it across the continent. At that time, the statistics on drug addiction in Italy had attracted Polnareff's attention, and as expected, he had to face and be defeated by Diavolo, the one who possessed the power to erase the world's time. The boss knew better than anyone that Polnareff and the arrow were a threat to his ruling position. Therefore, elimination was necessary. After his previous failure, Polnareff had learned to use blood to determine when time was erased and then use Silver Chariot to defend. He decided to sacrifice his life with his last efforts so that Diavolo would not get what he wanted. Something unprecedented happened. Being pierced by the arrow, Silver Chariot had evolved into a new form. Currently, Silver Chariot was an independent stand, not affected by its master's control, and no one knew what it would do in the near future. After being pierced by the arrow, Silver Chariot had evolved into its Requiem form. When they woke up, all the members of Bucciarati's group were shocked to find that their minds had been swapped. Mista was swapped with Trish, and Giorno and Narantia also experienced a similar situation. Only Bucciarati was still unconscious. Although very worried about their comrade, the members had to be on guard because they didn't know who had been swapped with him. Perhaps thanks to the power of Silver Chariot Requiem, even in a different body, the members of Bucciarati's group could still use their own stands. Moreover, their power had been significantly increased. Narantia's Aerosmith discovered that all the people in the city were also affected by the power of Silver Chariot Requiem. If they didn't stop the situation soon, chaos would soon break out when everyone woke up. Polnareff luckily survived. Currently, his weak soul had been swapped with the turtle that JoJo's group had brought along. He revealed that Silver Chariot was in a state of madness, but because he was a turtle, he didn't have enough energy to control or destroy it. The only way Polnareff could help Giorno's group was to tell them how to defeat Diavolo. 2 years ago, he had accidentally discovered the mysterious power of the arrow. If this arrow was used on someone strong, that person would have the power to control the minds of all living creatures. In other words, if they wanted to defeat the boss, they had to take back the arrow that Silver Chariot was holding and master its power. While they were talking, Narantia discovered signs of life approaching them. The whole group was amazed when they saw the boss's face for the first time. Worse yet, the thing Dio was aiming for was the arrow that Silver Chariot Requiem was holding. However, everyone was very happy to realize that the person residing in the boss's body was Bucciarati. The whole group had gathered. But they didn't have time to relax because the boss was still hiding somewhere. Before he returned, everyone had to retrieve the arrow from Silver Chariot. Otherwise, all their efforts up to now would be meaningless. Silver Chariot Requiem had become crazed, beyond control. It inherited the will from its master's heart, Polnareff. Therefore, Silver Chariot would not allow anyone to touch the arrow. If they tried to do so, even if it was a stand, they would become crazed. Bullet number 7 warned the whole group that the person whose mind was swapped with Bucciarati had woken up. To be on the safe side, Bucciarati ordered Mista to shoot him to buy a little more time. While Narantia was dreaming of a bright future after victory, something unfortunate happened. Everyone in the group suddenly discovered that a part of time had been erased. That meant the boss had used the power of King Crimson. Once the event was erased, only the result of the event remained. And the result of this time skip was Narantia's death. Giorno quickly healed his comrade, but what he saved was just an empty corpse. The proof of that was that JoJo could freely enter and exit both bodies. Polnareff suddenly remembered that Diavolo was a person with multiple personalities. Because he had 2 minds in the same body, when Silver Chariot Requiem swapped everyone, it accidentally split the boss's mind in 2, and the existence in Bucciarati's body was Doppio, not Diavolo. The people in the city were gradually waking up, making it harder for the group to determine the boss's location. However, they were very clear that the target he was aiming for was definitely the arrow. To prevent Diavolo from getting his way, Bucciarati's group quickly chased after Silver Chariot Requiem. However, any stand user who got close to the arrow and intended to take it, their stand would immediately turn on them. Polnareff once again saved the group. Currently, because his soul was transferred to the turtle, he was no longer a stand user. That's why he could touch the arrow. Seeing the arrow being taken, Silver Chariot frantically rushed towards the one who was once its master. While Silver Chariot was approaching Polnareff, Mista intended to use his revolver to stop it. But for some reason, the gun's cylinder suddenly jammed. Fortunately, the shooter had another gun hidden for emergencies. Even so, despite having the arrow in hand, Silver Chariot still wanted to finish off Polnareff for daring to touch the arrow earlier. Just as the crazed stand was about to kill him, it suddenly changed direction, leaving the whole group confused about its intention. Polnareff said that Silver Chariot stopped attacking because his body had begun to change. This was the true power of Requiem. It not only swapped the minds of all things, but also had the ability to transform living creatures. Soon, the history of all living species on Earth over 4.5 billion years would be completely changed in a few hours, including humans. Besides that, Giorno seemed to have noticed something unusual and ordered everyone to stay in their positions. JoJo said that he had found the fragment that caused Mista's revolver to jam. It proved that the gun's malfunction was not a random situation, but that someone had interfered. He suspected that the boss had possessed one of them and was waiting for the opportunity to seize the arrow. The only way to know was to check each member's body with gold experience. But that also meant Giorno had to step into Diavolo's attack range. Giorno's safety measure was drops of blood to measure time. Indeed, as he approached to check Bucciarati, Giorno realized that Diavolo had erased time through the blood drops on the back of his hand. He thought that Mista was the one possessed by the boss, but in fact, she was the target Diavolo was aiming for. The condition for him to be able to completely possess the body was to catch Trish's stand. The boss didn't care about killing the members of Bucciarati's team. What he wanted at this moment was definitely the power of the arrow. Diavolo also realized that the mind-controlling power of the crazed stand was activated based on its shadow. The shadow exists thanks to light, so he immediately destroyed the light Silver Chariot created from behind his mind and then took the arrow. Giorno had predicted this would happen, so he had intentionally let Diavolo seriously injure him. At the moment he got the arrow, JoJo would turn his blood into ants to snatch it from his hand. Having seen the future in a short period, the boss had predicted Mista's bullet path and then used a civilian to push the arrow towards himself. When Diavolo was very close to the overwhelming power, Trish, with Spice Girl, shone and snatched the arrow back for her comrades. Not accepting that, the boss struck, punching through his daughter's stomach so the force of the punch would send him to the arrow's position. Being pierced through the stomach, death was inevitable for Trish. Along with that, Diavolo had completely possessed Mista's body and taken the arrow. But somehow, the arrow had passed through King Crimson's hand without granting him absolute power. All the souls in the city were returning to their bodies. This event occurred because Bucciarati had destroyed the final power source of Silver Chariot Requiem. With this, Bucciarati could prevent Diavolo from getting the arrow and save Trish's life. In return, he had to sacrifice his life because his body had been dead for a long time. Bucciarati's soul peacefully ascended to the sky. Although the boss had not yet been defeated, what made him so confident was that he believed Giorno, the King of Kings, would win. In a flash, Diavolo intended to run away, but the epitaph from the future had shown him a vision of the arrow injuring Giorno's body. The boss was certain that the reason JoJo was like that was because he was not worthy to control the power of Requiem. What Diavolo didn't expect was that the vision King Crimson saw was only a part of the truth. Gold Experience was not being rejected. It was just transforming its body to adapt to the power of the arrow. Possessing the power of Gold Experience Requiem, for Giorno, he had officially become the strongest warrior in the JoJo series to date. Through the epitaph, Diavolo saw that he would win in the near future. The boss intended to erase a part of time to finish Giorno, but he had used Gold Experience Requiem to reverse the entire timeline that he had erased. The victory that the boss saw from the epitaph was all true, but Requiem had the ability to make those truths never happen. The events Diavolo saw only appeared in his mind, while in the real world, his body was being continuously tortured by Giorno's Muda Muda barrage. Beaten to a pulp by Gold Experience Requiem, Diavolo still thought that one day his empire would return. But that was only what he imagined. The truth Diavolo had to face was much more cruel. The once powerful boss had to feel the pain of death repeating endlessly. Even as we are watching this summary, Diavolo is still continuing to experience death. Giorno had achieved his wish of overthrowing the leader of the Passione organization. However, the price to pay for victory was not small. The sacrifice of Abbacchio, Narantia, and Bucciarati was the stepping stone for this glorious victory. Going back in time a bit, before Giorno joined the group, Bucciarati had been hired by a man to investigate the person who had harmed his daughter. The man said that for some reason, his daughter had jumped from a building, holding a strange rock in her hand. He accepted the man's request and ordered Mista to handle the case. At that time, the shooter kept seeing a spherical stone following him, no matter where he moved. In the elevator of an apartment building, Mista discovered the stone appearing again, but this time, it was carved with the image of Bucciarati. Coincidentally, the man believed to have killed the client's daughter was also there. Worried that the strange man would harm his leader, Mista did not hesitate to point his gun at the target. However, the man in front of the shooter was simply a harmless stand user. His ability was to predict a person's fate through the carved image of the stone. And the image Mista saw was the scene of Bucciarati being pierced with a hole in the middle of his chest. The man said that Bucciarati's client was suffering from a strange illness. Because his daughter knew that sooner or later, she would get sick like her father, she decided to commit suicide to preserve her internal organs for her father's transplant later. The mysterious man revealed that the way to prevent fate was to destroy the stone, although no one had ever done this. Wanting to protect his leader, Mista did everything he could, even being willing to sacrifice his life to shatter the stone of fate. As soon as the group turned away, in the dust of the stone, the figures of Abbacchio, Narantia, and Bucciarati appeared, predicting their deaths in the battle with the boss later. Back in the present, Giorno decided not to destroy the arrow but to take on the responsibility of protecting it from the hands of evil, as the Joestars had always done. After eliminating Diavolo, the fifth JoJo had become the new godfather of Italy. Serving beside him was the formidable shooter, Mista. Season 6, Stone Ocean. Our protagonist in this part isn't a handsome young man like in previous parts, but a girl. At this point, everyone can probably guess who she is. The main character of this part is Jolyne Cujoh, and she is the daughter of Jotaro Cujoh. Currently, Jolyne has been arrested for a certain crime. The person who can get her out of jail is none other than Jotaro, but it seems Jolyne despises her father because, since she was born, he has never once spent time with his family. Before being transferred to Green Dolphin Street Prison, Jolyne is cut on the hand by a locket her mother sent her, which contains a fragment of the arrow. This is where everything begins. Before being taken to the prison nicknamed the Aquarium, Jolyne is told that money is what's valued here. If you don't hide money on your person, whether a little or a lot, prison life for Jolyne will likely be very difficult. Upon leaving the transport vehicle, Jolyne's ability suddenly awakens. She hears the voices of the guards extorting Hermes Costello through a blue string connected to her body. Subconsciously, Jolyne helps her newfound inmate friend escape the bullying situation with her power, and also retrieves the money that the guards had stolen from Hermes. Jolyne's lawyer comes to Green Dolphin Street Prison to gather more information to help her avoid conviction in the upcoming trial. The incident happened a few days prior while Jolyne was out with her boyfriend, Romeo. Distracted while driving, Romeo caused an accident that killed a young man. Fearing he would go to jail, the boyfriend conspired to hide the unfortunate man's body to avoid being charged. In the end, the crime couldn't be hidden, and Jolyne was subsequently arrested and held pending trial. The police believe she was the one who stole Romeo's car and caused the accident while drunk. The lawyer says that if she agrees to take all the blame, the court will reduce her sentence, convicting her of theft and manslaughter. With those charges, Jolyne would be free within a year. Jolyne doesn't realize that this is a trap set by Romeo and the lawyer to put all the blame on her. The judge sentences Jolyne for murder, and she must be imprisoned in Green Dolphin Street Prison for the next 15 years. Angry that her youth has been stolen, Jolyne decides to get her revenge. As the lawyer is leaving the prison, Jolyne's string wraps around his neck, causing him to lose focus while driving. The car quickly loses control and crashes into a nearby embankment, taking the life of the corrupt scumbag. On her first day in prison, Jolyne is still very bewildered. She is assigned to share a cell with another inmate named Gwess. Her new cellmate has a very friendly personality, except for the times when she's not friendly. Then she's just a little bit crazy. Jolyne discovers that the locket she threw away was bought by Gwess from another prisoner for $2. After being granted her power, Jolyne realizes that the item is very important and wants to buy it back, but the crazy woman screams a sky-high price. That evening, Gwess acts friendly again and wants to return the locket to Jolyne. However, the arrow fragment that granted Jolyne her power is no longer inside. Gwess's kindness is not a good thing. She does this intentionally so that Jolyne will let her guard down, then plots to torment her with dirty tricks. Furthermore, it's very likely the crazy woman has awakened a stand power through the arrow fragment found inside the locket. Suspecting something fishy, Jolyne secretly follows her cellmate and realizes she has a strange power. However, Gwess also knows this and uses her power to shrink Jolyne's body, just as she had done to a previous victim. The crazy woman's perverted hobby is to torment others for her own amusement. Gwess names her own stand Goo Goo dolls. Next, Gwess forces Jolyne to disguise herself as a rat to serve her escape plan. In the form of a rodent, Jolyne can move freely into restricted areas without being detected. However, the crazy woman's escape plan is just a pretext to lure her cellmate out of the permitted area. As soon as Jolyne reaches the control room, Gwess deactivates her ability, returning Jolyne to her original size so the guards will catch her red-handed. Fortunately, thanks to her quick wits, Jolyne misdirects the guards and manages to return to her cell. Goo Goo Dolls suddenly appears and attacks Jolyne, thinking she is trying to escape from the disguise it created. At the moment Goo Goo Dolls is about to take Jolyne's life, it gets punched by her stand. Now, Jolyne's power is no longer just a string. It has manifested as a complete soul. Gwess has no choice but to help Jolyne escape the restricted area if she doesn't want to be killed. The crazy woman also reveals that the person who sold her the locket was a prisoner named Hermes. Taking advantage of a moment when Jolyne is distracted, Gwess creates a smokescreen, causing Jolyne to fall into the restricted area and then returns her to her normal size. The alarm quickly attracts the guards' attention. If she doesn't escape soon, Jolyne will be shot to death. Inheriting her father's fighting spirit, Jolyne remains very calm despite being in a difficult situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Jolyne uses the power of Stone Free to continuously aura Gwess into the orthopedic trauma ward. Prison life continues for Jolyne. At this point, money becomes an extremely pressing issue because anything usable has to be paid for with bribes to inmates or guards. Although she's not a normal person, Gwess is not entirely a bad person. The crazy woman advises Jolyne that in the aquarium, it's best not to lend money to other prisoners. If one of them finds out, the rumor will spread very quickly, and all the prisoners will see Jolyne as a target for extortion. Gwess's advice came too late. To turn the situation around, Jolyne's only option is to find the woman she had previously lent money to and demand it back. Sure enough, just as Gwess said, the blonde woman acts bossy and has no intention of paying. To retaliate, Jolyne secretly uses her stand to put a laxative in the debtor's drink, then occupies the only toilet there. Of course, to have a place to relieve herself, the blonde woman has to pay to buy Jolyne's spot before the consequences erupt. While returning to her cell, Jolyne accidentally meets a young boy. He tells her that someone will come to see her in the visiting room the next day. If Jolyne goes there, a fate worse than death will befall her. Just as the boy said, the next day, Jolyne has a visitor in the visiting room. Before entering, the boy from yesterday appears again to warn her and gives her a strange piece of bone. The person visiting Jolyne is Jotaro. He reveals that the one who framed her for murder and sent her to prison was not her boyfriend, Romeo, but a former soldier being held in the men's prison named Jongali A. The entire plot was set up specifically to eliminate Jolyne inside the aquarium. The reason Jongali A did this is because Jolyne is Jotaro's daughter and a member of the Joestar family. Jotaro says Jongali A is a pawn of Dio. Because he defeated his master 20 years ago, he is determined to seek revenge by killing Jolyne to prove his loyalty. Before he can get his daughter out of prison, the enemy finds their location and attacks. Before the bullet can pierce Jolyne's heart, Stone Free's automatic defense mechanism saves her life in the nick of time. Having been a god of war, it's not too difficult for Jotaro to realize the enemy is shooting Jolyne with a sniper rifle from a great distance. Furthermore, Jotaro also knows the opponent is using a stand's power to locate the target. That way, even from hundreds of meters away, he can strike accurately without needing to see them. Jongali A's stand, Manhattan Transfer, is an extremely suitable power for an excellent sniper. With just a small change in air currents, Dio's disciple won't miss the chance to put a bullet through an opponent's heart or brain. Unable to face the enemy directly, Jolyne and Jotaro have no choice but to take down his stand. Jolyne uses a lighter to activate the visiting room's emergency fire suppression system to trick the enemy's stand, then launches an attack to take it down. However, Manhattan Transfer can sense the air currents of every single drop of water and dodge with pinpoint accuracy. Wanting to help the two Joestars escape their predicament, the blonde-haired boy appears again and shows them an escape route from the visiting room. After that situation, Jongali A's stand switches its target to hunt the boy. As for Jolyne, she could use the secret exit to escape from prison. But in the end, she decides to defeat the enemy to protect the blonde-haired boy. Just as Jolyne thought, Jongali A intends to hunt the boy to the ends of the earth. Not letting the enemy harm her benefactor, Jolyne quickly uses Stone Free to create a net, capturing his stand completely. Predicting that Jongali A would try to struggle, Jolyne punctures the gas pipe, obscuring his line of sight. The gas creates a layer separate from the oxygen. Because it has a smaller mass, Manhattan Transfer will not be able to accurately sense Jolyne's position. The outcome is already clear. Manhattan Transfer doesn't specialize in combat and has no chance of defending against Jolyne's Stone Free. Long-range combat is no longer viable, so Jongali A has to approach the target at close range, but Jotaro quickly puts a stop to that plan. It seemed like it was over, but that was just a literal illusion. From the very beginning, Jolyne and her father had never left the visiting room. The entire sequence of events Jolyne experienced was nothing more than a dream. Manhattan Transfer was just a product of imagination. The real power that has cornered the two Jotas is a type of hallucinogenic vapor. Like his daughter, Jotaro is also in another dream, but they are both in the same situation. Their strength is being drained by the strange liquid clinging to their bodies. Jolyne brings Jotaro back to reality. He had woken up earlier thanks to the bone from the kind boy. To escape the cell, Jotaro asks Jolyne to try to manifest her stand, then immediately uses Star Platinum to discipline his daughter. The force from the stand's punch sends Jolyne straight to the control panel to open the visiting room door. Father and daughter escape the extremely dangerous situation. Even so, it's not over yet. The visiting room's alarm attracts many fully armed guards. If they are caught, Jolyne's sentence will surely be extended. Jotaro realizes that the best way is to get his daughter out of the aquarium via the sea, where the Speedwagon Foundation is waiting. While father and daughter waste a lot of time on a family argument, the guards manage to catch up. To make matters worse, one of them is Jongali A in disguise. To save his daughter, Jotaro activates his time stop ability. In that moment, Jotaro realizes there isn't just one, but two enemies targeting Jolyne, and they had completely calculated that they would force him to use Star Platinum's power. Affected by the ability of the stand Whitesnake, Jotaro's memory and stand are turned into two discs. From the beginning, the enemy's plot was not aimed at Jolyne. Jotaro's memory was their target. Not stopping there, Jongali A still wants to eliminate his target, but from the dream to reality, he is never a match for Stone Free. On the outside, he's a neglectful father, but in contrast, Jotaro's love for Jolyne is boundless. He forces his body to say a few loving words to his daughter before completely losing consciousness. Jolyne still doesn't give up. She drags her father to the seashore, calling for help from the Speedwagon Foundation. However, all her efforts become meaningless because Jotaro is now no different from a dead person. Carrying the strong will passed down through generations of her family, Jolyne decides to return to the aquarium, continue to be a prisoner, and wait for an opportunity to approach Whitesnake, retrieve the 2 discs, and save her father's life. Jolyne also learns that the boy who helped her in difficult situations is named Emporio Al Nino. After the incident in the visiting room, Jolyne receives an additional 5-year sentence and is confined to the punishment ward. But one thing is for sure. She will make the mastermind behind it all pay for what they did to Jotaro. Hermes Costello, the first friend Jolyne made in Green Dolphin Street, has awakened her stand ability thanks to the arrow fragment she picked up. Stickers continuously appear on the palm of her hand, and even when she tries to remove them, they reappear. This ability can duplicate any object it's placed on. When the sticker is removed, the duplicates merge back into the original, creating a powerful impact from the collision of the 2 entities. To test her new power, Hermes uses her stand, kiss, to attack a prisoner who stole money from her. The damage is enough to knock him unconscious on the spot. Furthermore, 2 discs, very similar to the ones Whitesnake stole from Jotaro, appear in the prisoner's head. Finding it strange, Hermes quickly grabs one of the 2 discs from the prisoner and discovers his memories are materialized on it. Through the reflected images, Hermes also sees Jolyne's mortal enemy, Whitesnake. McQueen finds Hermes in the bathroom. Lacking his memories, he acts very strangely. Hermes doesn't know that inside McQueen's perplexing behavior lies the nature of a pure evil, which is the power Whitesnake wants to exploit from him. The prisoner has a habit of self-harm. This very trait has given McQueen a very powerful stand ability. Once he inflicts pain on himself, the person linked to him will suffer the same fate, and Hermes unwittingly becomes the victim of a madman. No matter how many times Hermes saves McQueen from death, he continues to think of more ways to torture himself. Hermes accidentally bumps into Emporio, and he reveals to her the terrible things happening inside this prison. Before she can compose herself, Hermes's arm takes damage from a massive electrical current. This happens because McQueen is trying to end his own life with a lethal electric shock. Not wanting to die a pointless death, Hermes has no choice but to persuade the prisoner not to harm himself, but his twisted personality is beyond cure. As a precaution, Hermes had secretly used her stand to duplicate McQueen's body. When the sticker is burned by the electric current, the duplicate merges with the original, creating a shockwave that takes down the opponent. Emporio informs her that Jolyne is the source of the mysterious events happening inside the prison, so Hermes decides to approach her to get to the bottom of it. One day, the warden summons all the female prisoners to select people to investigate a disappearance. Seeing Jolyne volunteer to participate, Hermes does the same, even though she doesn't want to get into trouble. The prisoners participating in the mission must wear a cuff. Any act of sabotage or moving more than 50 meters away from the guard will cause the cuff to automatically explode. The volunteer prisoners are free to search for clues in the swamp area, as long as they remember the condition the guard set. From the memory read from McQueen's disc, Jolyne realizes Whitesnake hides the discs he steals in the tire of a tractor. That's also why she agreed to participate in this pointless mission. While searching, the guard deliberately picks on Hermes for fun. Not letting him get his way, Jolyne uses her stand to help Hermes. This proves that Jolyne officially recognizes Hermes as a trustworthy friend. The 2 friends are very close to the discs the enemy is hiding, but suddenly Hermes feels something suspicious. She believes that the search party, originally 5 people, now has an extra presence, and that is definitely the enemy they are about to face. While the group is arguing about who the traitor is, the guard responsible for watching them is killed. Worse yet, his body is being dragged away from the 50-meter radius, causing an unlucky prisoner to be blown to bits by her cuff. In this situation, Jolyne and Hermes must both watch out for the guard's body and be wary of who the real enemy is among the prisoners sent on the mission. Just as she finishes speaking, the opponent ambushes Hermes and pulls her down into the swamp. The stand attacking Hermes is a colony of plankton combined, possessing unpredictable power when underwater. Seeing her friend in danger, Jolyne doesn't hesitate to risk her life to save Hermes from the plankton stand. Escaping death by a hair's breadth, Jolyne's focus is heightened to the maximum. It doesn't matter where the stand is being controlled from because they know that they just need to defeat its user. Identifying clearly what needs to be done, Jolyne walks up and punches one of the 3 prisoners straight in the face. Although it was just a random punch, the result is unexpectedly successful. The enemy wasn't hiding among the prisoners. It had split itself into 3 different bodies. The Plankton stand is named Foo Fighters, or FF. Granted intelligence and abilities from Whitesnake's discs, FF has become an independent stand without needing a user's control. From the previous fight, Jolyne knows that the Plankton stand needs water to survive, so that is also its fatal weakness. In other words, Jolyne and Hermes just need to prevent FF from getting near water, and they will win. FF wants to get the discs inside the warehouse first, because its mission is to protect them. At the same time, FF will use its clone to drag the guard's body in the opposite direction to prevent Jolyne from following. Despite this, Jolyne does not hesitate. She bets her life and trusts that Hermes will surely retrieve the guard's body, while she herself will chase after FF to get the discs it is trying to hide elsewhere. Not disappointing her friend, Hermes quickly snatches the body from the FF clone and uses Kiss to create a duplicate of a dried-up corpse. When she removes the sticker, the corpse immediately turns to dust, sucking up all the water inside the enemy. Back at the warehouse, FF spills water on the floor, creating a deadly trap. Just by stepping into that trap, Jolyne will be controlled by the Plankton. However, it doesn't realize that Jolyne has created a trap even more sophisticated than what FF came up with. The moment she is attacked, Jolyne uses her threads to start the tractor containing the discs, driving it into a field. For FF, the discs are life. Therefore, it is forced to choose to chase the vehicle rather than finish off Jolyne. The soil in the field is softer than in the swamp, so the water inside the Plankton stand's body is depleted very quickly. This plan of Jolyne's has hit FF's weak spot and checkmated it. Jolyne's subsequent act of saving her opponent's life greatly surprises Hermes. Jolyne realizes something after fighting FF. It protects the discs for survival, not to serve Whitesnake. Through the difficult battle, Jolyne not only finds the discs containing Star Platinum's stand, but also makes FF agree to become an ally, fighting alongside her in future battles. Such a prize isn't too bad, even if the coconut head is a little crazy. The user of the stand Whitesnake is the prison chaplain, Enrico Pucci. The power to steal stands and memories is not his only weapon. Besides that ability, Pucci can also grant power to anyone by inserting a stand disc into their head. At the prison's recreation area, Jolyne's group is challenged to a bet by a strange prisoner. If Jolyne and FF can successfully throw and catch a ball 100 times, they will win $100 from him. Of course, Jolyne would refuse, as she is very wary of strangers. But she immediately dismisses that thought, thinking that with the winnings, Jolyne would be able to buy more time on the phone when needed. The bet quickly begins. At first glance, it seems very easy because Jolyne and FF have already thrown more than 80 times since they started. Water is a very precious asset for FF, so Miroshon secretly approaches her glass of water to distract her. Realizing the high probability of failure if FF is not focused, Hermes goes to the seating area to protect the glass for her. In the first bet, Jolyne is the winner with a prize of $100. As a debt collector, Miroshon has many tricks to stimulate the greed of her prey. The stake she proposes for the next round is $1,000, while the number of throws remains the same. Like before, Jolyne still refuses this tempting offer, but Hermes is not one to easily pass up such a large sum of money. As soon as the deal is made, Hermes tries to throw the ball slowly to ensure 100 successful throws. However, this is also what Miroshon expected. A guard suddenly appears, causing trouble for Hermes because the prison's break time is over. Hermes is not allowed to give up because the betting rules do not mention it. With no other choice, she has to use her own money to bribe the guard to buy a little more time. As she prepares to receive the throw, the bat-like man interferes again, taking Hermes's glove, causing her to fumble. Fortunately, thanks to her stand sticker, Hermes manages to catch the ball in the nick of time before it hits the ground. Feeling that there is cheating, the debt collector's stand, named Marilyn Manson, appears and turns Hermes into a donut under the sunset. Its mission is to take any part of the victim's body until they pay off the lost bet, including internal organs. What makes this stand invincible is that nothing can attack it, so the only way to save her friend is to participate in another bet. The third round requires completing 1,000 throws, so Jolyne and FF actively pass the ball to each other everywhere in the prison, while also approaching Miroshon. Time is not on their side as the prisoner's curfew is announced by the guards. Not only that, Jolyne is tricked by Miroshon into entering an elevator area, making it impossible to pass the ball to FF. FF's final credits are successfully used to get the ball to Jolyne, but the bat-like man, hired by Mirachon, once again ruins all their efforts. Seeing the stand attacking Jolyne, Mirachon thinks victory is in her hands, but she doesn't know that Jolyne never agreed to the term about playing with the guards. The disappearance of Marilyn Manson proves it has agreed to that playstyle. After all, the 1,000 throws are completed and returned by Jolyne to her opponent. Having won money from the bet, it's not too hard for Jolyne to get a good spot to make a phone call. She contacts the Speedwagon Foundation, hoping to find a way to deliver the disc containing Star Platinum's stand to them. This operation is codenamed Savage Guardian, and the transaction point is in the prison courtyard. The organization will arrive in the next 20 minutes, so Jolyne needs to try to get to the courtyard before they leave. On the way, she meets Emporio again, and the boy takes her into a secret space. Jolyne is transported to the music room. This room had actually burned down a long time ago. But now, with his stand ability, the ghost room, Emporio has manifested the room back to a time before the disaster occurred. In other words, the place they are in is the ghost of the music room. Realizing Jolyne is risking it all by acting alone, Emporio asks Weather Report to assist her. Because his memory was stolen by Whitesnake, he wants to join the operation to understand more about himself. Weather Report possesses a very powerful stand. He can control the weather at will in any location. To demonstrate this power, he creates a rainstorm that harmonizes into a very sexy piece of music. Weather's actions are not for show but are entirely intentional. He creates the music with the purpose of confirming the position and reflecting the face of the enemy who is watching them. The appearance of another stand user makes Jolyne's disc delivery mission even more difficult. Time is running out, so she must avoid any unexpected conflicts and get to the courtyard before the deadline. Bribing the guard at the gate goes very smoothly, but getting past the enemy's stand is still a long shot. Jolyne suddenly finds herself floating and falling into a state of zero gravity. Anything that touches her also falls into the same situation. Not being able to control her body causes the disc containing Star Platinum inside Jolyne to fall out, and the Gecko Man's mission is to snatch that disc and hand it over to Whitesnake. Feeling something is wrong, Weather Report quickly returns to help Jolyne. The stand jumpin' jack flash of Lang Wrangler is no match for Weather, so he plots to escape using his specialty of moving in a vacuum. Weather refuses to let go. He touches Jolyne, putting himself in a state of zero gravity, and then controls the wind to blow them both at a speed that is no less than his opponent's. Chaplain Pucci has a very intelligent tactical mind. He predicts Jolyne's moves through the disturbances happening at the prison, and knows that her destination is the courtyard of the aquarium. With the help of a handsome man like Weather, Jolyne finally gets very close to the transaction point. In this tense situation, Jolyne suddenly has to pee and acts shy. Not only handsome but also educated, Weather explains to Jolyne that this phenomenon occurs when blood rushes to the brain in a vacuum, causing the kidneys to sense a threat to the body and then trigger a diuretic effect. Fearing Jolyne would be embarrassed, the long-haired man casually relieves himself in public. Before Jolyne can resolve her issue, the Gecko Man disrupts them again. His power causes the blood inside Jolyne and Weather to be drawn out at a terrifying speed. Because Jolyne accidentally touched the wall near the door, the room turned into a zero-gravity environment. Besides blood, the most essential thing for the body, air, is also being sucked out. Weather's physics lesson begins again. He says that blood in a vacuum will boil like water. If they don't defeat Lang Wrangler soon, they will likely die from burns rather than suffocation. Before the remaining air runs out, the quick-witted man uses his ability to create a protective suit for both of them. The situation is temporarily under control, but the suit can only protect Jolyne and Weather for about 2 minutes. As soon as she calmly observes, Jolyne sees a corner of the room unaffected by the vacuum. If Weather can get to that position, they will have more air to maintain the protective suit. Understanding his own ability, Lang Wrangler is fully prepared for that situation. He continuously shoots nuts and bolts frantically to prevent Weather from reaching the safe spot. Jolyne, wanting to save her companion, has to take the full damage from the Gecko Man. However, he doesn't expect that Jolyne had secretly threaded her strings through the projectiles so they could not reach their target. Next, Jolyne uses a taste-of-your-own-medicine tactic, causing Lang Wrangler to suffer a lot of pain. Even so, he is still determined to maintain the vacuum environment because he still has a trump card up his sleeve. That rebellious plan fails when Weather decides to trade his life to protect Jolyne. Unable to stand the heat, the Gecko Man finally cancels the vacuum. Even so, he still cannot escape the storm-like attacks from Jolyne. The courtyard is just one door away from Jolyne, But her most dangerous challenge, Chaplain Pucci, is standing behind that door, waiting for an opportunity to finish everything. Pucci takes advantage of the fact that Jolyne doesn't know he is the user of Whitesnake, pretending to be a normal chaplain. In return, the priest must restrain himself so his identity is not revealed, as he senses another presence watching from behind. In the prison courtyard, Jolyne sees a young man and mistakes him for someone from the Speedwagon Foundation, but it's actually a guard that Pucci had planted in advance to launch a preemptive strike. In the past, Pucci and Dio were close friends. The priest was very curious about the place his friend called Heaven. The entire method to get there was in Dio's notebook, but it was burned when Jotaro defeated him. The only person who could read Dio's diary was Jotaro Cujoh. This explains why Pucci wants Jotaro's memory so badly. Back in the present, the priest is confident he is about to reach the threshold of heaven as he pushes the last descendant of the Joestar family closer to death. In extreme desperation, Weather uses his most terrifying power and entrusts Jolyne to Lady Luck. From the sky, a rain of poisonous dart frogs falls like a downpour, killing the guard and also blocking Pucci's escape route. For the first time, a person with such a meticulous plan as the priest finds himself in such a terrible situation that he has to count prime numbers to stay calm. However, Luck has chosen to protect him from the poisonous rain. For generations, Joestar has been a name that Dio feared because their will is strong enough to overcome the darkest paths, and Jolyne carries the bloodline of that great family. Jolyne uses Stonefree to tie the poisonous dart frogs into a camouflage net to hide herself. Next, she waits for Pucci to use Whitesnake to retrieve the disc containing Star Platinum, then snatches it and gives it to the pigeon the Speedwagon Foundation sent. In this Savage Guardian operation, Jolyne is the winner. Even so, Pucci's identity has not yet been revealed, so the next battles are predicted to be very fierce and intense. In Green Dolphin Street Prison, Jolyne must always be mentally prepared to face risks that could occur at any moment. And today, she has a new crime to her name for fighting with another female inmate, resulting in their death. After that incident, the guards escort Jolyne to the ultra-maximum security ward. The prisoners here are treated like flies, but even so, she remains determined to become stronger to avenge her father. Let's go back in time a bit to better understand why Jolyne was arrested. A few days ago, Hermes spent all her time tracking a man, not even caring about Jolyne, even though she almost lost her life. Realizing her friend's unusual change in personality, Jolyne, along with FF, decides to investigate the cause. From the information Hermes provides, they learn that Hermes' sister was murdered by a gang of thugs 6 years ago. The mastermind in that case was called Sports Max, and he is also the man Hermes was tracking. Wanting to avenge her sister herself, when Jolyne and FF offer to help, she immediately refuses. Having lost her mother at a young age, Hermes' sister decided to become her second mother. One day, Hermes accidentally witnessed Sports Max committing a crime, so he planned to eliminate her. To protect her younger sister that evening, Gloria risked her life to report to the police. However, Sports Max was only sentenced to 5 years in prison, while Hermes' sister lost her life unjustly. Back in the present, Hermes' desire for revenge has reached its peak. She uses a photo of Gloria to get Sports Max's attention, then unexpectedly attacks from behind. Hermes' weapon is a pipe large enough to contain a human body. With her stand, kiss, she duplicates the pipe twice. When she removes all the stickers, the pipes will become a coffin to contain the enemy. Sports Max begins to chant some kind of spell, causing the bottles on a nearby table to fall to the ground. Following that, an invisible presence begins to attack Hermes fiercely. This power is called Limp Bizkit. It can resurrect the souls of dead creatures back in an invisible form. After a crow is defeated, the soul of an alligator is summoned. Jolyne and FF arrive at the most critical moment. Before Hermes can warn her two comrades, the alligator has already chewed on FF's leg, gnawing on it like a hearty meal. Jolyne's situation is not much better. Realizing the alligator only moves on the ground, Jolyne uses the strings of Stonefree to create a dense network to know its next attack direction. Jolyne's assumption is completely wrong, which makes her pay dearly. Because the alligator is a ghost, the ground is not its only living environment. Not wanting to stand on the sidelines, FF uses her own arm as bait to lure the alligator to attack, then turns her finger into a gun and fires continuously, causing the ferocious beast's soul to dissipate. By observing closely, Hermes has understood the mechanism of Sports Max's power. She reveals that the animals the enemy creates are not ghosts. More accurately, they are a type of zombie that eats blood by instinct. The group was so engrossed in conversation that they didn't realize Sportsmax had escaped from the pipe. The gangster doesn't care about retaliation because the order Whitesnake gave him is to find a piece of bone. Escaping Hermes's pursuit, Sportsmax mistakenly believes he is still a normal prisoner, not knowing that he has now become an invisible zombie from drowning in the pipe, affected by his own Limp Bizkit's power. The gangster turns into a zombie with an extremely frantic thirst for blood. An unlucky female prisoner at that moment accidentally becomes a victim for him to release his craving. When Jolyne and Hermes see the female prisoner's dead body, they quickly grasp the situation. Jolyne once again spreads her strings everywhere, creating a manually operated radar. Not only that, she also captures the enemy in an instant. Hermes thinks things can't be this smooth. Because they are in the prison cemetery, Sportsmax can freely create as many zombies as he likes, and what Jolyne caught before was just a pawn. Jolyne intends to call FF for support. However, Hermes flatly declares that this family debt will be settled by her alone. She accepts the risk, waiting for Sportsmax to take the bait before launching a fatal blow. The sticker from Kiss helps Hermes pinpoint the enemy's location. Seizing the opportunity, Hermes delivers a kick that dislocates Sportsmax's jaw. Not yet satisfied, she continues to duplicate her opponent and then delivers decisive punches, sending him to the dust. Before granting the power of resurrection to Sportsmax, Whitesnake had requested him to try to resurrect a bone fragment of Dio. Sure enough, Limp Bizkit actually succeeded in giving it life, but at that moment, the bone had not fully awakened. The memory disk left by Sportsmax gives Jolyne's group an extremely important clue. The bone that Whitesnake wants to possess is currently in the ultra-maximum security ward. This is also the reason why Jolyne agreed to go there to endure her punishment. Worried that her comrade will face many obstacles, FF meets with Emporio and asks the boy to find a way to help her sneak into the most secure place in the aquarium. In addition, FF also suggests that Narciso Anasui assist. Emporio says it's best not to ask the stylish man for help because he is a rather dangerous guy. Since childhood, Anasui has liked to disassemble things he sees. At the age of 21, when he caught his girlfriend cheating, he disassembled her entire body along with the other man. Regardless of the consequences for Jolyne, FF is ready to use force to threaten Anasui to participate. But before she can act, the stylish man surprisingly agrees to cooperate in this mission. Jolyne's faith and determination, shown since she entered prison, have made Anasui admire her and want to marry her. The condition for him to agree to cooperate is very simple. Hermes must bless their relationship at the wedding. Just as he says this, Anasui quickly runs to the prison gate and uses his stand power to take down all the guards in the blink of an eye. Let's go back in time a bit to know about the stand power that Jolyne is about to face. In a conversation with Pucci, Dio said that there is no weak stand in the world. He revealed that the stand survivor, although having nothing special, brings a lot of trouble. The story goes that a group of people, both men and women, on a mountain climbing trip suddenly turned on each other and fought until they all died. The reason for their deaths is much deeper. Before climbing the mountain, this group had mocked the owner of an inn. A sudden rage flashed in his mind, turning into a signal that spread through the ground. At that time, the stand survivor amplified the signal to the climbers, causing their fighting instincts to awaken. When Pucci heard the story, he was very interested and wanted to store this power. Back in the present, the priest has granted that ability to one of the prisoners locked in the ultra-maximum security ward. 2 guards, while on patrol, turn on each other and fight over a small conflict. Driven by fighting instinct, the winning guard proceeds to release all the prisoners in the area to freely display his power. On top of that, Pucci has also arranged for 4 other stand users here to extinguish all of Jolyne's hopes. Water overflows onto the floor of the ultra-maximum security ward, causing the anger of the guard, Westwood, to be amplified by Survivor and spread to other prisoners. And Jolyne is no exception. The first target the guard aims for is Jolyne. A woman's body like hers is at a complete disadvantage compared to the powerful physique of Westwood. All victims of Survivor can see the muscular strength and weaknesses of their opponents, which stimulates their fighting instincts. The other prisoners in the ward begin to fight each other, making the place more chaotic than ever. Even so, Jolyne doesn't have time to care about that. Unable to find Dio's bone, she is forced to overcome the towering wall standing in front of her. Her vastly improved combat skills, honed through previous battles, help Jolyne turn the tide. As she is about to take down Westwood, her arm is suddenly severely injured by a mysterious power. Seeing a disc emerge from the guard's head helps Jolyne realize that the power from before was his. Without much thought, Jolyne continues to unleash powerful blows, wanting to take down the opponent quickly. But once again, Westwood's power attacks her. The battle continuously shifts like a pinwheel. While being restrained, Jolyne finally learns that the guard's stand power is to pull meteorites from outer space towards himself. Jolyne intends to use a taste of your own medicine trick. However, the meteorites flying towards Westwood all disintegrate without a trace. At the most critical moment, Jolyne sees a prisoner playing with the bone she is looking for. This reminds Jolyne of the reason she agreed to come to this ward, to become stronger until she meets her father again. Jolyne immediately uses the guard's shoe to reduce the damage from the meteorite and takes advantage of its speed to push the shoe straight into his face, then strikes to win the final victory. After eliminating the obstacle, Jolyne sees that all the prisoners in the ward are dead, in very terrible conditions. The one who caused this confidently declares that he will be Jolyne's next opponent. Before Kenzu can make a move, Jolyne's allies, FF and Anasui, arrive. The strange old man is not scared at all. Not even a little bit. He immediately activates his stand ability, Dragon's Dream, and rushes to attack FF. The nerves connected to FF's kidneys are hit, causing her adrenal glands to produce body fluids that lubricate her respiratory system. With this method, Kenzu can make FF drown with just a few small drops of water. As a plankton organism, FF can self-destruct her body at will to avoid disadvantageous situations caused by the enemy. Anasui reveals that the problem with Kenzu is not his attack, but the secret technique in his movements that allows him to dodge all of the old man's attacks. Kenzu continues to move in a strange way and activates Dragon's Dream. The dragon suddenly appears behind FF, pointing towards her weak spot. Next, the strange old man approaches the target, tries to touch the inside of the dragon, and then waits for the prey to be damaged by unforeseen situations. Kenzu's moves are based on a divination art called Feng Shui Assassination. This knowledge, combined with his stand, Dragon's Dream, helps him choose the safest path to approach and defeat his opponent. The strange old man continuously attacks FF, causing her arm to touch Dragon's Dream. The arm is detached and then returns to her body, but what FF needs to be aware of is the situation that follows. The flies hit by FF's arm fly up in panic, luring a bird to fly into a fan on the ceiling. A piece of metal from the fan falls off, forming a boomerang that cuts through her head. As mentioned, physical damage cannot kill FF. What really makes her hesitate is not being able to find water to replenish her energy. Kenzu's momentary carelessness almost causes him to be defeated by FF. In a perilous situation, FF suddenly realizes the truth. If there is a reflecting mirror, she can trick the strange old man into stepping into the safe direction located in the mirror. But first, she must find a source of water. Luckily, near FF's position, there is a fire hose that the guards had used before. However, as she approaches that position, Dragon's Dream appears again to warn that the fire hose contains her most terrible misfortune, prioritizing the water source. FF doesn't care about bad luck. She intentionally touches the dragon to disable both her hands so her body can fit inside the fire hose. Her relentless efforts help her successfully create a water source. But before she can enjoy its taste, the two hands that touched Dragon's Dream earlier suddenly appear, pushing FF down into the execution area. The fire hose, said to be bad luck, accidentally activates the 28,000-volt electric chair. The time to overcome herself is only 1 minute and 30 seconds, while FF is being held on the chair by an invisible force. Time's up. Her plankton body is burned by the extremely high voltage. Even so, this is not the end. The amount of sweat on Kenzu's body is just enough to help FF create a reflecting mirror, tricking the old man into leaving his safe position. FF immediately grabs Kenzu, transmitting the 28,000-volt current, burning his body. Realizing her comrade is still barely alive, Jolyne doesn't hesitate to rush to confront the enemy and bring FF back. Timing the moment Kenzu attacks, Anasui sends his stand diver down into Jolyne's body, then rearranges the strange old man's leg into the shape of a spring. The stylish man's cunning makes it impossible for Kenzu to step into a safe position ever again. Jotaro is currently being treated at the Speedwagon Foundation's facility. Since there is only one stand disc, Jotaro remembers almost nothing. Even so, in a half-conscious state, he still sends a message through his flesh to his beloved daughter, subconsciously. In the ultra-maximum security ward, Jolyne suddenly sees the person holding Dio's bone. As the group approaches, they are all horrified to witness him being killed by a type of plant growing from inside his body. The previously killed prisoners all fell into a similar state. In a flash, Anasui discovers that Jolyne is also being followed by this curse. The stylish man suspects that it was Dio's bone that turned the prisoners into that shape, and because Jolyne touched the bone, she was infected. In this state, if Jolyne moves quickly or is directly exposed to sunlight, her body will soon turn into a tree like those prisoners. Worried about her father's safety, Jolyne's mind is now only focused on getting the bone. She doesn't care what happens to herself. The group just looks away for a moment, and the bone has evolved into a living entity. Jolyne becomes even more curious when she sees it also has a star-shaped birthmark on its back, just like the members of the Joestar family. Without much thought, Jolyne takes the green baby and runs away with it, because it is definitely what Whitesnake wants to possess. Suspecting someone is following them, Anasui secretly uses Diver down on a still-living prisoner, then lets him wander around the ward. When the follower touches the prisoner, he will immediately fall into Anasui's trap. Moreover, the person whose structure was changed by the stylish man is the user of the stand survivor, sent by Pucci. The final stand suddenly appears and snatches the egg from Jolyne's group, just before they escape the ward. It must have the power belonging to the gladiator-like man from before. To get the egg back, Jolyne and the stylish man decide to fight the stand, while FF is in charge of dealing with its user. Yo-Yo Ma is a remote-controlled type of stand. At first glance, it seems very stupid and harmless when standing in front of its target. But if they turn their back for even a second, Hermes will have a very hard time surviving. Before retrieving the egg from Yo-Yo Ma, Anasui and Jolyne must quickly escape the pursuit of the guards. A pincer movement is tightening around them, with fully armed motorboats in front and a stand with unpredictable power behind them. Although not an ally, the foolish-looking stand still acts very kind in helping Jolyne's group camouflage themselves as a talking bush. Unfortunately, the propeller from the guard's motorboat accidentally blows away their camouflage. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, Yo-Yo Ma seizes the opportunity to attack Jolyne from behind. The storm then subsides very quickly thanks to Anasui's superb combat skills. Fearing the curse still clings to Jolyne, the stylish man decides to sail east, where the sunlight is weaker, to reduce Yo-Yo Ma's power's influence. Jolyne cannot warn Anasui that trouble is very close because her tongue has been corroded. Body language is the only way for Jolyne to show the danger of the foolish stand to Anasui. But because the performance is a bit sensitive in his head, all he can think about is inappropriate things. Body language doesn't seem to be a good idea. Jolyne has to risk it all and turn her back on Yo-Yo Ma. Her plan indeed helps Anasui calm down. Even so, the price to pay is too high. The foolish stand attacks its target with saliva. Moreover, because the saliva has mixed into the lake water, it can be said that the entire water surface around them is now its weapon. Losing all sense, the foolishness of Yo-Yo Ma is seen by Anasui as just a brat with his power. The stylish man has connected a frog's brain to the foolish stand's tracking sensor, so now its consciousness is no different from that of an amphibian. In the ward, FF unexpectedly discovers the key to the whole event. As she is about to kill Yo-Yo Ma's user, Pucci suddenly appears. The priest even reveals to her that he is the user of Whitesnake. From a solitary plankton organism to becoming friends with Jolyne and the others, FF has developed a will, emotions, and a sense of camaraderie. For her, all of the above are invaluable assets. Because of that reason for living, FF is ready to trade the life she had always cherished to help Jolyne with all her might. At the same time, Jolyne and Anasui see the green entity has hatched from its shell after Yo-Yo Ma's user was defeated. Pucci is plotting to steal FF's memory disk. It's not an exaggeration to say it's one stone killing two birds because he both eliminates an opponent and gets information about the entity evolved from Dio's bone. Guessing his intention, FF deliberately stalls for time, then controls her lower body to take the memory disk to a safe place. Not allowing the target to escape, the priest plants a power that can heat any water source into the remaining part of FF's body. FF's body is suddenly destroyed and vanishes into the air, while trying to use water to replenish her energy. No creature living on Earth can withstand water hotter than 100 degrees Celsius, and plankton is no special exception. Back with Jolyne and Anasui, as they follow the green baby, the two of them realize the kid possesses a very powerful ability. Any life or object that pursues it will be shrunk to infinity. Anyone who stubbornly follows it will surely be given a one-way ticket to the quantum realm to play with Ant-Man. Jolyne intends to try to catch the baby with her stand, but when it feels threatened, its stand appears to protect its host. Without Anasui's help in that situation, Jolyne's existence might have been erased from this world. The stylish man realizes that the size of objects will not change if chosen to be touched by the baby. Therefore, Anasui has lured the bird-like stand into a bottle and trapped them both at the same time. The stubborn standstill does not give up. It moves and crushes the stylish man with the weight of the bottle. Death almost called Anasui's name, but fortunately, the star-shaped birthmark on Jolyne's back has attracted the baby's attention. A touch from the kid brings them both back to their original size. Even so, the stylish man still holds a grudge against the mysterious entity, because if he had been a second later, he would have become a flattened pancake. FF is very meticulous when confronting Pucci. The radio she carries helps Weather Report know what is happening. From the sky, a mist storm controlled by him descends to help FF escape. Not wanting to make any more mistakes, FF, with the little strength she has left, tries to get to Jolyne and tell her who the mastermind is. Meeting her comrade again makes Jolyne feel at ease, but that peace does not last long. The weather report that FF brought is Whitesnake in disguise. Without a single wasted motion, the disc-playing stand turns Jolyne and Anasui into two donuts. While FF is processed into a chocolate layer covering the donuts, the enemy Jolyne has been searching for so long has now revealed himself. Immediately, Jolyne turns her threads into handcuffs, locking the two of them together at close range, which is also the distance where Stone Free fights most powerfully. Whitesnake's combat skills are completely inferior to Stone Free's. The shy girl from before has now become an incredibly strong warrior, making Pucci feel fear. With no other choice, the priest is forced to take Jotaro's memory disc to distract Jolyne, then quickly moves towards the green baby to realize the ideal called heaven that Dio once mentioned. Jotaro's memory disc is now inside Anasui's dying body. Once he dies, the disc will surely go with him. Not wanting his beloved to be sad, the stylish man tries to stay conscious to wait for his blood to reach FF if FF can possess Anasui's body. The disc Jolyne worked so hard to find will not be destroyed. Surprisingly, in the end, FF chooses to save the stylish man instead of taking over his body. In return, for using all her energy to heal Anasui, FF has to say goodbye to her comrades. FF shows no regret at all, because being with Jolyne and the others, she has lived a full life. In the past, Dio told Pucci that to make the dream come true, certain conditions must be met. Then, heaven will appear at latitude 28 degrees, 24 minutes, north, longitude 80 degrees, 36 minutes west. In addition, one must also wait for the new moon. Jolyne is now being held in a place with even higher security than the ultra-maximum security ward. Emporio informs her that Pucci has left Green Dolphin Street Prison. Not wanting to waste time in the rotten prison, Jolyne decides to plan an escape to pursue the enemy and seal Dio's power once again, as her father did 20 years ago. Emporio is very scared when he hears Jolyne planning to do something no one has ever done before. Despite the boy's efforts to stop her, Jolyne does not show any hesitation because, after all, she carries the bloodline of the warriors of the Joda family. A blonde woman, under orders from Whitesnake, tells Jolyne that she will never be able to escape the aquarium. The stand of Miuccia Mueller, named Jailhouse Lock, has an ability that makes anyone with the intention of escaping remember only 3 pieces of information. Jolyne suddenly wakes up in her old cell after trying to attack Miu Miu. The noteworthy thing is that her body is covered in short notes, recording essential things to remember. Because she can only remember the 3 most recent events, as soon as she absorbs a 4th piece of information, the first event is subconsciously forgotten. Even a crazy person like Gwes, seeing Jolyne's current behavior, has to sit meekly without daring to make a peep. On the other hand, even if Jolyne recognizes Miu Miu as the enemy, as long as she provides a few more trivial pieces of information, she will lose all her old memories. The writing on her body is the most important thing to protect. However, Miu Miu has erased all that information during one of her approaches to Jolyne. Before her determination to escape is forgotten, Jolyne cleverly uses her thread to sew the most important target onto her arm to prevent it from being erased again. At the same time, in the ghost room, Emporio is torturing himself because the boy is also affected by the power of Jailhouse Lock. The determined action Jolyne must take is to find Emporio. But every place she goes is ambushed by Wamuu. Not only that, she continuously provides information that makes Jolyne forget everything she needs to do. Even scarier, Jailhouse Lock's ability also makes the target lose their perception of reality, not just within their memory. 4 armed guards are approaching Jolyne, while her memory only allows her to see 3 people. As if by instinct, Jolyne quickly unravels her body into threads and disappears spectacularly amidst a crowd of guards. After countless difficulties, Jolyne finally reaches Emporio's hiding place. In their hearts, both of them know they are being affected by Stan's power. However, their short-term memory loss makes them fall into an endless, inescapable loop. Seeing the baseball boy find her personal information on a computer, Wamuu finally gets serious about fighting. Having completely mastered her own power, the head warden understands that her opponent can only remember a maximum of 3 events, no more, no less. That's why Jolyne only blocks 3 shots fired by the enemy. The bullet erased from her memory now goes straight through Emporio. In a difficult situation, a clever solution emerges. Jolyne accidentally finds the fatal weakness of Jailhouse Lock thanks to a puddle of water in the room. Wamuu can erase the target's memory, but there's no way to hide the reality reflected in a mirror. The opportunity for checkmate is one time only, so Jolyne tells herself she will not let the head warden escape again. Predicting this situation, Wamuu calls in many elite guards to set up traps everywhere. There are too many objects to deal with, so in a flash, Jolyne forgets the presence of the head warden standing in front of her. To help Jolyne engrave the opponent's image in her memory, Emporio gives her a binary sequence printed exactly based on Wamau's face. Not letting the kind boy down, Jolyne quickly gives the head warden a voucher for a 100% discount on beauty care. Not only that, Jolyne also takes advantage of the power of Jailhouse Lock to escape. Of course, she will not leave her friends Hermes and Emporio behind on the final journey. Sensing the air movement inside the aquarium, Weather Report and Anasui know that their comrades from the women's prison have begun to act. In addition, the stylish man also discovers another earth-shattering secret. On Pucci's back, there is also a star-shaped birthmark. Pucci's body has been getting weaker and weaker since he received Dio's power. The news of Jolyne's escape makes him even more anxious. But then a strange gravitational pull helps the priest find special warriors. The first is an addict and one of the 4 sons of Dio. The chance meeting with Pucci seems to have awakened the stand ability that was already within him. Anasui is currently in a city to follow his love. Traveling with the stylish man is Weather Report. The 2 of them, while hitchhiking, encounter strange phenomena happening from a fairy tale book. The boy Pinocchio steps out into the real world and speaks nonsense as if he's high. Next, Snow White and the 7 dwarfs also appear to join the fun. At this rate, I think Anasui is the one who's high, not Pinocchio. These phenomena are caused by the ability of the Stan Bohemian Rhapsody. Anyone who has ever been a fan of fairy tales will have their consciousness immediately separated from their body. Weather is the only one not yet high. He understands that with this type of power, you can only defeat the user. Just aiming at the stand is a futile act. Affected by the power of the Stan Bohemian Rhapsody, Anasui is facing a lot of trouble. If he continues to let his mindless body wander around the city, it's very likely he will be attacked by an enemy at any moment. Somehow, the police officers can see Anasui's consciousness, but fortunately, by changing his facial structure with the power of Diver Down in an instant, the stylish man manages to deceive them. The trouble doesn't stop there. While chasing his own body, Anasui is surrounded by a goat from a fairy tale book. The story tells of a wicked wolf who ate the baby goats, and then their mother appeared and killed the wolf for revenge. As soon as he hears the story, Anasui's body transforms into the form of a ferocious wolf. Just like the events of the fairy tale, the stylish man realizes that soon, the mother goat will kill him. At the same time, the only person unaffected by Bohemian Rhapsody, Weather Report, is also pulled into the world of art by a famous contemporary artist named Vincent van Gogh. Although he was a great artist, he passed away at the age of 37 by suicide with a gun. Before his eyes, Weather becomes a self-portrait of the artist, so what he experiences will be similar to what the great painter went through. Sensing the enemy is to the north, the long-haired man immediately uses Weather Report to create a storm that blocks the highway for a 30-kilometer radius before he loses his life. To make matters worse, Weather can only sense the opponent's direction of travel, not his exact location. Currently, the user of Bohemian Rhapsody is traveling by air, not by road as he thought. When about to face death, Weather Report finds a way to counter this annoying enemy. He forces Van Gogh to create a new story about a superhero with the ability to pull fictional characters back into their own stories. As soon as the fictional characters disappear from the real world, the user of Bohemian Rhapsody, Angelo, takes his last breath, bringing victory to Anasui and Weather. In another American city, Jolyne finds Romeo to ask him to provide a vehicle and some pocket money, and also to pay back everything her ex-boyfriend caused, no matter how remorseful he is. While Jolyne's group is traveling by helicopter, following Pucci's trail, they are suddenly attacked by a mysterious power that causes their eyes to shut tightly and become severely damaged. Unable to keep up with the speed of the mysterious power's movement, Jolyne decides to risk it all and pull everyone out of the helicopter while it's moving at extremely high speed. Sure enough, while in freefall, Hermes is able to read the target's position and destroy it. But that's not the only thing. Thanks to Stonefree's threads, Jolyne's group lands safely before the helicopter explodes. At that moment, the enemy of Jolyne's group appears. His name is Rikiel, one of the sons of Dio. Before being granted his stand ability, the Cowprint Man suffered from an incurable disease that even doctors gave up on. Pucci explained that these pathological phenomena occurred because Rikiel's power had not fully awakened. The Cowprint Man possesses the ability to control rod-like organisms. These are creatures that are only rumored through the media. No one has actually seen their form. Once Rikiel fully understands how to use his stand sky high, it is certain that victory for Jolyne is not even a chance. Though still young, Emporio is a reliable source of information. He guesses that the secret of Sky High is the food of its creatures. Being hit by one of Hermes's attacks doesn't faze the Cowprint Man. On the contrary, he even injures the bodies of Hermes and Emporio, although he doesn't show any attack moves. With the vast knowledge he learned in prison over a long time, the baseball boy knows that the reason his and his two sisters' bodies are like this is due to heat loss at high speed. The brainstem is a very important part of the body. If it is cooled, other organs will be immediately disabled, and that is also the target Rikiel is aiming for to kill Jolyne. To prove she has a will no less than her enemies, Jolyne wraps the threads of stone free around herself and sets it on fire. However, Rikiel timely controls the rods to take away the heat from Jolyne's optic nerves, causing her to temporarily lose her sight. Even so, Jolyne doesn't need to use her eyes to defeat the enemy. Instead, she uses the perception through her family's bloodline to locate the target and quickly knocks the Cowprint Man to the ground. With the determination inherited from her father, before collapsing completely, Rikiel reveals a shocking secret that somewhat shakes Jolyne's resolve. He says that Weather Report has a star-shaped birthmark on him because he is the biological brother of Pucci. Having defeated the opponent, Jolyne and her friends continue on their way to Orlando, the next place where the enemy is believed to be present. Before embarking on the battle, Jolyne asks Emporio to contact the Speedwagon Foundation and give them Jotaro's memory disk. Meanwhile, at a hospital in the city, Pucci is sitting and planning with the last son of Dio. He is the only one who has not yet awakened his ability and is currently in a wheelchair due to an accident that occurred previously. The priest says that he doesn't need to force it because the power will come randomly. Just as he finishes speaking, a boy suddenly appears in a nearby food dish. Furthermore, a bullet suddenly appears from inside the boy's throat, shoots through the door, and kills his father. Suspecting that this incident might be caused by an awakened stand ability, Jolyne and Hermes go into the room to check, but what they see is just an empty hole, nothing more. Through the case file, Jolyne learns that the man with Pucci is named Versus. Not letting the enemy escape through the tunnel, Jolyne risks it herself and jumps down the hole to pursue them. Initially, the hole is just like any other hole in the world, but as she goes deeper, Jolyne is immediately taken to the dimension of a crashed plane. Trapped by the enemy, Jolyne quickly calls for Hermes to pull her back to her original position. However, Underworld of Verses has appeared to stop that intention. Possessing the ability to recreate the past, Dio's son immediately creates the image of Sports Max to threaten Hermes into letting go of the safety rope tied to Jolyne. This action brings results even better than expected. Now, not only Jolyne but also Hermes is pulled down into the hole. The flight that the two are on, recreated by Underworld, will soon crash, just as it happened in the past. The time for Jolyne and Hermes to find a way to survive is now only 2 minutes. Facing a critical situation, Jolyne has no choice but to eliminate the user of Underworld. Even so, he quickly recreates the history of a military plane crash and traps Jolyne inside. Versus believes that with his intelligence, he can't possibly lose. A long time ago, the striped-haired man had a very miserable life. Not only that, bad luck kept clinging to him until he awakened his stand ability as he has now. In Versus's mind, a thought of betraying Pucci flashes, believing that the one worthy of holding the world's destiny should have been him. Jolyne's situation at this point is even worse than Hermes's. Fortunately, thanks to Emporio's guidance, she manages to save her own life by piloting the fighter jet into the body of the commercial plane. According to the information the baseball boy looked up, there were 2 passengers who survived the plane crash. If Jolyne can get those seats, she and her friend will surely survive. Versus becomes more and more despicable as he pulls the children being treated in the hospital down into the plane. This forces Jolyne to make a choice: save herself or the innocent children. The bell of fate has rung. The plane explodes just like the event in the past, but Hermes's will to survive in that life-or-death moment not only saves herself, but also the innocent children, thanks to her stand, kiss. Jolyne, with her ability to disassemble herself into threads, also survives the plane crash. Angry that Versus dared to pull innocent people into the fight, Jolyne doesn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Even so, the striped-haired man still holds a card that can turn the situation around, the memory disk of weather report that he stole from one of Pucci's people. As soon as he receives the long-stolen disc, the true power of the long-haired man returns. His eyes are filled with an unforgettable hatred. Regaining his memory, Weather's situation immediately does a 360-degree turn, leaving Anasui confused about what's happening to his comrade. Along with that, the stand ability of the long-haired man also increases manifold compared to before. It even threatens the existence of humanity. Anyone who touches the rainbows created by Weather Report will have their body quickly transform into snails in a short time. When the power is activated, almost all the people in the city have been transformed. Even so, Jolyne still trusts Weather as an ally. Besides, if she can find him, she can extract the memory of Pucci through the disc and end the strange phenomenon that is happening. The battle has now turned into chaos. Jolyne, Weather, and even Versus all want to target Pucci, but they all have different ways of carrying out their plans. The target Versus is aiming for is Jotaro's memory disk that Emporio is holding. With that disk, he will know how to get to heaven, which Pucci is secretly trying to achieve. With Underworld recreating all events, the striped-haired man quickly catches the baseball boy. However, Jolyne's group also pursues him to the location. An unexpected situation causes Anasui and Jolyne to start transforming into snails. Their moves are heading in a worse direction than ever. To prevent Versus from achieving his goal, Jolyne tries to do what she can within her ability, but all her efforts are in vain when Dio's son snatches the memory disk from inside Emporio. The bad comes with the good. Because the striped-haired man touched the baseball boy, he cannot avoid being transformed. Retrieving the disc, the group intends to carry out their next plan. However, the danger has only just begun. The natural enemy of snails, the scarab beetle, has descended upon the city, sniffing out dozens of delicious prey scattered everywhere. Jolyne and her friends need to quickly find Weather if they don't want to meet the tragic end that awaits them. Let's go back in time about a decade or so. A mother had just given birth to her first child. The weak newborn passed away, so she decided to swap her dead child with another baby in the same hospital. The swapped baby had a twin brother, and I'm sure you can guess who those 2 brothers are. Time passed. Pucci grew up to be a young priest, and then fate led him to meet Dio. One afternoon in 1988, the priest accidentally overheard the confession of the mother from years ago. Moreover, the main character in that story was none other than himself. At the same time, Weather, the swapped child, had to work to earn money to support his difficult life. At that time, his handsomeness and kindness made a beautiful girl fall in love with him. 2 months after hearing the confession, Pucci decided to still keep the secret for his parishioner, because that's what a true priest would do. If things had continued as normal, there would be nothing to say. But cruel fate called Pucci's name when he learned that his sister was in love with a young man, not knowing that he was her own flesh and blood. To stop this sinful love, the priest went to a thug in town and asked him to separate the lost couple. Pucci didn't realize that choice was a mistake because the thug in town hated black people. He not only separated the couple as promised, but even caused his sister to drown herself in the river to commit suicide. Saddened by the loss of his relative, Pucci, in desperation, called on Dio for help and was granted stand power by him. Having the same bloodline, Weather escaped the brink of death and also awakened his power like his twin brother. The rage of the long-haired man that year caused the entire town to turn into snails. Not stopping until he got his revenge, Weather found Pucci and fought him. Victory at that time belonged to the priest, while the long-haired man lost all his memories and was then thrown into Green Dolphin Street prison. Until now, having regained all his memories after decades, Weather still holds on to the sole purpose of settling all debts with Pucci. Besides, whether his life's ideal is fulfilled or not, the long-haired man still needs someone who can kill him, because only then can the snail catastrophe be stopped. Weather is aware that the act of turning everyone into snails is a sin. However, because he hates life, a part of him feels satisfied witnessing this catastrophic phenomenon. Anasui doesn't seem to care much about his companion's thoughts, until he sees Weather's desire for revenge is not just for himself, but also for FF and Jolyne's group. So, he decides to support his comrade in the fight against Pucci. While checking for the enemy's presence, the long-haired man is suddenly attacked and loses a leg. After years of research, Pucci has finally figured out how to counter the overwhelming power of his twin brother. Not only that, the priest also takes advantage of Weather Report's ability, causing Anasui to begin the transformation process. As promised, the stylish man puts Diver down into his comrade's body to help him fight a final, life-or-death battle. Once again, Pucci stimulates Anasui's transformation ability by reflecting a rainbow onto him. Similarly, the stand's power will also weaken along with its user, and then disappear. The priest reveals that Weather Report's strange power is activated through human subconsciousness. The hidden message makes the people in the city believe that if they see a rainbow, they will turn into snails. Because they believed it too much, they were transformed. Knowing the secret better than anyone, Pucci blinds himself with his stand, Whitesnake. The transformation will definitely not happen if he cannot see the hidden message in the rainbow. The priest didn't expect that Weather's weather power is not that simple. He seems to have dug his own grave when he blinded himself. A field of sharp spikes is created by the long-haired man from Blood, thanks to his weather ability. Moving blindly, Pucci is put in a passive situation because he can't anticipate what awaits him at every step. His face shows no fear. The priest controls Anasui and forces him to lead the way out of the trap. With all his determination to pull Pucci down with him, Weather turns his blood into a rope that binds both brothers together, then uses his physical strength to attack, aiming to end everything. The impending threat to the world should have ended soon, but in the end, fate chose to side with the priest when the car Jolyne's group was driving crashed directly into the long-haired man. Seizing the God-given opportunity, Pucci immediately escapes from the scene. What's left at that place is the soulless body of Weather. Before vanishing, the long-haired man does not forget to comfort Jolyne by leaving her the disc containing his stand's power. Although very sad about Weather's death, the group must suppress that pain to continue moving forward because the next new moon is very close. Cape Canaveral will surely be the place where their final battle takes place. Before the fateful moment arrives, Anasui wants to take advantage of the rare, peaceful time to confess his true feelings for Jolyne. Unfortunately, the only engagement ring the stylish man worked so hard to get is accidentally thrown away by Jolyne. Through Emporio's antique computer, he confirms that the place Pucci intends to carry out his heaven plan is at the Kennedy Space Center. The second phase arrives sooner than expected. The priest's ability has now evolved into a new form. Gravity in the vicinity of the Space Center begins to change abnormally, putting all the citizens and Jolyne's group nearby in danger. Hermes is also separated from the group due to a large rock hitting her. With not much time to care about their comrades' safety, the rest of them all choose to press forward and settle all debts with the enemy. Guessing Jolyne's intention, Pucci decides to launch a preemptive strike to eliminate the threat that hinders his progress to heaven. His evolved stand has extremely formidable power. One hit from it causes Jolyne's hand to immediately turn inside out. Unlike Whitesnake, Sea Moon has very skilled combat abilities. Now, not only stone-free but other stand abilities are also no match for Pucci. Possessing the power to change the direction of gravity, anything that touches Sea Moon's fist will be instantly inverted. With the calmness inherited from Jotaro, Jolyne quickly finds a way to counter Pucci's inversion ability. Let him punch the same spot one more time. Then, the inverted parts will return to their original position. Gaining the upper hand, Jolyne becomes more confident in fighting him hand-to-hand without even needing to use her stand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she waits for Pucci to control Moon to invert a metal plate into a handcuff, restricting Jolyne's movement. Anasui rushes to help when he sees his beloved in trouble, but Moon eliminates him with ease. This is perhaps the moment Jolyne has been waiting for all along. With a single thread from stone free, she both saves the stylish man and puts the opponent in a precarious situation. The opportunity to defeat the enemy is one time only, before the thread is inverted. To buy more time for Jolyne to approach Moon, Anasui quickly puts Diver down inside the thread to take the blow for Jolyne. However, the group's efforts are quickly extinguished by Pucci's appearance. Jolyne cannot defend when the direction of gravity is changed. The priest lands a punch straight into Jolyne's chest. To avoid repeating the previous mistake, being affected from this position, her heart will likely soon be turned inside out. Just when it seems all hope is lost, Emporio receives a message from Jotaro. He says that Jolyne is still alive, but is barely breathing. Of course, as someone connected to the Joestar bloodline, Pucci also senses this and begins to panic. From the very beginning, Pucci always looked down on Jolyne, thinking she was nothing more than a tool to carry out his plan. But her resilient will and iron determination have made the priest take back those words. Not allowing his opponent to rest, before Jolyne returns, Anasui immediately takes action. Diver down skills don't seem to faze Pucci much, but with the small opportunity the stylish man creates, it's enough for Jolyne to approach him, then appear and disappear like a shadow. The smug look on the priest's face is gone, because he senses that Jolyne's allies are all heading towards the space center, including Jotaro. The only hope for Pucci to reverse the situation is to eliminate Jolyne. If successful, the will of the remaining obstacles will be broken. It's always easier said than done. While Pucci is wasting time thinking of a way to eliminate Jolyne, she has already caught him. The inversion no longer works on Jolyne now, thanks to her creating an endless Mobius strip where Moon hit. That intelligence helps her buy a little more time to find the next attack direction. But the priest is the toughest among all the villains so far. Despite fate hanging over him, he still maintains his usual calmness and uses a gun to fire at his opponent. And the moment the bullets are about to take Jolyne's life, time around her suddenly stops. Jotaro, aka the god of war, timely appears at the most critical moment and saves his daughter from a spectacular death. Not only that, Hermes is the one who brought Jotaro here with the power of Kiss. The priest's pipe dream of heaven is considered over when he is surrounded by the Joestars and their allies. A wise man knows when to retreat. In a desperate situation, Pucci suddenly realizes he doesn't need to wait for the new moon to awaken his power. He himself is the center of gravity, so he just needs to fly to a certain height that coincides with the gravitational pull of the new moon, and his power will immediately evolve to a new level. To stop that intention, Jotaro quickly activates the world and throws a spear at the priest, seemingly ending it. However, some miracle helps Pucci dodge the spear in the nick of time, despite being affected by the time stop before. Nothing can stop Pucci from reaching the heaven he has longed for. His body emits a massive source of light, even blocking Anasui's close-range attack. In a flash, everything returns to normal. The space center is no longer affected by the shifting gravity. Pucci vanishes into thin air upon obtaining his new power. But strangely, Jolyne and Jotaro can still sense his presence. The world begins to experience stranger phenomena. Rain falls for only a moment. Blood from wounds heals at an astonishing rate. It's as if the world's time is passing very quickly. Jolyne's group is not the only one witnessing this phenomenon. The whole world is in the same situation. The accelerated flow of time affects nature and man-made machines alike. Only humans are outside its sphere of influence. Subconsciously, Jotaro realizes that if Pucci's ability corresponds to the current flow of time, no one is his opponent anymore. Even the power Jotaro possesses has its usage time shortened. On the brink of despair, Anasui doesn't hesitate to tell Jotaro that he wants to marry Jolyne, and that his blessing will bring great spiritual strength to him. As a strict father, of course, Jotaro will not agree to Anasui's conditions so easily. But Jolyne's subsequent action somewhat proves that if they can win and survive, she will accept the proposal from the stylish man. The current time acceleration is 2 minutes for an hour to pass. That means if Pucci runs at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, they will see him move at the speed of a high-speed train. The world's ability is the only hope to stop the priest's overwhelming power. Even so, stopping time for 5 seconds within the accelerated time is not enough to help Jotaro single-handedly defeat Pucci. On the contrary, he is seriously injured by him. The priest reveals that he will lead humanity to the shore of happiness, like heaven, with the power named Made in Heaven. Wasting time thinking in the current situation is no different from suicide. To find Made in Heaven's weakness, Jolyne's group needs to move continuously, and the bullet duplicated by Kiss's sticker is their means of transportation now. Moving at an exponentially increasing speed, it's not too hard for Pucci to catch up and head off Jolyne's group. Seeing that hiding is not an option, Anasui tells Emporio to shoot the bullet towards the coast. The stylish man guesses that Pucci's stand has divine speed, but in return, its fighting power is at best average. The priest can only attack one person at a time, so someone in the group must act as bait to lure him into Jotaro's attack range. The first person to take on that position is Anasui. The stylish man uses his stand to hide inside the group's bodies to take the damage. That way, Anasui will be able to immediately report the enemy's position when he is hit. Time accelerates even faster. The gap between day and night, affected by Made in Heaven, is now only 30 minutes. This event accidentally gives birth to a manga legend who can work in parallel with accelerated time, that is Rohan Kishibe. Back to the main topic. Everyone in Jolyne's group is tense because they don't know from which direction the opponent will attack. Receiving Anasui's signal, Jotaro immediately activates the time stop. In the stop state, Jotaro is stunned to see they are one step behind the opponent. The one who attacked Anasui was not Pucci. He had controlled Jolyne stone free to do it to avoid entering the God of War's range. If things had stopped there would be nothing to say. To be safe, the priest also throws knives at Jolyne, forcing Jotaro to make a choice. Either sacrifice his daughter to kill him, or sacrifice the whole world to save his daughter. Not out of the priest's prediction, a great father will be willing to sacrifice anything to save his child. Because of that, the indomitable god of war from Egypt had to die at the hands of the enemy, followed by the deaths of Hermes and Anasui. Jolyne only has a little more time to live, so she decides to sacrifice her life to block Pucci's path and bet everything on Emporio. The dolphin Jolyne caught will soon carry the baseball boy far away from his speed in the water. Time in the world begins to accelerate at a terrifying rate, causing food, matter, and even the terrain to change along with it. In a flash, witnessing all of that, Emporio opens his eyes and finds himself in Green Dolphin Street Prison. Pucci's time acceleration power causes the entire universe to be reset. Although he is at Green Dolphin Street Prison, the Joestar family that Emporio sees are completely different people. What makes the baseball boy despair even more is that Pucci still survives the process, despite Jolyne and everyone sacrificing their lives. According to the priest, in the reset universe, humans and living creatures will experience a life similar to before. Those who died before the new universe began will be eliminated from the timeline, and the people close to Emporio are among them. In utter despair, the baseball boy can only run away from Pucci's pursuit aimlessly. As for the priest, he knows every move Emporio will make because fate will repeat itself similarly to the old universe. Knowing the future and preparing to guard against the unexpected is the heaven he often talks about. The future the baseball boy must fulfill is to run in fear into the ghost room. Even if he tries to change it, fate will still pull him back to how it was meant to be. Pucci doesn't know that inside Emporio, the stand disc of Weather Report remains. His pursuit has accidentally helped the baseball boy possess the ability to control the weather. In an enclosed space, Made in Heaven is no match for Weather Report. Having read many books, Emporio has very profound knowledge. The boy uses the stand to pump oxygen with a concentration of over 40% into the room. Pure oxygen is very toxic to the human body. Inhaling a large amount causes all of Pucci's limbs to become paralyzed, and he gradually loses consciousness. Not betraying the trust of his beloved ones, Emporio has successfully eliminated the final evil of the old universe. Outside Green Dolphin Street Prison, the baseball boy unexpectedly meets Hermes again, with a different identity. The same thing happens with Anasui and Jolyne, but in the reset universe, the two of them have become a very beautiful couple. Despite them no longer being the same people, Emporio feels very happy because his loved ones have not been erased from this universe. They get into a car together, and a new journey begins. So, the long story of the Jota family has come to a happy ending, everyone. This ending is just like Thanos snapping his fingers, and now they've gone to another universe to fight. As for the old universe, Jotaro is really dead. There is sadness, there is joy, but this is definitely a wonderful ending. And that wraps up our summary for the first 6 parts of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The next season will cover the highly anticipated Steel Ball Run, which hasn't been released as an anime yet. If you'd like to see a summary for that season in manga version, let us know in the comments below. And if you appreciate our hard work, don't forget to hit those like and subscribe buttons. Thank you, and see you in the next video.